Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Stoicon 2025, and allow me to introduce your host, Brittany Polott. Brittany is a philosophical writer and communicator who is highly engaged in the worldwide Stoic community. She is currently editor of Stoicism Today, Modern Stoicism online journal. She's president of the nonprofit Stoic Care and a former board member of the Stoic Fellowship. Her most recent books include Stoic Ethics, The Basics with Chris Gill, and Journal Like a Stoic. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your host, Brittany Polott.
Thank you so much, Phil. Thank you, everyone. It's great to be here. And I would like in turn to introduce my co-host, Phil Yanoff, who is a technologist, columnist, public radio commentator, community connector, and also host of many modern Stoicism events, including, of course, today, but also the very popular Conversation series. He's the founder of Tech After 5 in Greenville, South Carolina. Phil has helped host Stoicon pretty much every time we've done it online for the past 5 years, and we are so grateful for his help. So thank you, Phil, for joining me today, and thank all of you for being here with us at Stoicon 2025. So we are gathered here today for a very important reason to talk about Stoicism and engaged citizenship. Now, some people might think this is an oxymoron, or they might be a little bit surprised when we say, yeah, Stoics are engaged citizens. So what we are doing here today is to dispel the myths surrounding Stoicism and also to figure out ways to move forward, looking back to ancient Stoicism, but also forward to our democracies today. All right, so we have, hopefully everyone can see my screen here. And I just like to kind of reiterate why we are gathered here today. Not only do we want to look at Stoic theories, Stoic principles, but we also have a larger purpose of coming together as an engaged Stoic community. We have people here, as we just saw in the chat, we have people from all over the globe here, South Africa, Australia, United States, all over Europe and the United Kingdom. So we are a truly global community. And what we do here today can have a ripple effect outward on all of our local communities as well. So I know sometimes it can feel a little bit lonely saying, okay, everyone else is going crazy in the world. Why am I the only one who's looking at Stoicism or looking at wisdom and virtuous engagement? But you're not alone. We're here together. And so that's another important reason why we're gathering in the same space so that we can look at these ancient principles and see how they apply in the 21st century. So let's focus a little bit on why do we need Stoic engaged citizenship? Well, I think most people would agree with me in saying that civic virtue, civil discourse, and other forms of engaged citizenship are more important now than ever. We've seen kind of backsliding of democracy in a lot of places around the world. We've seen the dissolution of a lot of civil practices that help us to come together and talk through difficult issues. And so the Stoics, with their focus on virtue, rationality, reasoned discussion, can help us now more than ever. And not just us as individuals, but us as societies, us as nations. So we're looking at robust democratic processes, how we can have discussions surrounding many difficult issues. And we can look back through history to see what Stoic ideals of justice have contributed, not just 2,000 years ago, but also to the development of our contemporary democracies today. So, for example, we can see the Stoic influence on ideas like natural law and human rights and equality of citizens and other principles that contribute to democratic governance in many contemporary democracies. Of course, we can also see our ancient role models who were highly involved. Obviously, Marcus Aurelius, who was Roman emperor. We also have teachers such as Musonius Rufus and Epictetus. And of course, we have Seneca, who had a very interesting role in Roman imperial life, which we will look at more in our keynote talk today with James Romm. So these are just a few of the many ways that Stoicism in the past has contributed to democracy and how citizens have been engaged with Stoicism. And we will be talking about a lot more specific details throughout the conference today. So again, we're going to be focusing on these four major themes. So our speakers will speak directly or indirectly to all of these today. What did the ancient Stoics say about citizenship? How can we apply Stoic insights now in the 21st century? How can Stoicism help us to be good citizens? What does that even mean? And how can Stoicism help us? And then how can Stoicism help us address crucial civic challenges facing us today? So I think everyone will agree with me that these are really important themes, and this conference is very timely in 2025. So let's briefly go through today's schedule. Now, this is also on the website where you registered on our Eventbrite page, so you can always refer back to that page throughout the day if you'd like to see the exact timing. These times here are listed in Eastern Time and British Summer Time with the slash here. So I will simply read the first time to keep it easier. At 10:15, I will be joined by Chris Gill, John Sellers, and Tim Laban for an introductory discussion about Stoicism and Engaged Citizenship. At 10:35, we'll hear from Mick Mulroy, What Can the Stoics Teach Us About Citizenship? At 11 o'clock, Lisa Hill will talk to us about the Stoic tradition of engaged citizenship. And we will then have about a 10 or 15-minute break, give you a chance to go recharge before our exciting afternoon of more Stoicism. Around noon Eastern Time, Diane Kaelin Sucre will talk to us about civil discourse in an age of outrage. We will then have a panel on reason and society featuring William O. Stevens, Kelly Rudolph, Aldo DiNucci, and Jacob Klein, followed by our lightning talks, which are practitioner-led brief talks where people explain how they practice Stoicism in their everyday lives. Around 2:15, we'll begin our second panel on Stoic civic engagement in action, hosted by Gregory Lopez and featuring Meredith Alexander Coons, Ali Nava, Leonidas Konstantakos, and Ross Payton. And at 3 o'clock, a conversation with Bridget Delaney, followed by the keynote at 4 o'clock with James Romm entitled Seneca and Nero, the Ultimate Test. So I think everyone will agree that we have quite an action-packed schedule today. I'm really looking forward to all of these talks. But before we jump into that, I will turn this over to Phil to tell you a little bit more about your role as an audience member.
Thanks, Brittany. And we have got quite a day. And the thing is, you pointed out already that we kind of live in what feels like challenging times, and certainly that's true. And this is a chance for us to practice some of our roles and some of the virtues that we might find as practicing Stoics. So, a couple of things. Um, this call, obviously we're saying here, be courteous, be charitable, be nice to the folks that are around you. Inside the chat, by the way, this is not an opportunity for us to practice our Facebook skills and other social media platforms, which are people yelling out of windows. We are here in a collegial environment, right? We're an opportunity to talk to each other and support each other and, hopefully understand ideas better. So we always say, approach this topic, not everything here, may resonate with you immediately. Approach us with curiosity, replace judgment with curiosity wherever you can. And remember that your judgment is yours, right? So we want you to do that. Now, a couple things technical wise, right? First off, we are doing this in focus mode. So what does focus mode mean? And because this is the first Stoicon, I think we've been doing this. We've been doing this with the conversations events. Focus mode means you can be cameras on, cameras off, doesn't matter. We're not going to call upon you to show up. But if your camera on, we can see you, but you can't see each other. But the beauty of that is if the speakers are talking, they can kind of see you nod like they get it, or maybe cock their head to one side if you're like, oh, wait a second, I didn't understand what Brittany just said. So that kind of helps us a little bit. So we're getting a little bit of feedback from you. So leave them on if you'd like to. That's all about you. The We always ask you to like keep the chat towards what's going on the screen and what we're talking about at the moment. You know, I think, what we don't want to have is like you run your own conference inside the chat on some other topic. That's probably not where we were wanting to go with this today. And the last thing is some folks find the chat kind of distracting. So there is a button. If you see the chat down on the bottom of the screen, there is a caret, an upper arrow looking, and it says show chat previews. And if you turn that off, it makes this whole thing look quieter. So that means you have to go into the chat to see it as opposed to things just popping up on your screen. So if you find that distracting or you're on a small screen or something like that, then you can actually turn that off. And by the way, we have Larry Manuto is here with us today, and Larry is putting stuff inside the chat. He's going to kind of co-host and help us with links and things like that, but he'll get you all of the ideas that you need. If you want to ask questions in the chat, one of us will come back and actually help you figure that out. I think this is it. Yes, we're recording. Let's go ahead. First off, I'd like to deputize each of you. Should anyone join the call later and say, oh, I'm sorry, I missed this. Will recordings be available to you? You can all jump on them and say, yes, recordings will be available. That is you being sociable in helping each other out. So yes, there will be recordings. And Larry will be doing that too. And then what's the last thing? Oh, this is also being simultaneously live streamed to YouTube. So on YouTube, that's kind of like the lean back version. So you don't get the chat, you don't get to talk to us. But if you're in a spot where like I want to see this on the big screen, or maybe you want to do both, you can, and you can pull the link for that off the bottom of the screen here somewhere. And I think we're here to be good Stoics. We are practicing. And so this, again, we've given you all the ideas I think you need. Hopefully you have a chance to learn something today. If it's okay to hit roses and thumbs up and smiles and things like that, kind of support the speakers, let them know. There you go. Shannon did that. Some of you even have fancy computers where if you just hold your hand up, it'll do that automatically, or you can do the love thing or whatever. And we thank you for all of that. Um, if you have a question, stick it inside the chat. But other than that, I think we are ready to go. Brittany, did I miss anything that you think is important?
No, I think that's all great. I just wanted to reiterate that you can use the chat today to ask questions of any of our live speakers. We may or may not have time to get to your question at the end. It just depends on how much time is left after the talk, but feel free to ask any questions, make whatever comments, and if we do have time, we will try to present your question to the speaker. So
Yes.
with
And
that,
the last thing I think I want to say, by the way, is that somebody stuck in the chat, Phil is amazing. I want to say that you are a fine Stoic. And also, Meredith Kuhn says that Brittany is amazing, which I agree with. She is also a fine Stoic. All right, you got it.
okay,
Should I
well,
start bringing up our...
yes, please. I would say we're all amazing for being here today. So thank you for that, everyone. Okay, so let's move on to our introductory discussion, which I'm happy to say we have three amazing people here who helped to found modern Stoicism in 2012. So our speakers for this discussion are Christopher Gill, who is Emeritus Professor of Ancient Thought at the University of Exeter. He's written, as many of you know, extensively on ancient philosophy, especially on the interface between ethics and psychology in Greek and Roman thought. He's edited the Oxford World Classics translations of Marcus Aurelius and Epictetus, and his most recent works include Learning to Live Naturally, Stoic Ethics and Its Modern Significance in 2012, and Stoic Ethics, The Basics in 2024. So thank you, Chris, for being here today. We've also got John Sellers with us. John is a reader in the history of philosophy at Royal Holloway, University of London, and a visiting research fellow at King's College London, a very busy person. He's the author of many popular and scholarly books on Stoicism, including Lessons in Stoicism, The Pocket Stoic, and the recent edited volume, The Cambridge Companion to Marcus Aurelius's Meditations, as well as, I believe, an upcoming volume on Musonius Rufus, which I'm really looking forward to. Welcome, John. And we also have Tim LeBon, who is a psychotherapist, existential therapist, philosophical counselor, life coach, and integrative counselor. So if you're having questions about your life, Tim is definitely the guy to go to. He is also director of research at Modern Stoicism and author of books such as 365 Ways to Be More Stoic and Wise Therapy. And I should mention, he's also a driving force behind recent published research documenting the benefits of practicing Stoicism, which he might be able to share more about later. So thank you so much to the three of you for being here today. And as you know, we are going to be talking about the relationship between Stoicism and engaged citizenship. So I'd like to start maybe with ancient Stoicism and just a very brief overview of how you see the ancient Stoics talking about engaged citizens and what we can do to become engaged citizens. So maybe, Chris, we could start with you and see your
Sure.
opinion on this.
Okay, yeah, I've got a couple of points about ancient ancient Stoicism that I think may also be relevant for modern Stoicism too. One about citizenship and one about engagement. So the Stoics have quite a broad notion of citizenship. Citizenship isn't necessarily just about being an active person in your known nation. You can be a citizen in any kind of community, a smaller community, your family or friendship group, but also you can be a citizen in a broader sense in terms of being a member of the human race and acting as the Stoics think a human being should act properly, the community of humankind. So there can be a number of different valid levels of citizenship. Citizenship isn't just being American or British or whatever. It's quite a broad notion. So that's one thing. The other thing is about engagement. What does engagement mean? Well, of course, it means being emotionally engaged, engaged in action, engaged in thought. But I think more profoundly, an engaged citizenship is one where your citizenship, however this is interpreted, is part of your, if you like, your life project. It's part of the whole process of living, trying to live a good human life, which the Stoics associate very much with developing the virtues and trying to work towards eudaimonia. So engaged citizenship is, I think, in the ancient world, is Stoicism that forms a meaningful part of your life quest. So just a couple of suggestions, and I think those ideas are both entirely valid today, although we might want to explore exactly how they would work out in modern contexts.
Thank you. So it's actually a very broad and expansive notion of citizenship and engagement.
Yeah.
Thank you. John, would you have anything to add or a different way of putting it?
I mean, one thing I might add to that is the idea that the Stoics have, which is that our sense of citizenship is something entirely natural, right? So a lot of kind of modern political theories will talk about, there's some hypothetical social contract in which a group of isolated individuals all come together to form a community, and in the process they accept they're going to give up some of their freedoms in order to benefit from the protections of the community. So the assumption is we start off as isolated individuals, right, and then we come together. And the Stoics reject that view. So like Aristotle, the Stoics would say that by nature we are fundamentally social beings. This is the natural state to be in. So if we're going to live a life in agreement with nature, then we better be good, sociable members of a community. And the foundation for our sense of community with other people, they think, is the relationship that a parent has with their children. That immediate natural sense of kinship and desire to protect other people is the foundation for all of our wider communities that grow out from that very natural basic instinct that seems to be kind of universal. So there's great stress on the naturalness of being part of a community, I think is really central to Stoic thinking.
I agree. Super important. It's not something imposed by a law. It's something that's organic. It comes from within. Thank you. Okay, Tim, would you have anything to add?
Well, it's sometimes hard to add anything to the wisdom of Chris and John. Hard acts to follow. But from the perspective of co-facilitator of Stoic Week, which is happening in a week's time, and also, as you said, very involved in the research where we took what philosophically we thought were the dimensions of Stoicism and then empirically ended up with 7 dimensions of Stoicism. And both of those back up the idea that Stoicism isn't just about our own resilience and well-being, although it is that. It's also about, and just going through some of the dimensions of Stoicism, the virtues, what might be called cosmopolitanism or benevolence, and progressing ethically. Those would be 3 things which very much link with today's theme. And in my experience of being a Stoic coach or talking to people about Stoicism, very often they start off with the dichotomy of control, and they often misinterpret it a little bit as it's all being about, okay, I just focus on what I can control and so don't need to bother about the rest. But that isn't what Stoicism is really about. It's about influencing as best you can the stuff that is up to you, how you think about things and what you do, and doing those things with virtue and concern beyond ourselves. And just one final point to throw in is one of my favourite findings from all the Stoic weeks is the positive association between zest or energy and Stoicism. And that's rather relevant, isn't it? Because it means that the more we're Stoic, the more we'll feel a sense of purpose and being the change we want to be in the world, to slightly misquote Gandhi, who is a kind of neo-Stoic perhaps. And so the things go together. I think it's a win-win: resilience, well-being, and being a good citizen and a good person.
So we could almost equate zest with engagement, right? So if you have zest, you are engaged in the people around you and the activities around you. So to me, that does go hand in hand. So then, Tim, would you have anything to add? So all these people who are coming and discovering that Stoicism is about more than just the self, that it's about engaging with the wider community, what advice would you have for them as to how they can then do that in their communities, either in a civic capacity or in some other capacity?
Yeah, well, I think a key idea is being a good role model. And in Stoicism, it's already there, the idea that we think of Stoic role models, that the ancient Stoics looked to people like Socrates and Cato as role models. And we might look at the ancient Stoics as role models, Epictetus, etc. But we can be role models in our own smaller ways, where with our colleagues, with our customers, our clients, our children. How we act is going to influence other people one way or the other. And if we act well, then who knows, it might rub off on them. And by doing that, we can, we can embody Stoicism and actually be part of that change.
Awesome. Thank you. John, just to bring it back to you, what would you add to that as far as looking back to Stoic principles and how we could apply them in the 21st century?
I mean, I think one of the striking features of Stoic ethics, and one that I think often sometimes confuses people when they first sort of are encountering Stoic ideas, is there aren't really a kind of a set of rules, right? So it's not as if there's a single straightforward blueprint about what you ought to do. It's more about cultivating a certain set of values, and then you've got to work out in every situation you find yourself in how best to apply those values and how they're going to make a difference. So there's a sense in which there isn't really a nice neat blueprint about how you go about and do this, right? And so you see these sort of blog posts online, here are the 10 basic 10 basic rules of how to be a Stoic. And it's just like, well, sorry, guys, it doesn't really work like that. It's actually a lot more complicated. So, yeah, I mean, it's about developing this right set of values, about, the virtues, about reminding ourselves of this sociability we have, and then assessing every single situation we're in and trying to work out, okay, how can I let those values inform how I'm going to respond to this unique situation, which might be completely different to any other situation I've been in. So, yeah, difficult to have a kind of a straightforward answer as to what that would look like, but reminding ourselves of those principles. One of my favorite passages connected to this is the famous passage in Marcus's Meditations at the beginning of book 2, where he says, remind yourself you're going to meet loads of grumpy, difficult people, and then he adds, but also remind yourself that they didn't choose to be like this, right? They didn't wake up in the morning saying, I'm going to be difficult and awkward and troublesome. And also remind yourself that, look, we're all on the same team. We're all here together, and our goal ought to be to cooperate with one another. This is what it's all about. And so, he's reminding himself of that core principle in some context that we don't know about, where he was dealing with difficult people. And so it's having that kind of constant reminder. And obviously, Tim and many others done a lot of work on this in the Stoic Week material, right? To have those constant prompts to remind yourself, right? Whatever situation you're in, you're going to encounter someone. It might be an awkward situation, but just remember, hey, we're all on the same team. We're all in this together. We're all ultimately trying to get to the same place. And then that can then inform how we respond.
Yeah, thank you. Anytime you interact with people, you're going to need that advice. So it can apply pretty much everywhere at all times. Thank you. So, Chris, how would you see us applying ancient principles to the 21st century?
Well, going back to the ideas I put forward earlier, yeah, so citizenship can be at different levels, and I think to recognize the validity of both of those. So there's a lot of talk at the moment about nationalism and patriotism, as it were, as if it's the only, in some contexts, it's presented as if it's the only political virtue. And I think that's one of the problems with that is it just focuses on one kind of citizenship, your membership of a nation state. But also the Stoics remind us that we're also citizens of the human community, and that all human beings have an element in common. They have rationality, they have sociability, they can develop the virtues. So I think that's actually a very contemporary, very relevant, and important point that Stoicism can help us keep us in mind. People who aren't members of our nation can still be just as much human beings, just as worthwhile, just as much objects of concern as we are. Those within. The other thing is about the idea that of linking our membership, our citizenship, and our life project, and understanding the life project as a matter of trying to develop the virtues, which Tim mentioned, also trying to develop the virtues and trying to go towards happiness, eudaimonia, which the Stoics think depends on the virtues. I think this the question question John raised about having the rules and framework. I think this can help give us, there aren't rules in Stoicism, but there are principles. There is this framework. The virtues are really fundamental, really, for making sense of Stoicism. And I think that this helps to give us a kind of lodestar, really, in the way we conduct our citizenship. People might say, well, look, if we can be citizens in all sorts of different ways, well, there's nothing, it's all wishy-washy and vague. Well, no, it isn't. It's got a foundation. It's got a basis, namely in the virtues and in trying to understand the virtues, trying to work towards the virtues. So sticking to our principles is absolutely crucial. And that's also, I think, a highly relevant thing, a highly relevant piece of advice today, because almost anyone finds themselves in situations where there's a kind of babble of political discourse and many voices going in very different directions. And I think Stoicism helps us to think, well, hang on, there are some things that really are crucially important, and trying to make sure that your political activity and your political engagement is in line with trying to understand the virtues is really fundamental.
I agree. Thank you. And I just wanted to bring in a question from the audience. We have a couple more minutes, if it's okay with the three of you. I know we're going to be hearing about Hierocles today and his famous circles, the circles of Hierocles. So maybe we can go ahead and mention that. So we have a question from Vanessa Cordero, who says, how can we extend our oikiosis to the outermost circle of Hierocles, which encompasses humanity as a whole, without forgetting the first and elemental circle of oikiosis? So the self-love and the love of those closest to us. So I think this is obviously a fundamental question in ethics, the tension between those closest to us and those farther away. So I'd like to get your opinion on that, if you don't mind, Chris. How would we think about that in a very practical way?
I think a very practical way is to form a notion of what the first circle is. Who's in the first circle? Well, the first circle is yourself, but say that the immediate circle then is your family, your friends. So think about, think carefully about who is in the first circle. And of course, the Hierocles idea isn't that everyone is in the first circle. It isn't an attempt to kind of pull everyone into the first circle. We can't do that. It's a question of seeing that all the circles are connected and that we can gradually pull people further in. So I think that we need to think carefully both about the people in the first circle and the people on the outer circle, if you like, and also see what they have in common. What makes them both important to us. And I think part of that is seeing that we're all human beings. We all have rationality and sociability. We can all develop the virtues.
Okay, thank you. Tim, what would you say about oikiosis, the circles of Hierocles, for people who are coming to this for the first time? How could they start to practice this in their lives?
Yeah, I mean, in Stoic Week, and something I use as a CBT, cognitive behavioral therapist, we have this idea of the oxygen mask, and what you hear if you go on an aeroplane, if there's an emergency and the oxygen mask comes out, even if you've got very young children with you, put it on yourself first, because you won't be able to rescue anyone else if you've perished. So I think that's a good starting point, to actually make sure you are looking after your own needs, not in a selfish way, but your own resilience needs. And of course, you'll do that well by being a Stoic. So I think that's the only thing that I would want to add to the idea that you can. And again, another thing that we suggest people do in Stoic Week is to look at those circles and meditate on them and think about how they can extend kindness to people outside their inner circle.
You have some good exercises. I think you have the random act of kindness, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. Well, we changed that this
Okay.
year, interestingly. You're absolutely right. You remember rightly. It was random act of kindness last year, but we thought about it and thought, well, actually, we should have rational acts of kindness. because some of the random acts of kindness might not be so helpful. And actually, as Stoics, we want to think about the ones that are most in line with all the virtues.
So what would be an example of a rational act of kindness?
Well, it might be to think about people in your road. Maybe there's a neighbor next door who is struggling a little bit, maybe going and knocking on their door and just seeing how they are. Could be as simple as that. It could be a friend who's been a bit quiet recently, and you just send them a message. I was just thinking of you, how are things going? So someone who is in need might be kind of more rational than just a purely random buying someone a coffee in your coffee shop, which is fine, but may not be the best use of your virtue.
Right. Okay, I love that. Thank you. And John, we have a couple of minutes. Would you give us your opinion on oikiosis? How can we practice this in an engaged way today?
I mean, I'll respond to that slightly differently, perhaps. I mean, I think one way in which people often understand this idea, and I think I certainly did at the beginning as well, is we see this series of circles. You start at the center and you're kind of expanding outwards, and these circles are getting wider and wider and wider. And there's a sense in which it's quite easy to interpret that as you kind of spreading yourself out and spreading yourself very thin and perhaps losing yourself in the process. But as Chris said quite rightly, what Hierocles is saying is not that you spread yourself out over all of these circles, but that you try and pull the circles closer to the center, right? So you're not losing yourself in the process. Your care for yourself and those immediately around you remains the focus. And so, as Tim was saying, you put your gas mask on, you put your oxygen mask on first, but you just want to then bring everyone else, and, that little bit tighter in. So, I think by reminding ourselves that it's pulling people closer and not spreading yourself outwards, I think that helps give clarity about precisely how we might make use of this idea.
Thank you. That is an important clarification. And to me, it also means that we're not trying to feel impartial towards everyone in the world. We're not trying to feel exactly the same towards all 8 billion people on Earth, but it's that we recognize that even people farther away from us are deserving of our care and attention and love and respect and all of this. So yeah, I think that is a very important distinction. Okay, well, thank you so much to Chris, John, and Tim for joining us at the last minute, I might add. They were very gracious to step in. So I appreciate all of you being here, sharing your opinions with us. And I think now it is time for us to move on to Mick Mulroy. So Phil, over to you.
I think I've got that. Thank you all, Brittany and panel. Great ideas. What a wonderful tone setter for the whole conference. Thank you for doing that. Let's see. Next up, we have Mick Mulroy, and Mick is coming to us on tape because Mick, let me just get this first thing set up here so you can see it. There you go. All right. And then I'll explain this during his introduction. Michael Mick Patrick Mulroy is the former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East. This means for the United States, by the way. As the DASD, he was responsible for defense policy for 15 countries and represented the Department of Defense of National Policy in that area. He's also a retired CIA paramilitary operations officer in the Special Activities Center and a United States Marine. He's a senior fellow for the Middle East Institute, an ABC News national security analyst, and a co-founder of the Lobo Institute. Mick is a leading proponent of the U.S. military incorporating the Stoicism philosophy into their ethical and resiliency efforts. Officially, Mick is also on the board of advisors for Plato's Academy in Athens, Greece. And as you might imagine, with all of the things going on in the world, Mick could not be with us live today, so he gave this awesome tape, and we're going to run that for you, and we'll talk about that in just a little bit. But we'll let Mick know that you applaud him just to get him started. All right, thank you. And here we go to Mick.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Stoicon 2025. I'd like to start off thanking Phil and Brittany for setting this up, all the work they did in putting this together and inviting me to participate. My name's Mick Mulroy. By way of background, I've been involved in Stoicism essentially since I was a child, if you will. My father was a professor and scientist and taught a lot of his ethics teachings through philosophy, and Stoicism was the main one that I was most attracted to. So I was, to be frank, that weird kid that always talked about, Greek philosophy when most kids were talking about, sports and such. Not that I didn't like sports. And it's really been super amazing to see this philosophy, this ancient virtue-based philosophy, have a resurgence in modern society. So from there, I saw Stoicism in my next phase of life, which was in the U.S. Marine Corps, both as an enlisted Marine and as a officer of Marines. It is essentially required reading. Many of the books that I'm sure the people in the audience are familiar with, whether it's Meditations or any of Epictetus or Seneca's writings, are in fact required reading in the U.S. Marine Corps. And it is something that continues to today. I mean, my son was just going through Ranger School, and he said at the library at the mountain phase, essentially every ancient and modern book on Stoicism was present. And then my next stage, going through my background in the Central Intelligence Agency in a group called the Special Activities Center, which is essentially the covert special operations part of the U.S. government, and composed almost entirely of, if not entirely, of former U.S. military veterans. Talked about quite often there, a lot of applicability when essentially how one acts when no one is looking is very synonymous with the way covert action works in the United States. You have to have a moral and ethical basis to be able to do it in a way that I think's conducive to coming from a liberal democracy like we do in the United States. And then after that, I had the opportunity to be Secretary Mattis's deputy for the Middle East. And I think everybody in the audience knows he's a well-known Stoic who carried with him a copy of Meditations and often referenced it. So it's always been a presence in my life. And then when I retired from government, I was asked to speak a lot about the military application of Stoicism for obvious reasons. But I got to know a lot of the major, I think, movement personalities of this resurgence of Stoicism. So I'm super proud to be here. That's my background. I also have a podcast called Pub and Porch Applied Stoicism with Adam Piercy. Many of you probably know him. So if you're interested in that, please look us up. But today I'm talking specifically about leadership and integrity, the Stoic citizen in public office. This is something I think we need to talk about. I think this engaged citizen is exactly the topic we should be talking about for today. It is absolutely essential, in my opinion, that more Stoics get into public service. It is not only needed to make good public policy, it's needed to, I think, erode this surge away from not only democracies, but the democratic principles of freedom of speech, freedom of the press, and all the individual civil liberties that exist in democracy. So I'd like to start a little bit about how democracy and Stoicism kind of formed one another, and then talk a little bit about the current situation before going into details on how Stoicism applies to leadership in public office. So if you look at democracy. It started around 500 BC, and Stoicism around 300 BC, but in the same place, ancient Athens. And I think a lot of what Stoicism talked about, certainly if you look at Zeno's response to Plato's Republic, so Zeno's Republic, or what we know of it from the fragments that still exist, it was essentially not only revolutionary at the time, it could be viewed somewhat revolutionary today. It promoted the idea that ultimately every human being was capable of reason and therefore should be a full participant in society and the governance of society. It was probably the most significant doctrine, in my estimation, early on to promote this idea of an international human right. The cosmopolis concept that Zeno promoted was not based on, status. Like if you look at Plato's Republic, with the guardians having the prominent role in society based on birthright or caste system or preferred ethnic or racial group or preferred religious order. It was essentially everybody. And that included women. It was one of the earliest that I can, and correct me if I'm wrong, but one of the earliest, at least, reference documents that talked about women being completely equal with men at a time when in Athens, women were treated essentially as some kind of chattel. So I think that is important to point out. And with all of that, I think it promoted more of the concept of meritocracy, vice aristocracy. And so these concepts are absolutely paramount to the development of democracy, because a democracy, in my estimation, relies on the character of its citizens to not only succeed, but to exist at all. And I have a quote from Lives of the Eminent Philosophers. It's referencing Zeno's Republic. The best constitution is one in which all citizens are equal and free, and the laws govern over rulers as well as the ruled. So it basically puts nobody above the law and is a concept that seems to be eroding, unfortunately, more and more today. Ultimately, authority in a democracy comes from the consent of the governed. So I did want to hit a few statistics. If you take The Economist, you have an Intel section. If you take Freedom House or VDEM, the variety of democracies, and look at the statistics, it's actually shocking. And there's a reason why people are talking about this so much. So in the first time in 20 years, there's now more autocracies than there is democracies. By the count on the research I saw, there's 91 autocracies in the world today. So 70% of the world's population now lives in an autocracy. Is that significant? Yes. A decade ago, 48% of the world's population lived under autocratic rule. So a sizable increase. And what comes with living in an autocratic rule? Well, less freedoms, of course. So Freedom House estimates that now 80% of the world's population are less free than they were in 1980. And as some folks might remember, that was during the Cold War. So we're seeing an alarming trend away from democracies, away from individual civil liberties worldwide. And one of the aspects of this trend that I like to highlight is book banning. So it's something that we're seeing more and more of. We looked at statistics that said we went from about 4 years ago, 33% higher than the year before. That jumped to 199% higher than the year before in the United States. And now last year, 300% more than it was the year before. So a very alarming trend. And I just want to read a short list of some books that have been banned in history. The Divine Comedy, Dante. The Canterbury Tales, Chaucer. Gulliver's Travels, Jonathan Swift. Madame Bovary, Gustave Flaubert. The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, Mark Twain. Ulysses, potentially the best book ever written, James Joyce. A Brave New World, Aldous Huxley. The Grapes of Wrath, John Steinbeck. The Diary of Anne Frank, obviously by Anne Frank. 1984, Orwell. Fahrenheit 451, Ray Bradbury. And To Kill a Mockingbird, Harper Lee. That, as you probably already can guess, is not only banned books, it happens to be almost the same list of the most significant books in history. So I think, as Stoics, we can see the trend ahead of us. I think Stoicism has always been paired with the concept of democracy and human rights. It's now a call of action, if you will, at least from my perspective, for Stoics to become more involved in public life, to promote the concepts that we all know, particularly, and I'll go through the cardinal virtues, in people that seek to be leaders, that seek to serve in public office, whether that is a principal at a school, a CEO of a corporation, or the president of a university, or a congressman or woman, or a senator, or a president in whichever country of which you call home. As Seneca said, freedom is the prize we must fight for every day. That is what I think is now necessary to turn this trend around. So the cardinal virtues that I am referring to, and I'm sure that are going to be talked a lot about when it comes to leadership. Wisdom, right? Wisdom is not only the ability to know many things, it's the ability to change your mind, and the way I view it. If there are different facts presented, dogma would keep you sticking to the same line. Wisdom would allow you to take those facts on board and to change your position based on those. Wisdom's also the ability to actually work with others for the good of society, right? What's good for the bee is good for the hive, as Aurelius told us. That is what's, I think, the primary characteristic of leaders and what they need today. Doesn't mean they know everything, but they have the ability to seek out those that do. So this anti-science trend, I think, is a substantial mistake, and use their considerable knowledge and expertise to help shape public policy. The next, justice. So justice is more of just like a law and order version of the word. It is to treat people fairly, equitably, equal rights. It is to have that concept that it's not just your rights that you're fighting for, or you should stick up for. It's the rights of everyone. If you can't fight for the rights of everyone, then you're simply only self-oriented. Justice is for everyone. So even if you disagree with the other person, you should stick up for their right to have the ability to say that. Freedom of speech is only really necessary for unpopular speech. Popular speech doesn't need a right necessarily because nobody's going to contest it. You have to, even if you disagree with your opponent, you have to fervently stand up for their ability to say what they say, or you are not ultimately following the concept of justice under Stoicism. Next, courage, right? Courage is more than courage on a battlefield. Certainly saw that many times, but I also saw it in the scope of public policy. I saw people who clearly went against a trend in the room, right? So the National Security Council is the place in the U.S. where public policy is formed, right? Every agency comes together. It's in a building right next to the White House. There is a strong reason, if you will, for going with the crowd. If everybody is going in one direction, it takes actual courage, so moral courage, to stand up and say the opposite. I've seen it many times. I've seen it in the context of even direct military action, where one person had the courage to actually go against the trend and shifted the entire room. I think, at least in part with their argument, but in part because they actually had the courage to say it. So courage is absolutely essential to any leader, and certainly any leader that holds public office. And lastly, and this is a very disturbing trend I think we can see around the world, and apologize, I reference the US all the time, but it's unfortunately permeated every country around the world's life almost every day now. But this trend toward not having the discourse, not having the humility to actually discuss things with civility. We're seeing not only the toxic type environment on social media, we're seeing direct violence against your political opponents. We're seeing the othering of your political opponents. So they're something to be dealt with as an enemy. The terms enemy being used against your political opponents in your country, especially in democracies, particularly disturbing. So I think all of these need to be taken into account when one is a leader and one is trying to make public policy. So that is a clear and I think very evident part of Stoicism as it relates to this topic. So the last part of what I'd like to talk about is what I think makes a good leader. I referenced that I worked for Secretary Mattis, General Mattis. He was famous for many things, but one of it was he would go out to checkpoints that you have at military bases or foreign operating bases and replace the lance corporal that was on duty as a general, right? So they could go home to their family, say if it was back in garrison on Christmas or Thanksgiving, and then standing a post, and then people being surprised when they saw a general standing out in the middle of nowhere guarding a post. That's an example of the type of leaders that I think we need. The whole servant leaders that goes all the way back, quite frankly, to Socrates when he was a soldier. Not a whole lot of people talk about that. But he was not only a soldier, but quite the soldier, boarded for valor twice, turned it down twice. But he was famous also for giving up his rations to his soldiers, for taking an extra watch so his soldiers could get some sleep. It is the concept, I think, of the Stoic soldier so well captured by Cato. But that is the type of leader, not just in the military context, that we need in leaders today. Those that are willing to do everything they ask those they lead to do, those that are willing to sacrifice for the good of the whole, and basically a willingness and the courage to serve that is so paramount, I think, as I think we all would agree. That is the kind of individual we need serving in leadership. That is the kind of individual we want making public policy. And of course, if you want to have a guide for how to do this, one can just follow Meditations. This was someone who could have used all his power for his own purposes, but did it primarily for the good of the people he governed. In that case, Marcus Aurelius. So I would end with this. It is now time, for sure, to serve. We can see the trends around the world. You can see the trends in your own country. We need to promote the idea of these cardinal virtues, which I think Stoicism best displays in public policy today. And I hope that I see many of you, in fact, take up this call to serve. So thank you, and enjoy the rest of Stoicon 2025.
Thank you, Mick. Servant leadership. We don't hear much about that. We certainly don't see much of that practiced, but we really appreciate your comments on this. Next up, Brittany Pollott's going to introduce Lisa Hill.
Thank you to Mick, and thank you, Phil. And following up with that, we have a treat. We have Lisa Hill coming to us from Adelaide, Australia, in the middle of the night. I believe it is 1:30 a.m. there. So we really appreciate Lisa Hill being here today with us. So Lisa is a professor of politics at the University of Adelaide. She is research chair of the Center for Public Integrity and director of the Democracy, Security, Trust, and Integrity program at the Stretton Institute for Public Policy. She currently writes about political theory, the history of political thought, electoral law, and Australian politics. Lisa is the author of many books and papers, including some that are highly relevant for us today: Stoicism and the Western Political Tradition, and Stoic Cosmopolitanism and the Birth of Universal Rights. Welcome, Lisa. Thank you so much for being with us today.
You can unmute.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we've got you now.
Yes.
Great. Okay, thank you for having me, and I'll do my best to seem awake and alert. But even though I'm a night owl, this is very late for me. I think I should get cracking because you have a tight schedule today, so I better share my screen. I have some very dense slides. They're not necessarily for you, so I don't forget what I want to say. But if people want to have access to the slides later, especially some of the Stoic sources, they can refer to those slides and then find exactly where I was talking about when I give a quote or an important goblet from one of the Stoics. Now, my talk's about the Stoic tradition of engaged citizenship. And you might be able to see there that I have a picture of Marcus Aurelius. Can you see the picture in the corner of Queen Elizabeth? Hang on. Queen Elizabeth I. Then
good.
down at the bottom, I have just some average citizens, some attending the Australian Parliament and some just being good citizens, helping out in ways that we might not think of as civic or political. But I just want to signal from the outset that for the Stoic, these are all forms of engaged citizenship, being a good person, tending the assembly, or leading in a Stoic way. And I know that Marcus Aurelius is often thought of as the most important exemplar of Stoic principles in terms of a powerful person, but it's little known that Elizabeth I was also influenced by Stoicism, and that's for the latest work I've been doing. So I'm going to talk a little bit about Elizabeth's Stoic influences towards the end in terms of her statecraft and her concept of just rule. Something I want to talk about today is the common misconception that the Stoics turned away from civic engagement. So this might be an unfamiliar argument to some people, but within the scholarship on Stoicism, this is a really common claim that Stoicism encouraged political quiescence, that it entailed passivity of an extreme kind. It's ultimately negative. Sarah Hutton actually says that the ultimate route to freedom is suicide for the Stoics, which I think is an extreme position to take. It certainly isn't. It's absolutely the last resort, and they don't go around advising everyone to do it left, right, and centre. They advise people to get involved in politics. But I've just given you some names there: P.A. Brunt, F.H. Sambach, and there's in that article at the bottom by myself and Mahendra Chitrarasu, we talk about all the different scholars that think that Stoicism had no political program, that they didn't care about the outside world, that they weren't other regarding and they weren't outward facing. And this is really common claim within the literature, that Stoicism was just there to teach about internal regulation. But prima facie, we know that they're interested in politics. For example, look at all the titles that we know were written by Stoics and were of a highly political nature. Now, we don't have access to all those sources, unfortunately. We only have a record that they existed, but some of them we do have access to. The work of Cicero, some of which are highly Stoic. We have the Meditations, we have the work of Epictetus, we have Seneca's works, we have Jimmy Stanhope's Rufus. We've got a heap of stuff that tells us how interested in politics they were. And so those titles tell us that they were interested in the theory and practice of justice, the proper use of power. They talked a lot about statecraft, about governance, about legislation. They are very interested in constitutional taxonomy, public decision-making, and especially our obligations to others, particularly the poor and the marginalised. And these are all topics central to political life. And these things all mattered to the Stoics, and they mattered vitally to them. Now, I think that claims of Stoic quiescence are related to the mistaken belief that their preoccupation with achieving the eternal mental state of apatheia and ataraxia made them indifferent to events outside themselves, including the welfare of others. And I think it's further assumed that they conceive of the attainment of ataraxia and apatheia as sort of personal ends in themselves. It's just for me, to make me feel good about myself. But not only was Stoicism political and civic, but the achievement of that internal state of being calm and indifferent to things that didn't matter had direct political applications, as I'll explain in a minute. So I want to problematize this inside-outside distinction that people sometimes talk about in the literature. Even people I work with think that Stoicism is just there so that people can console themselves and feel good internally. The inside state is regulated and trained so that you can deal with the outside world. It has an outward-facing purpose. So our first hint that the Stoics are political is their cosmopolitanism. It would be very hard to be acquainted with Stoic cosmopolitanism and to then come to the conclusion that they didn't care about other people. To be a cosmopolite is highly political, and it's extremely demanding. It's morally demanding. It makes demands on us in terms of our obligations to other people. And I would say that cosmopolitanism is the sovereign idea in Stoic political thought, and from it flows all of its other political and social commitments. Now, they were the first to systematically promulgate the politically radical idea, and it's hard to overstate how radical the Stoics were in their time, when people of marginal status, low social status, were treated so badly. They promulgated the idea that we're all natural siblings and that entitlements are universal, equal, and natural, applying to everyone, everywhere. If that's true, as the Stoics say, if I'm going to be a Stoic and I'm going to be a cosmopolite, these entitlements that others have impose duties on me. So we already know that the cosmopolite is going to have duties to other people. The capacity for reason, coupled with the desire to make moral decisions, renders everyone an end in themselves. Everyone has reason. They are therefore an equal unit of value, regardless of their secondary characteristics or relationship to us personally, regardless of their social distance to me. It doesn't matter if I know them. It doesn't matter if they're a foreigner or from an out-group. They have equal standing. So it's egalitarian and impartial. And this is because Zeus gave each human a particle of his own intelligence, which is reason. It's a spark of the divine mind fire. Everyone has it. It's common to everyone. This connects us all as spiritual siblings. We're all citizens of the cosmopolis, the single polity. But we also have an allegiance to our terrestrial polis. So we're members of two commonwealths. So it's tricky for the Stoic. We have this one vast and truly common state that goes wherever the sun goes, the path of the sun. But the other is the polis to which we've been assigned by the accident of birth. And that's just my local city-state or my nation or my community. But the most important one, the greatest and most authoritative city of all, is the cosmopolis. That one comes first. That's the most important. So everyone has standing. Everyone's entitled to equal consideration. And the Stoics radically rejected discrimination based on the accidents of fortune. As Seneca insisted, and I think these words are very beautiful, kindly remember that he whom you call your slave sprang from the same stock, is smiled upon by the same skies, and on equal terms with yourself breathes, lives, and dies. Even though he may be stationed as a slave, his soul may be that of a freeman. Seneca's saying there, don't get a big idea of yourself because someone else is a slave and you're not, and you're a highborn person. It's an accident of birth. And Seneca also says that not only could your soul have flown into a body of a slave, a person is a slave probably because of a wrong, not only because of an accident, but of a wrong done to them. So don't get a big idea of yourself. So the claims of quietism that are there in the literature don't stand up to the demands of Stoic cosmopolitanism. Our mode of life begins with a natural principle, namely the facts of natural community. We are actually born to care about the welfare of other people. We're formed by nature for benefiting others. So when a person contributes to the general weal, the general welfare, the general good, the general flourishing, Marcus says, he has done what he was constituted for. It's just natural. You almost can't avoid it if you're a reasonable person. And since we are designed by nature to safeguard and protect our fellows, it follows from this natural disposition to care about our fellows and to look after them, that the wise man, the Stoic sage, will engage in politics and government. And the reason that the sage will be involved in politics and government is that you can help more people if you get to where the power is at, to where the laws are being made, to where the action is. Get where the action is, get where the power is, get where the system is run, and you can help more people. But you can be a cosmopolite and a sage doing anything in life, in your everyday life. But the best way to cut to the chase is to get some power. So we have these unavoidable duties to each other. We have duties to defend and protect the dignity and equality and welfare of others. And we should be civically engaged unless we're prevented by circumstance. Those Stoics without formal power sought to influence those who did have formal power, or else simply enacted the cosmopolis unilaterally, and I'll explain in a minute how you can do that unilaterally. But within terrestrial states, some Stoics wielded power directly, we know that. And they sort of sought to bring the terrestrial and the divine commonwealths into alignment. Marcus Aurelius tried to do that, for example. He was the most powerful person on earth during his reign. And he tried to bring the terrestrial and the divine states into alignment with each other. Seneca tells us the best course of action for a person is to occupy yourself with practical matters. Don't be quietist. Don't be sitting around contemplating your navel and wondering how can I make myself feel calm and happy. Think about others. Think about the practical world, the management of public affairs, the duties of a citizen. Make yourself useful to your countrymen and all mortals. And I've highlighted all mortals, not just the people that are your conspecifics. Make yourself useful to everybody, and thus serve to the best of your ability the interests of both the public and of the individual. Just spread your net wide and do the most you can. Your interest must be with the community. Now, they saw the sphere of politics and civic activity as radiating out beyond the local polis, as I've mentioned, and participating in this broader realm of politics and public life could include, but it wasn't limited to, the following things. So I sort of looked through all the text and saw all the different things that a politically engaged person could do to make themselves useful and to be a good cosmopolite. You could hold public office, or it could be an advisor of a political leader, or just an advisor of your fellow citizens. You could work as a magistrate. You could attend assembly, just turn up to the parliament and just listen to what's going on and be an informed person. You can enlist in military service. You can train the young for political service. So arguably that's what I do as a political scientist. I train people for public office, and a lot of my former students are now ministers in the federal government. It could also mean exemplifying Stoic virtue, just being a good Stoic and making a good example of yourself. You could write morally beneficial books. You could theorize about politics. These are all activities that benefit other people, not just individuals, but the whole of the human race through the use of our intellect, our voice, and our counsel. Or you could be civically engaged and a cosmopolite by unilaterally exercising the action-focused Stoic virtues of prudence and wisdom, self-control and moderation, courage, an extremely important virtue, and justice, which is arguably the sovereign virtue in the Stoic lexicon of virtue. And why wouldn't you say the Stoics? Because virtue is synonymous with eudaimonia, happiness, with the good life. Being virtuous is having a good life and living a good life and being happy. Seneca says our duty is to stretch forth the hand to the shipwrecked sailor, point the way to the wanderer, and share a crust with the starving. It is natural and right for all of us to become proficient in virtue and acquire understanding and self-control and courage and justice, so that each of us might live justly and be a good citizen. So just when you're out and about in your life and a person extends kindness to you, they're a complete stranger. The example that strikes me is one day I was in the hospital car park. It was a 40-degree day here because it's hot in Adelaide. We're on the desert. And I was having trouble getting the ticket machine to work. And I needed to see my son who'd been rushed into hospital. And a man came from all the way over in the blazing heat. He'd had some time left on his ticket to give it to me. And he mustn't have been having a very good day himself. He obviously had just come from the hospital. And he'd come to give me his ticket. And why should I pay when he's got 20 hours left on his 24-hour ticket? And he gave that to me. He was entering the cosmopolis. He was enacting the cosmopolis. He was extending friendship and siblinghood to me by acting virtuously and in another regarding way, even though he was very hot. It was a long way to walk. Whenever we extend kindness and goodness and help someone out that we don't know particularly, that's when we're bringing the cosmopolis into existence. We bring it into existence by our actions. So, as Seneca tells us, it's not merely the person who brings forward candidates, defends the accused, or votes for peace and war, who does good service to the state, the important people with a lot of power. Whoever admonishes young men or instills virtue in their minds, so teaches young people to be virtuous. I apologise for the very gendered nature of the discourse. That's them, not me. Lays hold upon those that are rushing wildly in pursuit of money and luxury. Remind people money is not everything, luxury is not everything, and draws them back to the law of nature, thinking about the welfare of other people. Doing all those things is performing a public service, even in your private life. And the mark of a wise person, the person who lives in accordance with nature, is that they direct every impulse to the common interest and are guilty of no unsocial act. Do not be unsociable. I often think when I've parked my car in a narrow street and there aren't many parks in my neighbourhood, I get out and I check. I was thinking, if I parked more thoughtfully and in a more social way, another person can squeeze in here. And I sometimes use that phrase, I've got to go out and move the car. I've parked in a rather unsocial way and I need to make sure someone else can squeeze in. So you can be civically engaged just by exemplifying virtue, teaching virtue, and being other regarding. Our duty is to help anyone who needs it, regardless of their social location. And further, and this is a really important point about the Stoics, and it goes to my point about how demanding being a cosmopolite is and being a Stoic is. Our duties to strangers and foreigners are just as binding as those to our intimates and compatriots. We might not feel the same way about them, but the Stoics understand that, but you must act the same way towards them. Rufus tells us the person who is unjust to strangers sins against Zeus. Denying that foreigners have the same entitlements as our compatriots and our kin and our friends is a violation of natural law, one that would destroy the universal brotherhood of mankind. And when that's annihilated, everything falls apart. This rule applies equally to everyone, everywhere, even our enemies. So there's quite a lot of nice quotes in the Stoic texts about how we should treat our enemies. And this is really a hard test. But Musonius says it's ignoble and mindless to believe that we'll be scorned by others unless we destroy every enemy we meet. It is wrong and contrary to the laws of humanity to prevent foreigners from enjoying the advantages of your city. Give them your fire, give them shelter, give them your water, give them some food. Now, the Stoics did allow for withdrawal from formal terrestrial politics if something obstructed a person's involvement. You don't always have to be really out there in the Sturm und Drang and the hustle and bustle of politics. It's not for everybody. And some of us might have an excuse. These would include an unsuitable temperament, poor health, a poor capacity to influence. You might not be a very convincing person. Or there might be other reasons concerning political circumstances beyond your control, such as the moral character of the state that might be beyond help, or the worthiness of the people that you served. But even if we do withdraw from the terrestrial polis, we must still serve others in order to fulfill our obligations to the universal cosmopolis. Those Stoics who didn't wield power directly nevertheless encouraged their pupils to acquire and use it virtuously. So Seneca tells us that neither Zeno, Cleanthes, nor Chrysippus entered into public life, but not one failed to urge others to do so. In forced or voluntary retirement, it is of course required, says Seneca, that a man should benefit his fellow men, many as he can, if not a few, those nearest to him, but you've got to help. For when he renders himself useful to others, he engages in public affairs. So he's there saying, it's public act to help others. Now, of course, civic engagement isn't just for the highborn or for those with institutional power. It's for everybody, and that's why everybody should study philosophy, because philosophy is the way to learn to be virtuous. So this is a very important thing about Stoicism. Everyone should be educated in philosophy and the art of virtue. And what's nice about this is that they were the first people to argue systematically that women should be educated, slaves should be educated, the poor, people in rags should be educated. Everybody should be educated. Wisdom is open to all, admits all, invites all. The freeborn and the freedman, the slave and the king, the exile, the family or fortune determines its choice. It's satisfied with the naked human being. If you're a human being and you have a faculty of reason, you should be educated. Women too. And Musonius is very big on that women too, daughters too, should receive an education in philosophy. But Seneca talks a lot about it as well. For this reason, Stoic classes were actually held in the open. That's why they taught from the Stoic porch, so that anyone could attend. And the highest born often sat beside beggars in their rags, particularly in Zeno's time. So anyone and everyone can learn to be a good cosmopolite. And just by exercising, for example, impartial kindness and hospitality to strangers, they are civic acts, and they can be exercised by anyone, including those without a lot of formal power. But it will be becoming quite crystal clear now that Stoicism doesn't invite quiescence. It is extremely demanding. It's extremely demanding. We have to help and comfort others, including strangers and even our enemies. And that's why we cultivate apatheia and ataraxia. It immunizes the Stoic adherent against public opinion and all forms of bias and prejudice, whether in the forms of norms or laws. And this is something I really like about Stoicism. Forget peer pressure, forget bad laws, forget bad orders. Convention and public opinion are inferior to the higher laws of Zeus. So the Stoic has to ignore any elements of a person or a situation that aren't morally relevant when they're deciding how to engage. You don't come across someone poor and say, well, I don't really want to deal with that, I'm scared of them. It's not a morally relevant detail about them. They're a human being, you must help them. This is an enemy. This is someone from an outgroup or an outcast. That's not morally relevant to the Stoic. And they were concerned with getting just terrestrial rule in accordance with the egalitarian and impartial laws of Zeus. So that's why they were averse to arrogance, elitism, particularism, tyranny, and absolutism. Now, they do say we mustn't lust for power. That's bad. That's a bad sign that you just want it for yourself. You should get it, but then you should wield it. You wield whatever power you've got in the terrestrial state in a manner that reflects the moral standards of the greater state. And we saw that Marcus Aurelius did that. Epictetus answers the rhetorical question, what place should I have in the state? He answers, whatever place you can have, while maintaining your fidelity and self-respect. And if you lose those qualities, then what good would you be to others? And quite right, what good would you be? So this Stoic emphasis on emotional self-control and internal self-management had highly political, outward-facing purposes. We condition our emotions not just to live an insulated life of tranquil pleasure, but to enable us to live and act for the benefit of the others. Emotional self-control through apatheia and ataraxia, tranquility, is necessary both to perceive the good. I need to be calm and be indifferent to things that aren't important so I can see what is the right thing to do, and thereafter have the wisdom, the will, and especially the courage to act calmly and impartially for others, even in defiance of established norms or bad orders or unjust positive laws. So not everything is indifferent or beyond our control. Moral choice is always within our control. So the Stoic sage is going to be immune to received opinion because they have developed the moral maturity, courage, and intellectual, emotional, and physical self-control to think independently and act without fear of the consequences. And that's a really hard thing to do. It takes a lot of Stoic ascesis training to do that. But I love this. It's absurd and morally immature to allow fear of or weariness from insults to keep us from pursuing virtue. Otherwise, we would fail to perform many needful things and refuse to face our public and private duties. Who cares what people say about you? Think of the way the suffragette women fought for their rights and were excoriated and ridiculed. Or even think about the way John Stuart Mill was ridiculed in the press, or the way African-American activists were ridiculed when they were fighting for their rights and insulted. You have to keep going and not care about that stuff if you know you're on the right track. So Stoicism is morally and psychologically demanding. And the first step towards being publicly useful is to have your virtues and your emotions and your reactions under control, especially fear and anger. These are two things the Stoics really want us to get under control. Anger causes you to behave badly, and fear will prevent you from having courage. So, along with their advice on how to treat others and rule well, they insist on the duty to resist tyrants and bad rulers. And there's this guy, Nero. Seneca says, I have already had the good fortune to win the displeasure of the wicked, which is proof enough of my uprightness. It sounds like he's boasting. He's not. He stood up to quite a few of them, 3 emperors at least, got mad at him. But Nero, in the end, was the death of him. It's wrong, says Epictetus, to flatter the tyrant who calls upon you to say something that's unworthy of you, and that's brave of him, a former slave. And Musonius tells us we need to defy the ruler or despot who orders us to do something wicked, unjust, or shameful. He says it's not disobedience when the order is a bad order. For example, he tells women, if your father forbids you from having an education, you're allowed to defy your father. So the absorption with internal psychic management and the achievement of these ideal states of apatheia and ataraxia were signs that the Stoics had turned inwards, away from people, away from the concerns of the polis. That was part of their deliberate strategy to turn towards it, and actually to run very fast towards it, and even radically to bring the cosmopolis into existence. And now I'm thinking about Elizabeth I, and she really understood the importance of personal ascesis, training or mental discipline, which the Stoics talk about a lot. That training enables political leaders to perform their duties diligently. And Elizabeth I, who'd been through a lot, especially in her early days, relied on Stoicism a lot to steady her, not just to have the internal regulation, but also she used Stoicism to develop her principles of statecraft. Here's her godson later on reporting on her tendency to use Stoic teachings in translation, especially Seneca's wholesome counsel to calm her mood. She used to have this double translation method where she translated out of the original language, Latin in this case, into English, and then out of English back. So it was like doing jigsaw puzzles, but the words themselves substantively calmed her as well. Her Highness was wont to soothe her ruffled temper with reading every morning when she'd been stirred to passion at the council, because she got very wound up by her advisors, the men constantly pushing her around and advising her in a way that she didn't necessarily agree with. And things had overthrown her gracious disposition. She'd go back and do her translation. She did much admire Seneca's wholesome advising. When the soul's quiet was flown away, and I saw much of her translating thereof. She wanted to get to that mental state of ataraxia and apatheia, and she wanted to release herself from the encumbrance of strong emotion. Cicero, quoting the Stoics, says we have to eradicate our disturbing emotions and desires, school ourselves to feel no pain, no anger, no compulsion, no hindrance. Don't let your emotions push you around. And this allows us to secure both moral stability and dignity of character. And Elizabeth in particular tried to get her anger under control. And she knew she had a kind of anger issues. She worked very hard to overcome them. But there were people constantly provoking her as well. She translated Seneca's Epistle 107 after Darnley's murder and Mary Stuart's elopement with Lord Bothwell. That really gave her a terrible scare and wound her up to an extreme degree. And that is the classic statement of Stoic forbearance. And underlining that her Stoic ascesis had an important, highly political application, she told the Parliament, and this was a Parliament at a time that were trying to get her to hurry up and execute Mary Stuart. And she's like, oh, just give me a minute here. It's a big thing for me to do this. And she said, look, with regard to her temper, I have always had care to do as Augustus Caesar, who being moved to offence before he attempted anything was will to say over the alphabet. She said she did that too. And I trust that that has caused me to be a person that my people don't repent themselves for having as their prince. Now, that story comes originally from Plutarch, but it refers to the Stoicism of Augustus as taught to him by Athenodorus. So she wanted to get self-control, she wanted to get calm, and she wanted to get her anger under control and not to lash out at people. And she talked a lot about not getting upset about the little things. Don't get upset about these small matters. It's like whining that thou art dashed with mire or troubled with a throng. Meaning, I go out in the mud and it's crowded in the streets of London, which she often did. She often did it to see if she was still loved, or she did it to see if she would be attacked, actually. Or if she could, and she'd go out to talk to the people. She said, that's ridiculous. Of course it's going to be muddy, and of course it's going to be crowded. Most things in life, grievous woes, pale disease, and sad old age, are beyond our control, but we can control our reaction to these events. In this rotten bower, our life we must lead. To shun these things we cannot, to despise them lieth in our power, to not care about it. So she prayed to God to preserve her in a quiet and tranquil state and make her steadfast in freedom of mind. She was a Christian, but she combined a lot of Christian teachings with the Stoic teachings so that she could rule well. And I'll just close on this other teaching she got from Stoicism, but there were a gazillion she got from Stoicism. It was a fantastic project. I enjoyed doing it. But she was very big on the Stoic virtue of clemency. Now, in her time, clemency was still considered to be a female virtue, or kind of a maternal virtue. But she accepted the Stoic account of clemency. The Stoics had long since said that is a gender-neutral virtue. It's a quality of the powerful, and it's a quality that men and women share in common. It's a political emotion. And she prayed that she could rule in care and love and not with fear or severity of the sword. The Stoics say it's shared equally by men and women, and it's a sign of strength. And in fact, the more powerful the person concerned, the more it was required. And she takes this lesson from Seneca. The quality of mercy is important for everyone, but in rulers it has an especial comeliness, inasmuch as with them it finds more to save and exhibits itself among ampler opportunities for how small the harm the cruelty of a private citizen can do. but when princes rage, there is war. She understands when I lose my temper, it really hurts people. And so she says, mercy is necessary in all men, but especially honorable in rulers. So I'll just close with this point that political engagement is the Stoic rule, not the exception, and it's a duty that applies not just to the powerful, but to everyone. But in order to do it properly, you have to be emotionally regulated. And that's why they were interested in apatheia and ataraxia, so you could be a good person. And I do want to stress that suicide is only the last resort, says Marcus, if you canst not win thy way. But first try to win thy way, say the Stoics. Try really hard. Do everything you can, even endanger your own life, and don't care about that if it helps people. So I really disagree quite strongly with that claim that, that's the way out for the Stoics. The Stoics say, win thy way. And I better stop there because I think I'm running out of time.
That's perfect. Thank you so much, Lisa. And everyone in the audience, will you please join me in giving a round of applause to Lisa for all of these amazing insights? I think so many people were completely unaware that Elizabeth I practiced Stoicism or was influenced by Stoic principles. So that was very eye-opening, along with a lot of the other insights you presented about cosmopolitanism. And I have seen a lot of questions in the chat for you, Lisa. So audience members, you can continue to enter your questions. I'm going to go ahead and get started here. So a question that came up for me is when we're presenting cosmopolitanism to other people who are not familiar with Stoic principles. So the Stoics, as you've presented it here, started with the idea of divine rationality, that we're all members of the same family. How would we share this idea? How would we communicate this principle to people who, are very off-put by the notion of Zeus? Is there another way we can explain this? Is there a different underlying idea where we can say, hey, everybody is deserving of our love and respect?
Do you mean to say, if you don't want to present it as a religious idea and a spiritual idea? Yeah, and I see your point. It can't, because it's a religion. Stoicism was just both a political school of thought and a religion. But they were also materialists. That's the weird thing about the Stoics. So
how would we put this
I would sort of stress that, sorry.
Yeah. I was just going to say, if we're presenting this to other people who have no clue about, Stoicism, Zeus, materialism, how would we, is there a way to share this with them?
Yeah, that's a great question. You can present it without mentioning the theology, without mentioning Stoic theology. You can just talk about Stoic internationalism, that our shared humanity, that we all share in reason. You don't have to say it's divine, but you just talk about what we have in common, which is our willingness and our desire to make moral decisions, our natural sociality, our natural sociability. Cicero talks about the fact that we have, and all the Stoics, this natural impulse to love our children, for example. This shows that we're naturally sociable. So I guess I would do it that way, and in the way that all the UN instruments do as well.
So going back to the ideal of nature as well.
Yeah, it's in our nature. We're essentially sociable creatures. We're fundamentally social and we can't be without each other.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, so a related question from Rob McLuhan. How can we promote the idea of cosmopolitanism to other people and help others to see all of these connections? So, taking this idea out to other people is obviously a challenge. What are maybe some advice or some ways that we can help others to understand this?
Well, it's by teaching that everyone is an end in themselves. Everyone is a person of standing. Everyone has their own dreams. It's that idea that they were the first people to develop. Other humans aren't there for your use value. They have their own dreams, their own plans about their future. their own plan for their life. But it's a very hard lesson to teach right now because of ultra nationalism, which is growing. Nations are becoming more and more inward looking. They're becoming more protective of their borders. They're becoming less hospitable. But it's getting people to recognize the fundamental humanity of every single human being. And that's something that's hard to teach if a person doesn't naturally see the world that way. And also, there's no good in telling somebody you should naturally see the world that way when they don't. They don't naturally see the world that way. I mean, Brittany, how do you imagine that we'd be able to teach that principle?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's the hardest thing. It goes back to, the what's up to you and what isn't. Other people's opinions are not up to you, which is something we saw Marcus Aurelius reminding himself of all the time. So to me, earlier today, Tim Laban mentioned being a role model. So I think the more that we can model this ourselves in our actions, and you as a teacher, Lisa, sharing that lesson with people who go on to become ministers and things like this. I mean, we can only do what we can do, right?
We can model good behavior, we can be kind to strangers, and we can understand that everybody has their own story. I often feel like in my phone, I carry around $5 notes so that when people on the street ask me for money, I have it and I don't make a big show of it. And to me, the real trick in that exchange is not acting as though it's noblesse oblige and not acting as though that person owes me anything. They don't even owe me a thank you. It's the least I can do. And at Christmas last year, a woman in the street said to me, "Have you got any money? Have you got any spare money?" I said, "I sure have." And I gave her $10. And then as I was walking back from the shops, she was on the other side of the road and she just waved at me. And I just thought, oh, she's waving at me. There's that lady I know. And I was thinking, oh, finally, I got that right. I got that exchange right. That you're a person, I'm a person, and I'm the one that just happens to have the spare $10. That's when we're both in the cosmopolis. She knows she's entitled to the $10. She doesn't feel grateful. She just feels glad to see me.
Mm-hmm. As Marcus Aurelius says, it's just a natural action, just the overflow of being a human. It's nothing to get puffed up with pride about.
Exactly. And the other thing that I'm trying to avoid feeling is shame. Shame that I've got a wallet full of fivers. Just saying, look, this was the accident of my birth. And the least I can do is just spread it around and not make a big deal out of it.
Right. And again, Marcus, or his role model, Antoninus Pius, he talked about how he would just use things as they came and not feel guilty about having nice things. So that's a great point.
Yeah. Another time I was walking down the street and I'd been giving out some fivers. And there was a guy in front of me with all his gear in a shopping trolley. I said, oh, and he stopped to talk to me. He said, I said, do you need some money? He said, no, I'm fine, thanks. Someone just gave me some money. I was thinking, 2 goals this week. He answered that in a very egalitarian, independent way as another citizen of the cosmopolis. And I'm good right now.
Yeah, I love that.
Mm.
Well, we also have a question from Shannon P. that I wanted to put to you. So she's asking, how do you, as a cosmopolite, engage with people with whom you disagree deeply? How can we have those conversations in a very Stoic and cosmopolitan way?
That's very hard, isn't it? If it's one thing to disagree, but in politics, sometimes you feel a person's opinions are wicked. And projecting that that's how you feel about it is not going to help you. It's not going to win the way. You must be patient. And being a woman that's a bit older, I spend a lot of my time being patronized as well. Mm-hmm. So having to try and argue my point while being patronized and contradicted and talked over, it takes a lot of self-control. and reminding yourself everybody's got their story. Everybody's got their story. They might have a reason for why they think this way, and to try and get them to talk about why they look at it that way, and try to be patient with hearing it that way. But losing your temper is the worst thing that can happen, of course, as the Stoics say. And also being frightened of them not liking you. That's too bad. You would keep arguing but not show any fear, but you should not show contempt for people having different opinions from you. Their opinions may be born out of their own fear, and probably are. A lot of opinions I disagree with are from people that are fearful.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Just moving on to one more question, I think, for our last couple of minutes here. This is from Jim Goddard, and he says, I wonder what Lisa's view is of Cato the Younger as an example of Stoic engaged citizenship. I'm thinking particularly of his opposition to Julius Caesar's brutality towards non-Romans. Would you want to say anything about that?
No, I think he might want to say something about it. But of course, we're supposed to resist those that are inhospitable to outsiders. That's our job. And this is actually very tough now, because everybody seems to hate on outsiders now, and hate on people from out groups. But it's our job now to stand up for people that are pushed outside and to be brave for them. So, I mean, that's being a Stoic, isn't it?
And just to finish up, do you have any parting words when you have a student who tells you, Professor Hill, I'm taking over this job in the government? Do you have any words that you tell them to bear in mind as they go about this form of engaged citizenship?
Well, yeah. When you have power, that brings with it responsibility. And the reason to have power is to help people, not to serve your own interests. And party political politics especially causes you to forget that. And sometimes I see my students not behaving in a way of which I would necessarily approve because of party political politics. So, but something I always teach my parents and my students is something that I learned from my father. My father was completely uneducated. He left school at 12. He didn't do well at school, but he was an original thinker. And he did not care if he was the only person in the room that thought something. He was completely immune to peer pressure and to social convention. And it was such a privilege to be raised by that person. And because I'm not afraid to be the only person that thinks something, I couldn't give a hoot if I'm the only person. My dad would just laugh. And I noticed my son, even from an early age, kind of inherited that gene almost. And so that's the advice I give all my students. And so even though I give courses that aren't on statecraft, I do slyly give statecraft lessons. And one of the things I teach them is don't be afraid to be the only person that thinks something. There's a pretty good chance, as it was in the case of my father, that you're the only person that thinks something, but you're the only person that's right today. So be that person and don't care. Don't care about it.
Thank you so much. I love that. And I know the audience has appreciated your talk. I've been looking at some of the comments here. So thank you so much, Lisa Hill, for joining us in the middle of the night from Australia.
My pleasure. My pleasure. Thanks everyone for coming along. I'm going to bed now.
Good night.
No.
That's awesome.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Lisa. Really appreciate
Bye.
having you.
Okay, take care.
Yeah. All right, Brittany Polott, I think you know what comes next. Well, We've got a short break at the top of the hour. Diane Kalen Sucre is next. Is there anything else you want to say before we tell people? Now, this is your chance to go grab a cup of coffee or to express some appreciation inside the chat, or maybe we'll have a question for you.
Yeah, let's have a question in the chat they can mull over while we have our break. And other than that, we'll see everybody at the top of the hour.
Yep, I'll put a clock. Well, actually, here's a clock right next. So 11 minutes and 45 seconds, we will see you back here. And of course, we remind everybody that, by the way, if we were going to do forward promo for something, I mean, you're here now, so that's awesome. But, you know, Tim LeBon was with us a little bit earlier, talked about Stoic Week. So we'll put a link down inside the chat. And then we'll but we'll see you back here at the top of the hour. But go sign up, enroll in Stoic Week, so you'll have that in your inbox. Something new from us. All right, we'll see you back here in 11 minutes and 15 seconds. Thank you. And we're back. I hope you had a nice break. I hope you did whatever it takes to refresh your Stoic self. Um, I'm, I asked a question in the chat. We're kind of getting you engaged a little bit if you're up for that. But, I would love to know maybe one other thing, and that is, has there been something that stuck with you? I know there have been lots of things in the chat already, but was there some idea that you picked up this morning, whether it was from Mick Mulroy or Lisa's presentation? And by the way, I've got those slides already, so we can make sure we can get you slides. But was there anything you picked up this morning? Is like, this idea is something I think that I want to carry forward with me. I think this whole idea of, for example, grabbing what we think about justice and pulling it out into the world and using it. And even when it's folks that we don't agree with, I get that that's challenging, but I like the idea of how to figure that out for myself even more. And, if I'm answering my own question about oikeiosis, what is my opportunity to practice some oikeiosis and bring people closer and do something more? Well, I think for me, that would be doing this, right? Exposing all of us to the ideas that there might be more that we can do with our stoicism. I'm always, in my own thinking on this, I'm always concerned that when we're practicing stoicism, so many of us spend so much time on the inner citadel that we forget to sally forth and go out and do good in the world and try to figure out, once we've got that citadel built, what do we do and how do we go out and interact with others and how do we act with justice? And so this is an opportunity to think about that. And I'm happy to be thinking about that with you and all of the other great ideas that we've got. I'm looking forward to going back. As you know, we will have recordings of all of this. It's also up on YouTube in this moment. So, for anybody who's just streaming on YouTube, that thing is there immediately. Okay, and let's see, the last thing, I don't know if you knew this. There is a line, if you're watching, like even now, I'm about ready to show Diane Kaelin Sucre's video, which is what we're doing next. But there's actually a bar if you're looking at this on a computer, and you can make like my face much smaller, which might be helpful to you, and make the video bigger. But you can actually adjust all of this on your own screen. So do whatever makes sense to make this a comfortable experience for you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for Brittany Polott and Modern Stoicism for having a little faith in me to pull this off. Let's go on to Diane Kaelin Sucre. Diane Kaelin Sucre is an author, a speaker, and founder of Kaelin Academy, a civic leadership institute, with a distinguished 30-year career, including as a municipal chief administrative officer. She has led award-winning initiatives and is a trusted advisor to civic leaders. Her best-selling book, Save Your City, and her upcoming Lead with Civility champion a revival of civic values in education as the foundation for flourishing communities. Diane is a driving force in advancing the global civility movement and recently hosted the inaugural Civility Summit for Civic Leaders, convening 500 leaders to address rising toxicity and renew civic culture. She also hosts the Cultivating Civility podcasts, curates the Civic Wisdom newsletter, and speaks internationally on civility, civic culture renewal, and topics related to the leadership and governance of cities. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Diane Kaelin Sucre.
Hello, and thank you for the invitation to be with you today. It's a privilege to join you at this global, annual, and historic gathering of Stoics. I'm deeply honored to be among such esteemed thinkers and practitioners, and to offer a reflection on what Stoic wisdom can teach us about the most endangered civic art of our time, civil discourse. This question is more than theoretical for me. I came to it through lived experience, through the practice of civic life, where philosophy meets public service. 8 years ago, I left my role as a city manager to sound the alarm on our increasingly uncivil society and the toxic discourse that accompanies it. I wanted to highlight the threat that it posed to good governance, to democracy, and to well-being, particularly at the level of government, closest to the people, our local governments, and our communities. I witnessed how incivility corrodes trust, it drives away good leaders, and it undermines our ability to solve the many complex, collective problems our communities face. As many of you know, I wrote a book about it called Save Your City: How Toxic Culture Kills Community and What to Do About It. And that work sparked what has become a civility tour, a journey that has since gone global and continues to this day, because incivility and uncivil discourse don't just end on their own. They only stop when both civic leaders and citizens recognize the danger that they pose and intentionally decide to change course, to turn the cultural tide together. And everywhere I go, I see the same challenge taking root. The breakdown of civil discourse is not a superficial communication problem. It's a civic crisis, because there is no good governance without civil discourse. There's no democracy without it. When public debate turns into performance, or when disagreement hardens into contempt, we lose our ability to live and work well together, to flourish together. We see this, for instance, at council tables that are paralyzed by dysfunction, some even facing governance collapse. This, to me, is the true crisis of our age, not merely polarization or misinformation, but something deeper. It's a relational and moral failure, the loss of confidence in our ability or even our desire to reason together, to meet as citizens rather than combatants. Since we are living in this age of outrage, we would do well to ask, what would a Stoic say in an age like this? What wisdom could an ancient philosophy born in the slow colonnades of Athens offer to those of us striving to renew civic life and remain constructive in a world shaped by algorithms where attention is currency and outrage is rewarded, and the pace of reaction leaves little room for reflection? To answer that, I want to begin not with a Stoic by name, but with the man that the Stoics themselves called their teacher, Socrates. Socrates lived nearly a century before the first Stoic school, yet the Stoics looked to him as their moral prototype. Epictetus mentions him more than any other figure, calling him the model of reasoned endurance. Marcus Aurelius revered him as an exemplar of public virtue, one who met ignorance and injury alike without contempt or resentment. Why such reverence? Because Socrates embodied what later became the Stoic ideal, a life governed by reason, by virtue, and the service to the common good. He didn't retreat from the marketplace of ideas. He walked straight into it, barefoot, asking inconvenient questions that awakened the moral imagination of a city. When he asked what would a Stoic say, we can begin by watching what Socrates did. He showed that philosophy is not a private luxury, it's a public duty. Through dialogue, through civil discourse, he sought not to defeat others, but to engage sincerely with them in the search for truth, so that thought might lead to right action. And that spirit, the union of reason and engaged citizenship, is what the Stoics later systematized into a way of life. When we hear the phrase civil discourse, most of us think of polite dialogue, of taking turns, of minding our manners, or informal settings, of following the rules of order, or just simply keeping the peace. But for Socrates, the civil in civil discourse had nothing to do with being nice. It was conduct becoming of a citizen to engage sincerely and boldly in the practice of reasoning together toward a shared understanding of what is right, what is good, and what is true, and what is in the service of the common good. Each conversation was a form of soulcraft, a moral exercise through which both interlocutors could grow in understanding of themselves, of others, and of the world, and in the process be elevated towards becoming better human beings and better citizens. Socrates began with humility and curiosity, famously admitting, "I know that I know nothing." From that posture, he asked questions, he listened carefully, and he probed contradictions, not to win or to humiliate, but to awaken reflection and growth. He believed that within every person lies a spark of reason waiting to be kindled by conversation. "I am the gadfly sent by the gods to rouse the city from its slumber," Socrates said. And that's exactly what he did. Through relentless and probing civil discourse, he stirred Athens to think, to care about justice, to examine the state of its soul. Even when condemned to death on false charges, Socrates remained calm. "I would rather suffer wrong than to do wrong," he told his judges. His composure under attack became, for later philosophers and teachers, the enduring image of moral courage, of courageous citizenship, proof that reasoned speech is possible even under mortal threat. What cause then do we have today to rely on rage, even when confronting the most hostile opposition? Nowhere is this discipline more vivid than in the Republic, where Socrates turns conversation into moral assent. At first, we meet Cephalus, the elderly merchant who believes justice means paying one's debt, which is a conventional transactional justice. Socrates honors his experience, yet he gently asks, what if returning a sword to a madman would cause harm? Cephalus' certainty, of course, wavers. His notion of justice then shifts a bit, from transaction to reflection. His oligarchic soul, ruled by wealth and convention, is nudged towards the timocratic, animated by honor and conscience. Next comes Polemarchus, who defines justice as helping friends and harming enemies, or essentially justice as loyalty. Socrates invites him to see that justice cannot require harm of another, for harm corrupts both the giver and the receiver. His timocratic soul, concerned with loyalty and esteem, ascends towards the rational soul guided by universal good through the course of this conversation. Then bursts in Thrasymachus, bold and cynical, insisting that justice is merely the advantage of the strong. Might is right, the realpolitik cynicism. Yet Socrates doesn't shout him down. He reasons him upward. He says to him, just as medicine serves the health of the patient, so surely leadership must serve the well-being of the governed. Slowly, the dialogue reluctantly lifts Thrasymachus, even ever so slightly, and with him the audience towards a recognition that genuine power is service. By the time Glaucon and Adeimantus join, they're no longer just debating to win, but to understand. The conversation becomes a kind of moral gymnasium in which souls grow stronger through civil discourse. This then is civil discourse as soulcraft in action. Conversation grounded in reason and goodwill draws the better part of us to the surface. Plato dramatized it, and the Stoics disciplined it into a daily practice. That, to me, is profoundly hopeful. It means that the antidote to outrage is not silence or censorship, but conversation practiced well. Civility, then, is not weakness, but strength, the discipline that keeps reason alive in public life. The ancients wouldn't have been surprised. They believed that a just city is the well-ordered city, one where public life, like the soul, is best guided by reason. Socrates believed that the health of the city depends on the health of its citizens' souls. He says, I do nothing but go about persuading you all, not to take thought for your persons or your properties, but first and chiefly to care about the greatest improvement of the soul. So all that civil discourse is for the improvement of the soul, because reasoned conversation actually shapes us. It shapes character as much as it does opinion. And the Stoics agreed, justice begins in the reasoning mind and radiates outwards through speech and action. That is why civil discourse matters. It's not a nicety, it's how civic culture, and with it, civilization, renews itself. It's a precondition for human flourishing. And as we move forward, we'll see how the Stoics transformed that art into a full moral discipline, a guide not only for personal equanimity, but for civic renewal. When Socrates drank the hemlock, his body perished, but his method did not. His calm courage and devotion to reason echoed across the centuries and took root in a new school of thought that would shape senators and slaves, emperors and citizens alike. The founder of that school, Zeno of Citium, was said to have been reading about Socrates when he first asked, "Where can I find a person like this?" That question became a philosophy, Stoicism. Zeno saw in Socrates a way of being, a life governed by reason rather than impulse, dialogue and relationship rather than domination and coercion. The Stoics took that way of being and made it teachable. They asked, how can ordinary people, citizens and civic leaders alike, live with the steadiness and integrity and the appetite for civil discourse that Socrates displayed? Their answer was both moral and practical. Before we speak, we must prepare the self. Before we enter the forum, the council chamber, or the public square, we must first train the inner life to stay aligned with reason and what is good and what is right and what is true, so that the outer life can serve justice. And in that way, we can do our part to live together in a just city. For the Stoics, what we say and the way we engage in discourse is merely the echo of what has already been practiced inwardly: composure, fairness, attention, and the will to seek the truth rather than simply personal advantage. They called this preparation proseche, attentiveness. Epictetus taught, when someone irritates you, know that it is your own judgment that has disturbed you. The Stoic, therefore, does not prepare arguments first, but the self. The work of preparation that transforms blind reaction into reasoned response can be remembered through three simple but powerful Stoic disciplines. The first is to pause. This is like proseche. Before entering conversation, take a moment for awareness to still the emotions that rush to speak. Even a single breath can interrupt the chain between stimulus and reaction. Secondly, recall that others may be reactive, misinformed, or fearful. Their tone is not yours to control, but your response is. Recollect, as Marcus Aurelius did each morning, the principle of oikeiosis, recognition of our common humanity. Marcus says, you will meet people who are meddling, ungrateful, arrogant, dishonest, but they are my kin, sharing in reason and the divine. And the third is to commit. Resolve to govern your own judgments and tone, not theirs. And this is consistent with the Stoic determination to act justly. Enter dialogue not to dominate, but to contribute to the common good. These three disciplines cultivate moral steadiness. They are the unseen rehearsal that allows us to stay grounded in wisdom, even when engaging in discourse with those we vehemently disagree with. Such preparation is not supposed to be a withdrawal from civic life. It is the preparation, it is the readiness for it. Only those who have mastered their judgments can engage wisely with others. Before we can bring peace to our communities, we must cultivate it within ourselves. Before we can reason together, we must discipline our thoughts. And of course, for the Stoic, this inner training was grounded in the four cardinal virtues: wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance, each of which prepares the soul for civil discourse. Wisdom asks what is true. Justice asks what serves the common good. Courage asks, will I speak what is right even when it's unpopular? And temperance asks, can I restrain myself long enough to listen and understand? When these virtues are practiced inwardly, discourse becomes a shared search for truth rather than a contest of egos or a series of power plays that we see too often in public discourse today. So alternatively, if our discourse is rooted in envy, ill will, partisanship, loyalty to the gang rather than the common good, well, then it's toxic. And when this is the dominant modus operandi, our cities and our nations mirror that toxicity and cannot be well governed or just. Such interdiscipline may seem difficult in a digital age that rewards speed and outrage over reflection and reasoned thought. Yet that just makes the need for Stoic preparation greater and more necessary than ever. Imagine if every citizen inspired by Stoic thought takes a pause, even a single breath before replying to an angry email, or recalls Marcus's words before a tense meeting, "They are my kin." This recollection shifts perception from adversarial to relational. It turns encounters into opportunities. In my own work with civic leaders, I've seen this transformation firsthand. A council that begins its deliberations with a brief moment of quiet, an intentional breath, a shared reminder of purpose, or even a short civility pledge sets an entirely different tone. The space is made and the focus set to what serves the whole. Stoic preparation, then, is not just an ancient ritual, it is a modern civic skill. It's a discipline that creates the inner conditions for reason to prevail in public life. As Marcus Aurelius reminds us, waste no more time arguing what a good man should be one. Discourse without virtue is chaos. Virtue without discourse is impotence. What is the point of cultivating the virtues if it's not to exercise them relationally and in the public square? The harmony of these two, of discourse and virtue, is Stoic engaged citizenship. Next, we turn to practice, how these inner disciplines become outward conduct in the Stoic method of engagement. Modern neuroscience is now confirming what Socrates and the Stoics knew all along, that the practice of reasoning together is not only a moral act, it is a biological necessity. Our brains are quite literally wired for dialogue. When two people engage in thoughtful exchange, in listening, reflecting, and building on one another's ideas, neuroscientists observe what they call interbrain synchrony. Activity rises in the prefrontal cortex, the region associated with moral judgment, impulse control, and complex reasoning, while the limbic system, the seat of fear and rage, quiets down. In other words, civil discourse strengthens the very neural circuits that make us capable of self-governance. It cultivates the same calm vigilance that Stoics train through, the careful examination of impressions before assent. Socrates discovered this through observation of the soul, and modern science can now trace it through fMRI, or functional magnetic resonance imaging. Researchers studying dialogical learning have found that mutual reasoning, or civil discourse, activates mirror neuron networks responsible for empathy and shared understanding. When conversation is adversarial, those networks shut down. When it's cooperative, they light up. And yet, in modern life, we are talking less and reacting more. A University of Michigan meta-analysis of over 14,000 college students found that empathy has declined by roughly 40% since the 1980s. Students today are far less likely to agree with statements such as, "I sometimes try to understand my friends better by imagining how things look from their perspective." Researchers link this decline to rising technology use and the reduced face-to-face interaction, precisely the forms of human exchange that train empathy through real conversation. Broader surveys echo the same trend. 6 in 10 Americans now say compassion itself is in decline. The Stoics would not be surprised. When we cease to converse meaningfully, the moral muscles of empathy atrophy. They would say that the logos within us, the spark of shared reason, struggles to recognize itself in another. By logos, they meant not merely logic or speech, but the rational principle that orders the cosmos and lives within every person. A shared spark of divine reason that connects us one to the other. To engage in civil discourse is to activate that shared reason, to participate consciously in the fabric of our common humanity. When we speak and listen well, we honor that divine kinship. When we withdraw into reaction or noise, we estrange ourselves from it. Epictetus described this inner resonance long before neuroscience gave us mirror neurons. He said, "Since reason is common to all, the rational faculty in each of us is a fragment of the divine." To speak and listen well, then, is not only an intellectual exercise, it is an act of reverence toward that shared rational nature. This is why Socrates insisted that the health of the city depends on the health of its citizens' souls. Civil discourse, then, is the bloodstream of civic life. Without it, both neurons, cities, and nations atrophy. If Socrates gave us the method, and the Stoics gave us the discipline, neuroscience now gives us the evidence. Civil discourse is how both the mind and civilization flourish. So the question becomes, how will we practice it? To close, I offer a simple commitment for our time, a modern Stoic oath for those who would keep reason alive in public life. First, see opponents as partners in reason. I pledge to meet disagreement with curiosity rather than contempt, remembering that every person shares in reason and that truth is best sought together. Second, aim for the common good over personal victory. I pledge to seek understanding rather than triumph, to measure success not by winning, but by what strengthens the community that we share. And third, lead by example, not by force. I pledge to let character, not anger, persuade, embodying the calm courage I hope to awaken in others. To keep this oath is to bring philosophy to life. It is to make every conversation a small act of public service. Modern science tells us that dialogue reorganizes the brain. Ancient wisdom tells us it reorganizes the soul. Together, they reveal the same truth. When we converse well, we become well. Let us then be citizens of the Logos, steady in reason, generous in spirit, courageous enough to turn discourse itself into a form of civic healing. Perhaps that is the enduring Stoic task, not to flee the noise or rage of the age, but to stand within the storm, calm and grounded, calling reason back to its rightful place in civic life. Thank you.
I was going to say thank you, Diane, but I see also Brittany is here. So maybe Brittany wants to say thank you, and I'll go get us some panelists. How about that?
Yeah, we can all
That
say
was
thank you
awesome.
to Diane, even though she's not present with us today, but feel free to put your thoughts in the chat. And we do appreciate Diane sending this video to us. She was not able to be here in person today due to some of her civic commitments, but I think we're all inspired by her words. And I think if we all did those 3 things that she recommends, the world would certainly be a better place. So thank you so much to Diane. I'm very happy now to be introducing our panel, our first panel of the day, Reason in Society. So while Phil is bringing up all our panelists here, I believe we may or may not have 4, but we'll start with the 3 people who are here today. So let me introduce you to William O. Stevens, who is already very well known in the Stoic community. He's an American philosopher and scholar of Stoicism. He's professor emeritus of philosophy at Creighton University. And his books on Stoicism include Marcus Aurelius, A Guide for the Perplexed, Stoic Ethics, Epictetus, and Happiness as Freedom, and the forthcoming Marcus Aurelius, Philosopher King, which, if I'm not mistaken, is coming out very soon and is already available for pre-order. We will also welcome here Aldo Danucci. Aldo is a professor of ancient philosophy at the Federal University of Espírito Santo in Brazil and an honorary research fellow at the University of Kent. He is also editor-in-chief of Prometheus Journal of Philosophy and has published, among other books, translations from Greek to Portuguese of the Manual of Epictetus and Epictetus Discourses, Book 1. We are also happy to welcome Jacob Klein. Jacob is an associate professor of philosophy at Colgate University and visiting associate professor at Yale University in spring 2026. His research focuses on ancient ethics and moral psychology. He is a co-editor with Nathan Powers of the Oxford Handbook of Hellenistic Philosophy. So thank you very much to all of you for being here today. And we will get started on some of our questions. So we've talked a lot today about cosmopolitanism, but we haven't really sunk our teeth into kind of the basis of this. So the Stoic belief that humanity is a combination of rationality and sociability. So in this panel, we're going to start off by looking at this very crucial basis for reason in society. So I'd like to first get your thoughts on this question. So what are some key elements of human rationality, human sociability, and how did the ancient Stoics see these 2 fitting together? So William, we'll get started with you.
Thank you, Brittany. Yeah, so the Stoics believe that it was our nature, right? That the goal is to live in agreement with nature. And we have a gregarious nature, as some other animals do and other insects do. And so, given our human logos, the logos that pervades the whole universe and is particularly densely located in our species, this with the outward expression of language, right, allows us to communicate with each other. And we just very naturally form groups, right? We partner up, we have families, we build villages and communities, and establish laws for interacting and managing resources and getting along with each other. Marcus Aurelius famously uses the example of human interaction with the example of the upper and lower jaw, right? Our teeth, our molars grinding together, right? Though an upper jaw without a lower jaw can't get any chewing or eating done. So we have a really very organic understanding of the cosmopolis with the Stoics, I think, right? He uses another kind of bodily image, right? That we're different organs of the same body politic, right? Like we're fingers or toes that work in concert with each other. That's how we're really designed to behave. And so our good as rational, social, civic creatures has to be in terms of our shared cooperation and participation in communities, smaller groups, larger groups, and the cosmopolis as a whole, right? So that's the kind of organic bodily nature that we have. And for us moderns, this strikes us as really, it seems to me, a very foreign sort of idea, right? We all too often think of ourselves as atomic billiard balls that, occasionally collide with each other and click against each other and bounce around the slate of the pool table, right? And negotiating with others is, how am I going to get through this traffic and past this person who's walking too slowly down this narrow hallway, right? Instead of seeing ourselves as deeply interconnected, right? We're parts of the same larger collective organism. This is how the Stoics conceived of us. And so any sort of antisocial behavior is going to be tearing against that social fabric. Can't be for the good of the whole, right? That we are hive creatures, right? We are bees sharing the same hive. And you can't separate yourself away from that hive without doing both yourself immediate harm and harm to the collective good, the common good of the community itself.
Yeah, excellent points. Thank you. And of course, that points back towards living in agreement with nature, this Stoic ideal that we've already talked about a lot today and will continue to talk about. And I also noticed the contrast you mentioned there between the organic working together. And then when you started talking about separation, it was very mechanical, mass-produced billiard balls, for example, or parts of traffic moving in our independent bubbles. So I really like keeping that organic metaphor in mind. Thank you for that, William. Aldo, do you have anything to add?
Hi, thanks for inviting me. Just a moment. I think that the first step is to clarify the Stoic idea of logos, often translated as reason from the Latin origins. Stoic logos means the intelligence interlinking all beings in the cosmos and bringing them together as a unity. This understanding shows that the cosmos is a large community bound by a shared
Aldo, can I
intelligence.
interrupt you just a second? There's a background noise there. Phil, I don't know if we can we minimize the background noise so everyone can hear Aldo very clearly?
No, he's got a hiss with him. I don't think we can fix that.
Okay. Maybe, yeah, we'll just turn up your volume a little bit, Aldo, just to make sure everyone can hear you. Thank you.
I will close the window. I think it's the noise coming from the street. Just a moment.
Oh, okay. Okay, while Aldo's closing the window, Jacob, would you like to offer some thoughts? And we'll come back to Aldo as soon as he gets back.
Sure. I think I would mostly just second William's remarks and just perhaps add that, I mean, one of the most interesting features of the Stoic view and what they have to say about the importance of human cooperation is that they view the human case as one especially salient instance of something you see throughout the natural order as a whole, which is that different species are suited for cooperation, that their ends are bound up with that sort of cooperation. And I think for the Stoics, the fact that human beings are language users, something William just mentioned, is it's a distinctive mark of the fact that they're designed, as it were, for sociability and that their happiness depends on that. So,
yeah, excellent. Thank you. And Aldo, we'll come back to you. I just jumped over to Jacob while you were working on your window, but I think you were going to say something very similar about logos.
Yeah, and can you hear me?
Yes, that's better. Yes.
Better, okay.
You're good.
On the streets. Okay, Stoic logos means the intelligence interlinking all beings in the cosmos. This understanding shows that the cosmos is a large community bound by a shared intelligence, as Marcus Aurelius points out. Thus, Stoicism emphasizes both rationality, or better, intelligence, and sociability, countering the notion that it is an individualistic philosophy. From Marcus Aurelius, we learn the following premises. First, each of us humans is a member of the whole governed by nature. Second, each of us shares kinship with other human beings. And third, nothing that benefits the whole is harmful to the part. It's a feature common to all natures. And from these, we can conclude the following. Once I see myself as a part and a member of this whole, I accept my destiny. And second, because of my kinship with the other members of the whole, I will do nothing antisocial, but rather promote the common good. And third, the citizen's life flows well through communal actions and welcoming the destiny. As Marcus puts it in a nutshell, what is not useful to the beehive is not useful to the bee. For Marcus, humans are not merely parts of the cosmos, but members of it, as he informs us in Meditation 7:13. We are not only parts of something bigger in the same way as the pieces of a puzzle are, but members of a living body, like a foot is a member of the human body, as Epictetus says in his discourses. This is relevant because Marcus is almost saying that the individual is an illusion. That is, the individual human who thinks about himself as a detached part of the city or the cosmos, consequently estimates that things useful to him and to disease do not necessarily coincide, or even that they conflict. For Marcus, thinking of himself as a member of both cities erases the illusions of being separate and helps him to focus on acting for the common good as the only useful thing for himself. In consonance with all this, Marcus asserts that it's in Marcus Meditations 5:30, the intelligence of the cosmos is communitarian, that is, koinonikos.
Yeah, so we see Marcus and the other Stoics coming back to these metaphors over and over again to remind themselves about how we are part of a greater whole. So I do think, I mean, all of you are saying essentially the same thing, which proves the point that for Stoics, it's all about, we are part of the greater whole. We're not just individuals, and everything that we do encompasses not just ourselves, but the world around us and the people around us too. Okay, well, thank you very much for those thoughts, all three of you. I'd like to turn now to something we haven't really talked about yet in the conference today, which is this idea of wise versus unwise examples. So Zeno, the founder of Stoicism, wrote a utopian work, as Lisa Hill mentioned earlier, called The Republic, and he describes a sort of ideal society or a society of sages. But of course, the Stoics didn't believe that there are actually very many sages around. Unlike some other philosophers, they did not claim to be wise themselves. They didn't go around calling themselves sages. They said that they themselves were not wise. So the sage is very much an ideal for Stoics. We're not sure if an actual perfectly wise person has ever existed, or if maybe this person comes around once every 500 years or so, but it does serve as a very valuable ideal or maybe thought experiment for us. So my question for you is, given that Zeno spent so much time thinking about an ideal society of the wise, how can this guide our thinking today? So is it worthwhile for us to think about an ideal society when very clearly our society is not ideal? Or is this maybe an idea that we should discard? So I just wanted to get your thoughts on that. And maybe this time, starting with you, Aldo.
Okay, I did a small reflection on this. Well, Zeno's ideal city is unified by love, eros. This is not the earthly love concerned with sexual appetites, but eros as a lover of beauty. Zeno believes that this eros protects the ideal city, promoting real friendship among its citizens. Therefore, Zeno has a priority to create and enhance real and healthy relationships among the citizens of the ideal city. From this point of view, although there will necessarily exist great difference between a city constituted only by the wide citizens and another only by progressors, these two cities can be very similar from the point of view of friendship. Real friendship among imperfect people tends to make them better, happier, and wiser. Zeno's politics of promotion of real friendship among people is something totally forgotten today and could help us a lot in our modern societies, reducing the sense of alienation that's so common nowadays.
Thank you. So do you see Zeno's theorization of friendship as maybe the most important thing that we can take away from that?
Yeah, certainly.
Okay, thank you. William, what are your thoughts on, is this ideal of the wise, a society of the wise, is this helpful for us today?
Oh, I think so very much, right? Because we have to have goals, right? We're goal-oriented creatures, right? So the notion of the sage, as I see it, is a prescriptive ideal for all of us, right? To say that we're not sages is just to say that we're not, Olympians with gold medals, right? But the Stoics like to use these athletic metaphors often. And the way to get better, faster, and stronger is by disciplining ourselves and exercising every day. So as a sort of daily commitment, right? This is the concept of ascesis, right? As a sort of training or even athletic training or toughening up. To develop our capacity for virtue, we have to strive for these goals. And so if we can take as a target the notion of the Stoic sage, then we can imagine ourselves and drawing from role models like Socrates, for example, or Zeno or Cleanthes, right? That they did display virtuous behavior, right? So even though they were not perfect sages, we can still strive for that goal and commit ourselves to becoming progressors, as the Stoics called the category, right? If you're getting closer to virtue, if you're strengthening your reason, if you're more consistent in avoiding the bad emotions, the pathological emotions of anger and fear and envy and jealousy and so forth, then you can kind of mark your progress toward that goal. And approaching it is in your own self-interest, because the closer you get to virtue, the closer you are to being happy, to experience a good flow of life and living a good life. And so for engaged citizenship, this is vital, because to be a good citizen, you have to be a good person. And so by aiming for this prescriptive ideal, you're trying to cultivate your better self and to fulfill all of your roles well, as a parent or a sibling, a friend, a neighbor, a citizen, a fellow traveler, a coworker, teacher, student, mentor, whatever, right? That's what you're trying to enact in all of your different social roles. So I see it as extremely useful for contemporary ethics.
Right, thank you. Could we also say likewise that having a model of a wise society, is that something that we can also progress toward? So not just in our capacity as individuals, but having a model for society as a whole. Is that also helpful along the same pattern?
Yes, of course, as Diane was describing in her previous talk, right? And this is the context, this is the soil in which we root ourselves, right? So we can only flourish as social beings if we build a better social world for ourselves, stronger communities, right? Collective reasoning, drawing each other toward consensus, toward the world that we want to build, right? Instead of complaining about the way the world is, what steps can we take together cooperatively to inch toward a better social fabric that we live in ourselves, that will allow us to flourish as fellow citizens, as peers?
Yes. Okay. Thank you, William. Jacob, your thoughts on this? Is it worthwhile for us to think about an ideal model?
I certainly think it is, and I also think it's the case of the sage and of the ideal society, as Zeno evidently characterized it in his Politeia. It's a little bit difficult for us to understand exactly um, how the Stoics themselves regarded those ideals. I mean, they were well aware of the fact that these are all but unattainable goals. But I think they regarded them both of those cases, the case of the perfectly rational sage and the perfectly rational society, as very useful tools for thinking about human nature, and thinking about it in our actual messy circumstances. So occasionally I've thought about, especially the case of the ideal city, the Stoics themselves were certainly aware that that was far from practicable in actual circumstances. So then the question is, so what's the point of envisioning such a society? And I think it both gives us a standpoint from which to orient ourselves. But I also have sometimes thought that it's a little bit like the state of nature theorists. It's arguable that we've never actually been in the state of nature as it's theorized, but it nevertheless helps us think about human nature and the context in which we do find ourselves. So I do find both of those perspectives, as demanding as those ideals seem, I find them very still useful. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Great points, all three of you. Let's move on to another idea that we have touched on already in some of the talks, but I want to kind of dig into this a little bit more. And this is the idea of toleration. So a lot of people don't know that ideals of toleration kind of originated with the Stoics. So this idea of putting up with other people with whom we disagree, or people that we don't really like, or even people that we believe to be wrong, we still put up with them. So I wanted to ask you, what is the philosophical basis of this idea in Stoicism? And then what can this ideal contribute to our current political, civic discourse and practices? So feel free to comment on either the more, the Stoic origins or the contemporary applications. So Jacob, let's start with you and maybe take us back to how the Stoics conceptualize this.
Well, I gave a little thought to this. I mean, toleration is sort of a modern framing, but I do think, the term itself, but I certainly think that the idea and the outlook is present in the Stoics. When it comes to its philosophical basis, maybe there are a few threads. There's certainly the Stoic notion that we all have a share in the faculty of reason, or share in reason, insofar as we each have a faculty of reason, and that's a baseline for them that I think makes their outlook very distinctive. There is a kind of egalitarianism implicit in that, and that's closely connected to the notion of toleration. I think another thing that certainly comes into this for the Stoics is apatheia, the freedom from the passions, and a lot of what you find in Marcus and Epictetus, the discipline of restraining yourself in those interactions with other often frustrating human beings. That's another thread. And then I think something that was already mentioned, which is the fact that the Stoics regard us as essentially cooperative animals, and that we depend on one another in certain ways, notwithstanding Stoic ideals of independence. One thing I think I would say is that the toleration for the Stoics certainly doesn't mean necessarily a toleration of ideas. It's consistent with the kind of patience and kindliness that Marcus and Epictetus stress, that you speak your mind, and that you be very forthright in your dealings with others. So I think those are my somewhat messy thoughts on that.
Okay, great. Thank you. Aldo, what would you add? Oh, you're still muted, Aldo.
Well, about toleration, as we know, Socrates is the embodiment of the Stoics' ideal sage. Not the ideal sage himself, but for the Stoics, follow the profession of Socratic ignorance, never declaring themselves wise, faithfully following Socrates' interpretation of the oracle he received at Delphi. And according to which, human wisdom is little or nothing compared to divine wisdom. Indeed, Socrates is seen by the Stoics and Epictetus as the wise man of horizontality, who does not place himself above the mass of humanity by supposedly possessing esoteric wisdom. Quite the contrary, the Socrates of Plato's early dialogues is precisely the one who exposes and denounces the supposed owners of truth who roamed Athens, claiming to know what justice, courage, piety are, claiming to know how to educate the young. It's precisely these whom Socrates unmasks. Seneca, for example, beautifully summarizes these Socratic professions of ignorance embraced by the Stoics on the happy life. I'm not wise, and I will not be. Therefore, demand of me not that I be good, but only better than the wicked. It's enough for me each day to cut off some of my vices and curb my follies. Well, being a student of philosophy and not an owner of the truth prepares each of us to listen and to pay attention to what the people say, regardless of their ideological position, religion, and philosophy. It prepares us for an authentic dialogue, not a caricature of it, as when we enter in a dialogue thinking we already possess the final truth about the subject under discussion. And Marcus, again, expresses it beautifully in a nutshell. He says in Meditations 9:38, if any man has done wrong, the harm is his own. But perhaps he has not done wrong.
So leaving it as an open question, more of that Socratic questioning. What's really behind what he's saying? Do I know anything at all myself? Okay, thank you, Aldo. William, would you like to offer some thoughts?
Yeah, I'd add a couple thoughts. One is, of course, the Stoic notion that is really deeply humane, right? Following Plato's idea that of the apparent good, right? All human beings, in exercising their reason, are doing the best they can. So everyone acts on the judgment that for her at that time, at that moment, she's doing what she thinks is best. She's doing what she thinks is right, protecting herself, protecting her own, pursuing her notion of justice or fairness or equity, whatever it might be. And you have an extraordinary example of this in Epictetus's discourses with the fictive character of Medea, right? How could a mother murder her own children? What an abominable act. Well, if you learn the story and you find out about how horribly Medea was treated by her husband Jason, and how she was disempowered as a foreigner brought to another land, and she had no other way of acting out her frustration and her sense of injustice that her husband had wronged her, other than to consider and then act on taking the lives of her own children as his children, right? So Epictetus's point is you can't just dismiss that as a monstrous act. She might seem to be acting worse than a viper. No, she's acting on her judgment of what's fair and just and right, her conception of retribution, right? And you don't have to agree with that, as Jacob was saying, right? You form your own judgment about the innocence and the lives that must be preserved, right? The children did not deserve to be killed, of course. So you can definitely disagree with her judgment, but you have to understand that she's not acting erratically like some sort of mindless monster. She's acting from her own judgment of what she believes is right for her at the time. And this is really a very humane view, right? Because it means that vice is a result of ignorance. For the Stoics, people literally don't know any better when they act badly. They lack that moral knowledge. And so the proper response is one, understanding, two, recognizing that they do have a capacity for reason, and so three, to try to persuade them to see things differently, right? And this brings me to the second point, which is an example from Seneca on anger, right? When he points out that, you know what, we all make mistakes. So if we feel provoked to judge that we've been wronged and that it's appropriate for us to lash out at someone, which is an act of intolerance, right? The kind of maximal act of intolerance. What we're forgetting is our own limitation, right? That we are imperfect, that we make mistakes, right? And we can imagine ourselves having made a mistake and hoping that others will understand our mistaken judgment, right? And extending lenience to us. And this can give us pause. This can lead to a kind of understanding and patience and tolerance. Marcus goes farther, of course. He says he prompts himself to love other people, love others, not just tolerate them, not just put up with them, but positively love them as members of the same human group, as our kin, right? So it's our fallibility, which we can recognize in each other and give each other, a little slack, right? To lubricate the sociability that we have in us and cultivate that.
So let's go a little bit further with that, William. And let's say we had Medea standing right beside us, contemplating whether she's going to kill her children. Or let's say we just have a neighbor who holds an opinion that's different from ours. What are the steps? How would we go about as Stoics? Can you walk us through how we might approach negotiating or talking to that person?
Sure. I mean, it seems to me that the first thing is respect, right? This is a fellow human being. What do we have in common? And what the Stoics recognized is that we have far more in common with other human beings than our differences. And it might be part of human nature to be inclined often when we're feeling uncomfortable, when we're feeling insecure or fearful, right? To amplify the differences, our political differences, our aesthetic differences when it comes to, I don't know, wind turbines, right, on the landscape, when it comes to our religious differences, right, our cultural differences. These pale in comparison to our shared commonalities, to our affinities with each other, that we are rational, that we are social, that we live together, we're gregarious creatures, that human flourishing is going to look the same in any culture, really, in any time, right? Having a sense of belonging, having a sense of meaningful activity and work, education, right? Working toward becoming better people, that is more virtuous, right? So in speaking with Medea, right, it's that commonality that we have to find. We have to search for common cause and seeing things from her point of view, as you were saying earlier, Brittany, right? And we've lost this, right? Many of us are not inclined to think, well, how is this person seeing things from her point of view or his point of view? And this is something that we can cultivate and we used to be better at. So it's a matter of kind of reclaiming that interconnection which we're capable of making. And then sharing our own judgment. Okay, you understand why you feel wronged. You can sympathize, right? That she might be a victim of injustice, right? But that she can make up her own mind, right? Don't minimize her autonomy, but help her to reflect on her own ability to think through options of how to respond to a situation which is very, very difficult.
I love it. Thank you. Thank you for those thoughts. By the way, everyone, you can put some questions in the chat. I'm not sure if we will have time to get to them at the end, but feel free, if you have anything you'd like to ask our panelists, go ahead and enter that. And then if we have time, we'll get to those questions. Okay, so one final question that I'm going to throw out to the three of you, and anyone can answer, is, so where do we go from this? We've talked a little bit, we heard from Lisa Hill, from Diane Kaelin Sucre, from Mick Mulroy about how we might be able to implement this today. But one of my questions is, so is this something that is Stoic justice and engaged citizenship? Is this something that we practice as individuals, or can this in some way be institutionalized as part of our civics or politics or law? So I'm just going to open that up to the three panelists. Would anyone care to take a stab at that one? Aldo, did you want to say something?
Okay. I think that we should, first of all, focus on the education of the young. Children must be educated according to the Stoic standard of loving and not merely tolerating other peoples and cultures. For this, they must be presented from early childhood to other cultures in order to enrich their souls. I think that this exercise must not include the denying of their own cultures, which they must study also. This exposition to other cultures should emphasize not only the difference, as Stephen said, but above all, the similarities among different human cultures across the earth. This education should not be theoretical only, but should have as final objective the implementation of a real fraternity as the one proposed by the Stoics, according to which all humans are sisters and brothers. And one way to improve friendship among people is to foster the notion that humanity is a universal fraternity, where all of us, regardless of genders and origin, are brothers and sisters, rather than promoting, as we have seen, division, resentment, and hatred.
So you've mentioned a couple times this idea of love. How would you see this, Aldo? How would you see this in a practical way? Are there examples of how each person could do this in their own lives, or how we could institutionalize that?
I'm thinking about Marcus Aurelius. He stresses it a lot of times, because in order to be a good citizen, in order to aim at the common good, first of all, we must be gentle. We must love the others. Otherwise, we will be like robots doing the good, regardless, with no good emotion. We must always remember that for the Stoics, later Stoics especially, we don't have merely to avoid the bad emotions, but we must also be embodied with the good emotions. Among these good emotions, you have the love for the neighbor, right?
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. It's not simply about doing the right thing. It's about having the right intentions and having the right mindset behind it. Okay, lovely. Anything else, William?
Yeah, I mean, I just to build on that, I would say again, the virtue of courage comes in play here with love, right? Yeah, you kind of stick your neck out when you act in a loving way with loving gestures towards someone, right? You don't know how it's going to play. You don't know whether it's going to be reciprocated at all, right? So this kind of speaks to the unity of the virtues, right? If we want to build a just society, then we have to be courageous citizens in speaking out for justice, acting for justice. One of the phenomena that you mentioned in the introduction with this morning, Brittany, was the problem with truth, problem of truth. What some have cleverly described as truth decay in different societies, right? We have to call that out. When we see truth decay as citizens, as Stoic citizens, our commitment to wisdom and truth and honesty demands of us that we call that out, that we resist truth decay, that we stick to the facts and hold people accountable for truths, including scientific truths, right? And so, yeah, I would just echo Aldo's point about education. Education is vital. And as a consequence of that, we need to do a better job of valuing our educators. I hesitate to say this. It seems self-serving, right? As a retired professor, for me to say that educators need to be patted on the back, but it's true. And as Aldo was saying, you know, the education of children. I mean, if you get off on the right foot, that's almost half the battle sometimes, right? So think of those teachers who are teaching art and there's no money in the budget and they spend out of their own pockets to bring materials for their students into the classroom. Wow. that is not just generosity, that's heroic, right? So to value those who have committed themselves to being educators, to educating the young, and cultivating the next generation of citizens, that's absolutely the right sort of thing, right? That's just wise. That's in our own interests as members of the same community and same society.
Beautiful thoughts. I love it. Well, one question that has come up in the chat, which also came up a couple of times today, is the issue of tribalism. So we know that humans by nature have a tendency to form in-groups and out-groups, to think that the people who are immediately surrounding them are good while others are bad, and that this is something that Stoicism can help us to overcome. So would any of you like to speak for a few minutes about this idea of tribalism, how we can, maybe what the Stoics said about it, or where we can go today?
I did a small reflection on this, a very brief reflection, but I think it's important at this moment. We read in Marcus Aurelius' book 6, chapter 44, that he says, as an Antonine, my city and my country is Rome, but as human being, it is the cosmos. Therefore, only the things useful to these cities are good for me. Marx points out that the search for the common good does not limit itself to what is good for his homeland, but also includes what is good for the cosmos. And what is good for the cosmos must also include what is good for other cities and countries and tribes, so to say. It is an important remark. Marcus is not saying that while aiming for the good of the cosmos, we should overlook what is useful for our own homeland. He's not saying that in order to benefit other people and countries, we should lose or deny our national identity and our culture. His dictum implies that we should look for what is good and useful for all this at the same time, preserving our national identity, customs, and culture, while respecting and loving also, if possible, the national identity, customs, and culture of other nations.
Okay, thank you. So this speaks to the idea of we're cosmopolitan, but we also have, the people in our immediate community, or as Chris Gill mentioned in the introduction this morning, it doesn't have to be a politically defined community. It could just be whatever community we happen to surround ourselves with. Okay, thank you, Aldo. Jacob, William, any thoughts?
Well, I have one quick thought, which is maybe partly relevant to this question about tribalism, but actually goes back to the last question about implementation. And I was just thinking, as I was thinking about Stoicism in connection with today, I mean, it's one of many very striking things about the meditations is just to consider, Marcus is, of course, at the very top of the greatest political structure of his time. And yet whenever he envisions others in the conflicts of the meditations, it's almost always the people he's going to meet on a day-to-day basis. There's nothing about there are no policy proposals in Marcus, and I think that's a very telling point. I mean, the Stoic thought is almost always, especially when it comes out in places like Marcus and Epictetus, that the best way of realizing the common interest is certainly in the first instance to control yourself, but then it's very much a matter of the individuals you meet in your everyday life, and I think that's a notable feature of the way the Stoics envision our relation to society.
Thank you. I would agree with that. Sometimes I think it's tempting to think about love in the abstract, this idea of universal love or universal humanity. And it's so hard to practice it with the person right beside you when they forget to take out the trash or they play their music too loud or whatever it is. So thank you, Jacob, for reminding us that it's about the specific individuals that you work with every day.
Society is us.
Mm.
It's us. This is the government is us. We the people, right? It's what we make. It's how we interact. Yeah, good point.
Okay, and so William, do you have any final thoughts? It's about time for us to wrap up, but just anything else you wanted to say on that theme of tribalism or cosmopolitanism?
Uh, Nothing really to add there. Did you want to take one more question, or did you from the comments, or?
Let's see. We've got 2 minutes. Yeah, well, let's talk about Marcus Aurelius for a minute. This is someone that has come up a lot during the conference today, and he's someone that all three of you have studied extensively. So based on what Marcus, the meditations that Marcus left us, maybe what's one final closing thought we could all take away? What's something we can all close our computers and walk outside and do right now?
Right. So I would just say Marcus was a real human being. And we get clues. He has admissions in the meditations that he had an issue with anger. He had a temper. And he recognized that about himself as something that he needed to work on, right? So this is why this particular piece of writing I think it's become so popular, especially in the last 20 years internationally, because of the humanity that the pages exude, right? He, as Jacob was saying, these are real people that he's reminding himself how to deal with, how to respond to, right? He's not just some sort of, remote God who we're to worship, right? He was really kind of a down to earth guy when it came to dealing with practical issues. And the lessons that he's trying to impart upon himself and remind himself of are lessons for us. We can peek over his shoulder and read these in the meditations. And as I said before, I really think Marcus believed that he could be a good emperor if he could make himself a better human being, if he could be a better man, a better husband, right? A better adoptive brother, right? Certainly a better father, right? And focusing on the things that were up to him to control, right? That kind of character improvement, that kind of self-improvement. He really took that very seriously. He took that as his responsibility. And that's inspiring. I think we can be inspired by that in our citizenship and our own kind of life path.
Thank you. I think many people are inspired by that. Aldo, Jacob, any other thoughts to close with?
I was looking over the meditations. There's an awful lot of practical value there in so many domains, but one thread that runs through Marcus is just the importance of maintaining your focus even in your thoughts. And I find that especially helpful at a moment when there are just so many distractions. So I'll just read a quote: "Avoid the aimless and unprofitable in the chain of our thoughts." That's I'd be in much better shape if I did a better job of that myself.
Oh, we all would, wouldn't we? Stop the doom scrolling and stay focused. Okay, well, thank you. We've lost Aldo, but thank you, Aldo, for your thoughts. Thank you so much, William and Jacob, for being here with us today. Thank you to the audience. Make sure to show some love to our speakers here. And I believe we are going to another break at the moment.
Thank you, Brittany. Thank you.
Thank you.
It looks like this. Brittany, we are in fact going to a break. When we come back, it's going to be the lightning talks, and that will be in about 8 minutes. So go do what you need to do, and we will see you back here and Brittany will introduce the lightning talks in 8 minutes. Thank you to our panel and to all.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back from the break. Hope you had some refreshment and you are ready for some amazing lightning talks now. So this is our portion of the program where we present the opinions from expert practitioners, very highly accomplished people who use Stoicism in all different kinds of way in their everyday lives. So one of the themes of this conference is engagement, and this is a chance for you to get a firsthand account from 9 different practicing Stoics, how they incorporate Stoicism into their lives in many different ways. So with that, I hope you enjoy our 9 speakers, and be sure to check their bios in the chat so you can follow up and find more information on each speaker.
Hello, my name is Mr. Skarkori of the Stoic Archer Academy, and Stoicism has aided me in the darkest times of my life. And I have had the privilege of witnessing it aid countless people in my work as a psychotherapist and a substance use clinician. I am honored to be here at Stoicon 2025 and want to express my gratitude for the staff, the speakers, the invitation to be here, and my deepest thanks to all of you Stoics in attendance, both new and experienced. Stoicism can be a lighthouse. In the darkest of times, it is there for you to light the way through the storm of life. We are here today to talk about Stoic citizenship. I will be focusing on the first step in civil engagement and some ways to practice as a Stoic. In any and in all ways of citizenship, Marcus Aurelius shows us what our first step should be as a Stoic in the following quote from Meditations. Quote, "Accept the things to which fate binds you, and love the people with whom fate brings you together. But do so with all of your heart." End quote. As Stoics, we accept the time we're born into, the culture, the politics, and our family. Because as the dichotomy of control teaches us, we cannot control those things, but we can control our response to those things through acceptance. Then we are to love those whom fate has brought us together. Well, some people we already love, and some can be easy to love if we try. But what about those that have deceived us, mistreated us, have a difference of opinion than us, or have been disrespectful to us? Fate has bound us to those people too, and we don't just have to love them as a Stoic, but we have to do it with all of our heart? Yes, we do. I know this is easier said than done. And it, of course, intensely begs the question, how? How can we love that boss that we feel like is cruel? How can we love the citizen with a difference of opinion, or that person that just cut us off in traffic? Today, I'll be focusing on what I believe to be the best way to practice loving those to whom fate has bound us, even people with opposing views. This is the practice of being a citizen of the universe, the Stoic practice called cosmopolitanism. Stoicism gives us, through cosmopolitanism, a circular chart with a sequential order in how to practice our ethical code, which is our set values and principles. We practice our values in junction with the 4 cardinal virtues, so all values are filtered with courage, wisdom, balance, and fairness. I find the order of cosmopolitanism potently meaningful. A value represents a strong belief in the world, not only about the world itself, but also about us as individuals. We define this. It is what we find to be most true in our life. An ethical person has many values, but today, the value we are discussing is love. So we are to love those to whom fate has bound us. Has fate not bound us to ourselves too, though? Then we are also, as Stoics, meant to love ourselves with all of our heart. And with cosmopolitanism, we get to learn and practice that we are at our best when we love ourselves first. There are 6 what we call circles of care, and in this circular chart, they go in this order. First, self, family, friends, community, all people in the world, and everything, or the universe. The way I teach it is to take your value, and today's value is love, and we plug it into the center of cosmopolitanism's 6 circles of care. Then we radiate that love out in proper order. So in order to love our community and be a citizen of the universe, then we must first love ourselves, then family, then friends, then community, then all people in the world, and finally the universe. Now, it's not that we can't love our family if we don't love ourselves first, but I could argue it may not be the best of our ability and capacity to love others if we don't. When each circle is practiced in order, the previous circle empowers and strengthens the next, meaning we can love our family more if we love ourselves first. A love that is brighter, warmer, more energetic, sincere, authentic, and charitable. Now, some of us may be thinking to ourselves right now that we can't love ourselves. Maybe we are suffering from depression, loneliness, and guilt, and we aren't allowing ourselves such love. Or maybe we're blocking ourselves from such love because we don't feel we are worthy of it. Certainly not the kind of love we give our family. My heart goes out to you if you feel this way right now. And hear my plea. You are worthy, and you deserve to love yourself the way you love others so ferociously. If you are feeling this way, please reach out to a professional or a loved one to guide and support you. Let's get back and focus on the family circle of care for a moment. Love is a value that we manifest our values in the real world and express them by attaching principles to our values. Principles are behaviors we commit to that represent our most true beliefs. With values and principles, we begin to create our moral compass. So as a parent, we can say we value love, and a principle of that value is we are going to commit to hugging our children and telling them that we love them every night before they go to bed. This is a fantastic principle of love. Values have more than one principle. Also, consider this for a moment. How much our children influence us to feelings of frustration and anger? That we are just sick and tired of saying the same thing over and over again. Am I right, parents? How is it then that we can love our children so much despite their consistent misgivings and wrongdoings to us? I believe it is because the greatest principle of all for the value of love, and this is forgiveness. We forgive our children. This is why we can love them so, day in and day out. So how can we possibly love ourselves first? We must first show ourselves forgiveness. The very same forgiveness we give to our family and friends, we need to truly give that to ourselves first. Then we will be free, empowered and strengthened to love all people that fate has bound us to as citizens with all of our heart. And when equipped with forgiveness, we can love those that have harmed us, even when we are the ones harming ourselves. Seneca said, "There is no wind favorable for the sailor that has no direction." As you navigate being a Stoic citizen, your moral compass will make the winds favorable when your direction is led by love. I thank you for sharing your time with me, and I love you with all of my heart.
Hi, I'm Christy. I'm going to talk today a little bit about making moderation a habit. We're going to focus on nutrition just because that's something that everybody can relate to. It's kind of something we have to think about every day, and a lot of people struggle with moderation in their diet. My background, I'm in the nonprofit sector, but I was also an elite gymnast, which really didn't lend itself to moderation. Lots of discipline, but not a lot of balance. And so because of that, when I stopped after college, I felt very untethered, and finding Stoicism helped me really focus on balance and moderation in my life, although it does not come naturally. And I would argue that it doesn't really come naturally to a lot of people that are attracted to Stoicism. I think we can be super intense and structured. So this is the roadmap for the next couple minutes. I am going to hit on GLP-1s. I'm not a doctor, but I think looking at it from a Stoic view is going to be helpful. Okay, so I talked about why moderation can be hard for me, but I think it's true for a lot of Stoics. We can set the bar really high and really go all in, which can be helpful for growth, but undermine balance. And so for me, moderation is one of the most challenging parts of Stoicism, because we have to use our wisdom and we have to use our assent and we have to do all of those things, and we have to do it on a daily basis multiple times a day. And that can be hard. So as I said, we're going to talk a little bit about nutrition. Willpower alone, I think, is really tough to rely on. That's why the framework of Stoicism really helps. I've incorporated some habit science into here. You'll see at the end there's some resources from James Clear and some other people who have written about habits. But I think the core framework for me with Stoicism is really relying on the practices that I've learned to help make those choices easier. And part of that is the wisdom to read about habits. So I've incorporated that too. So this is just something that I do. I do this when I'm deciding what to eat or what not to eat, right? So, name the impression. Am I really hungry? Do I have to have seconds, right? Take a breath. It always helps to pre-decide, like if you're going into particularly a holiday setting, I'm going to have one glass of wine or one piece of dessert or whatever it is. And then on the everyday, I think, you can do things like remove the things that are tempting to you instead of relying on your willpower. And there's always going to be the reverse reserve clause there. And forgiveness when you don't get it right, because we're not always going to get it right in this and in everything else. We're not sages. So this brings me to self-compassion. I think that self-compassion is a part of Stoicism that has not been talked about probably enough. Again, I think it can be super hardcore philosophy for some folks, and it should be. We should hold ourselves to high standards, but if we don't have self-compassion and if we don't forgive ourselves when we don't reach that high bar that we're setting for ourselves, then we're not going to succeed, whether it's in the practice of the philosophy or in eating a balanced and nutritious diet and not overdoing it. So I encourage anybody, there's a great book, I have it at the end, about self-compassion to look into. It's really helped me with my practice of Stoicism. Okay, so GLP-1s, this is like Ozempic and tirzepatide or something. I think that's the way you say it. So, I've heard people talk about this and whether or not it's cheating. I look at it as a tool, right? So there's a lot of people that have issues around food, including myself. But there's also a lot of processed food. There's literally addicting. So you can look at it as a tool if you do it smart. And I feel like you can be a Stoic and practice Stoic and take GLP-1s as long as you're making those choices through a Stoic lens and being smart about it. So here are some additional resources that I use for this podcast. I'm really into kind of building habits and breaking habits and using Stoicism and combining those two things. Note, like I said, I'm not a doctor, so don't listen to me when it comes to specific nutrition advice. I'm just talking about, using Stoicism or leveraging and leaning on Stoicism to help us with this part of our lives. So just to close, I think that moderation is a daily act of wisdom. So we know that all the virtues play with each other and are integrate with each other. And do it slow and do it smart and forgive yourself when you don't get it right. Okay, thanks. Bye.
Hi everyone, I'm Benny. I co-founded Via Stoica and I host the Via Stoica podcast. But more importantly, I'm someone who tries to practice Stoicism on a daily basis. And beyond that, I wish to share my knowledge and the lessons that I've learned with others so that they can also benefit from this philosophy. Stoicism came to me at a moment when I needed it most. I was going through divorce, I was dealing with alcoholism, and I was trying to find general purpose in life. The words and lessons by Epictetus became a verbal slap in my face. But more importantly, I found myself in those words. That was something that connected with me deeply and with the person who I am. Although I do like to study other philosophies, I knew quickly that this was going to be my philosophy of life. I learned also through Marcus Aurelius that it was very practical and that I could apply it one-to-one to what I was going through. One great example that I have is the quote by Marcus Aurelius where he says, "That person is bound to act that way. It's like getting angry at a fig tree for secreting juice." I was dealing with a colleague at work and he was just frustrating and getting me angry with all the things, the tricks and the things that he was playing. And after that quote, after reading that one, I went back to work the next day and I looked at the situation completely different. I figured if I want to change my outcome of the situation, I shouldn't change him, but I need to approach myself and see how I can react to it better. And that changes by situation. Sometimes you can push back, sometimes you need to step away. But I learned to observe the situation better and I learned to see it from a different viewpoint. I started to read the other person far better. And as I saw this practical application, my mindset as I was going through the text changed as well. I connected it one-to-one with what I was going through. Where Seneca goes and he says, "You wonder that your travels do you no good." For people who follow me, who see me, I'm an avid traveler. But when I read that, it's like, why do I travel? Is it to escape? Is to get away from the problems that I still haven't solved myself? And as I was going through those steps, even traveling became far more impactful for myself. But going through the divorce, when something like that happens, your future crumbles. You think about yourself, oh, look at poor me. Why did this happen to me? The Stoics, they reminded me that this can happen to everyone, and it does. Marcus Aurelius mentions it. Divorce, all of these things, they've happened thousands of years ago and they will happen again. So I started taking responsibility and agency on my own actions. If I wanted to keep living the good life, if I wanted to build my own future, then I had to do it. And I shouldn't rely on others. As Marcus Aurelius tells himself, to stand straight and not straightened. I did find great support with those around me. And the connections that I've made during that step, as I was trying to connect with myself, are now a great support network for me to help me go through difficult times. And vice versa, I can help them as well. With alcoholism, those habits of going into those substances that make you forget about what's happening around you. The Stoics show me that there are other habits to do, but first you got to take it out of your life. First you got to quit it and make the necessary steps to move forward. But my habits soon became more walking, exercising, reading more, talking to other people, making connections at other levels. And that really helped me to quit alcohol for about 5 years now, and my life has drastically improved for the positive. It has also given me more purpose in life. As I was trying to study and apply this philosophy, I saw that it could benefit others the way it benefited me. People started approaching me and started to see me different as well, since I was living a more peaceful life. I guess it showed and saw me as an example. And now I try to share those lessons to hope that other people will find the peace and calm and reduce their anxiety as well. Thank you for your time and for listening to me. Remember, Stoicism isn't this magical wand that just simply erases all of your problems. It's a daily exercise that we have to apply when we wake up till we go back to bed, filled with gratitude and compassion and kindness to those around us and for ourselves. So thank you again and enjoy the rest of Stoicon.
Hi, I'm Cal Heath and I live in the UK. I'm a wife, mom, daughter, sister, niece, cousin. I'm a carer and a friend and community member. To pay the bills, I work in scientific research. I came to Stoicism around 6 years ago. Before then, my introduction of myself would have been very different. I would have given you my name and my profession. That we have multiple roles in life, our profession being only one of those, has possibly been the greatest mindset shift towards a content and fulfilling life that I've had. And so it's this concept of our multiple roles that I want to talk about. We all prioritize differently, and that is up to us. For about 15 years, I had prioritized my career. I'd been on a career trajectory. Even the words suggest progress, success, an essential thing to be on if one wants to end up happy. The challenge for me came when I stepped away from paid employment to take on a caring role. I very quickly felt that I was now nothing. Now I didn't have a scientific job title to introduce to strangers. This was a complaint I would make over and over. I am nothing. After all, it had taken years of sweat, tears, and strategy to get a seat at the corporate table, right? It was hard enough for me to, as I would put it then, surrender to the new direction that life was pulling me away in. But I had known I'd already made peace with wanting to be available for my children and my aging parents. To some, it's not just difficult, it feels catastrophic to lose a job position they feel they spent years training for, working towards, the one and only thing they can do. Some sadly take their own lives. In the period when I was away from paid employment, I discovered Stoicism. If I had remained working as long and hard as I was then, I likely wouldn't have come across it at all. And in that time, I learned how Stoics would and should truly view our life roles. After 5 years, I returned to work in the profession for which I'd trained. I picked up the reins again, essentially. But my attitude has entirely transformed. This is now one role, the Monday to Friday bill-paying role, while my family are also working or in school, doing their roles. Come evening, we all reunite and we take up our family role. And when I'm in my family role, I'm present and grateful, just as I am when I'm in my work role. Weekends then are for friends and community. With this reviewing of my roles, I noticed something joyful. Once I stopped striving for fantastic job titles above all, I actually started thriving at work. Those common workplace irritations and stresses have become smaller hurdles to pop over. They're not different, they haven't gone away, and I'm not unaffected. But now I see them as opportunities to practice the Stoic pause and consider virtue. Be patient, be agreeable, be understanding but still be assertive. Be a team player. We're all in this together. And so work is now, it's work and it's okay. I'm in an industry that could be described as fast-paced and deadline-driven, as many are. But now I truly view it as only part of what I do, part of who I am, and it no longer controls my happiness. Whether we are married, single, career, or family-driven, whether we have large or small social circles, we all have preferred indifference. But there are roles for us all as part of the human race. My role each day is to go some way towards improving people's lives. It can be something as small as a smile or compliment for a stranger. It's really great to have you all on the Stoic journey as well. Go well.
Hello, my name is Jamie Ryder. I am a writer, a copywriter, and the founder of a company called Stoic from the UK, which helps mental health brands share their wider philosophies to help them gain more leads, sales, and opportunities. What I'd like to talk about is caregiving and how it lends itself very nicely to Stoicism and vice versa, and also looking at it from my perspective as a caregiver and a first-time dad. Now, for a long time, I was a caregiver to my dad, who had a condition called muscular dystrophy, which meant that the older he got, the harder he found it to move and to breathe. And it got to the point where he could never physically leave the house anymore. And of course, that had a knock-on effect for my mum, who was his primary caregiver, and how I sometimes stepped in to help them both navigate that very difficult situation. And it was more on that kind of negative aspects that I found Stoicism to be really beneficial through exercises like the premeditation of adversity. So it was always imagining what would be the worst case scenario in terms of what could happen with the various different things and complications with muscular dystrophy for my dad and for myself, and what would I feel like if things suddenly changed. And I remember vividly looking at it from that point of view when I had to go get diagnosed to see if I had muscular dystrophy, because as a genetic condition there was always a risk that it could pass down to me. And I remember vividly up until that diagnosis just doing the premeditation adversity again and again and thinking, how would my life change? What would be different? How would I really have to manage that? And now looking back at that objectively a couple of years down the line, I can see that that really helped to mute the anxiety that I was feeling to a certain extent at the time. And I'm really happy to say that I didn't have muscular dystrophy in the end, but I don't know how I would have felt if I never did the premeditation of adversity. It probably would have felt a lot worse going into it, but that was really a relief to help to regulate my emotions in that perspective. Now, fast forward a couple of years, unfortunately, my dad passed away from muscular dystrophy. And of all things, it happened on the day that he was meant to meet my daughter, Freya, for the first time, because, of course, the universe works in mysterious ways. And I then had to take all of those Stoic practices and really use them to navigate the grief that I'm still dealing with 9-10 months down the line. And the premeditation of adversity has certainly come in handy again, but it's also looking at other exercises like the view from above. Everybody goes through grief to a certain point of view. By looking at it from that big picture view, from me, I can imagine other people being on the same level, my mum, my partner, my daughter as well, who I'm glad doesn't yet understand the nature of what was experienced for the family, but it certainly helped me regulate my response to that. Also, exercises like the inner citadel that Marcus Aurelius often talked about through the meditations, and how I can step back into myself rather than just making snap decisions when I might be feeling a bit more impatient, or I'm not all there when I'm dealing with multiple things at the same time. And that's really helped me focus on trying to be a better parent and also taking things step by step. I always think to myself now, how can I try to be more self-compassionate with myself? And the first thing that I tend to rely on is going into that Stoic toolkit with some of the things that I've mentioned. It's also looking at that example of the sage and the Stoic reserve clause. So the sage, I can look to be this idealistic person, this sage, the ultimate goal, who has completely achieved complete Zen wisdom, as it were. Obviously, there's nobody who exists like that in the world, but having that point of view to aim for has always been useful. With the Stoic reserve clause as well, it's helped me to say, fate permitting, I can show up to be the best version of myself, but inevitably there'll be things that I can't control, and sometimes life does unravel, and that has really helped me to become more self-passionate and very self-aware at the same time. So that's where I truly believe Stoicism has so many different benefits for caregiving from those different angles, in terms of looking at it from that bigger self-awareness piece, looking at it from being more self-compassionate, and really inspiring me to want to be more active as a father, as a caregiver, and as a friend, and looking at various different circles around me and just see how can I participate on a better level from a small point of view to that bigger point of view as well. I'm very privileged and thankful to Brittany for giving me the opportunity to talk about caregiving and Stoicism. It's great to see everybody's different perspectives on Stoicism at the event as well, and I'm all for this continuing in the future. Thank you.
Hello to all my fellow students of philosophy, particularly those interested in Stoic philosophy. My name is Dominic Byrne. I feel really honoured to be talking about something so dear to me. Something I hadn't even heard of 4 years ago. The following are excerpts from my book, which will be released on December 16. When I was 39 and my children were 5 and 3, my wife Louise was diagnosed with breast cancer. 18 months after her diagnosis, Louise will be dead. Louise died in my arms in a hospital bed in Germany, her tiny body riddled with tumours. I would return home from Frankfurt to Sydney with our beautiful babies and an empty seat beside us on the plane. My life would take on a different direction from this point, and my priorities would shift. The condensed part of this story is that I was handling everything really well until I wasn't. About 3 years in, I got into the deepest of emotional ruts. During this period of absolute despair, I was gifted 2 books by my sister and dad respectively. The book my dad gave me was Reasons Not to Worry by Bridget Delaney. It is fitting that she is in the lineup for this event. This book was a significant factor in my emotional recovery, inspiring me to read dozens more books and embark on a healing journey. It was also the inception of my Stoic journey, which I credit to elevating my base level of happiness. I've observed that people are initially drawn to Stoicism because of its psychological benefits. At the beginning of their Stoic journey, most are eager to know what it could do for them. This was me to a T, as I was attracted to managing my emotions, being disciplined, more balanced, and even courageous. This is likely what you want too. This self-centered version of Stoicism is terrific. It will help you, and it helped me. One of the most potent aspects of Stoicism, an aspect that took me years to discover, is its emphasis on our social responsibilities. This is where I learned Stoicism wasn't so self-centered. It was more about emphasis on our commitment to others, the necessity of working for the common welfare of mankind, and the moral imperative to improve the world. For understanding and embracing this aspect of Stoic thought, you can find greater meaning and fulfillment in life for yourself and society at large. Stoicism teaches us that human beings are naturally social creatures, interconnected with one another and bound by a shared rationality. The Stoics believed in oikeiosis, which refers to the natural inclination to care for others, starting with one's family and expanding outward to include all of humanity. This cosmopolitan view of including everyone is articulated by the Stoic thinker Heracles. Marcus Aurelius reminds us that which is not good for the swarm, neither is good for the bee. Stoic philosophers argue that we must view ourselves as citizens of the world rather than just members of a specific nation, class, or group. By actively participating in and improving our communities, we fulfill a greater purpose, aligning ourselves with nature's rational order. The Stoics remind us that the world is neither inherently good nor bad, rather it is shaped by individuals' actions. I wanted to do something substantial for my community for years. Timing for these commitments does play a role, as taking care of yourself is essential before you can effectively care for others. Aurelius said, "Waste no more time arguing what a good man should be one." After much reflection, I realised that becoming a crisis supporter was the path that aligned with my values and desire to help others in their most vulnerable moments. Contributing to society in this way has given me a sense of purpose. Unlike anything else, each crisis call I handle reminds me of the vulnerability and even the strength within us all. When I first signed up for Lifeline, I set out to support others, but in doing so, I found that I was supported too. That is the true gift of this journey. There are small and large experiences like this out there for everyone. Experiences whereby giving you get more back. By recognising our duty to others and striving to improve the world, we contribute to society's well-being and achieve personal fulfilment. In a world that often encourages self-interest, Stoicism reminds us that true significance comes from service, justice, and the relentless pursuit of virtue. In embracing these ideals, we live better lives and leave a lasting, positive legacy for those who come after us. Imagine a world where we live for each other and not for ourselves. It doesn't have to be a big commitment. It doesn't have to be right now, but include others in your plans. As Seneca said, wherever there's a human being, there is an opportunity for kindness.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rebecca Simmons. Thank you so much for having me for this year's Stoicon Lightning Talks. I am an amateur MMA athlete, and I'm also a graduate from the University of North Texas, where I studied history, Latin, and classics. I still actively write about my journey in Stoicism, especially pertaining to my sport, from the perspective of a woman in the sport specifically, in order to help others learn how to build resilience and discipline in their own lives, whether that be on the mat or off. Stoicism came to me at a very tumultuous time in my life, but what a chaotic yet harmonious moment it was for it to find me. I was working full-time, studying full-time, and training all full-time. My days started before the sun came up, and they didn't end until way into the night. I came home bruised, exhausted, mentally drained, and often I started questioning whether all of this work was even worth it. And there were moments that I even struggled to wake up from constant exhaustion. And I remember thinking through the words of Marcus Aurelius, where he said, at dawn, if you have trouble getting out of bed, tell yourself, I have to go to work. As a human being, what do I have to complain of if I'm doing the very things I was brought into this world to do? Or is this what I was created for, to huddle under the blankets and stay warm? I discovered Stoicism not through the philosophy itself, but through the language, through the Latin language that carried it. Reading the words of Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, Epictetus from their original form, something clicked. And they weren't this ancient abstract teaching. They were alive. They were words that felt written for people exactly like me, people struggling to endure, to rise above chaos, and to master themselves when life felt unrelenting. There was one point when I was close to giving up. I was training for a kickboxing match, and I had scheduled this a month before my graduation. I was in my finals. My body was tired. My grades had started to slip. I was working long shifts at work, and everything felt like a battle. I was fighting the world. I was fighting myself. And that's when I came across another line from Marcus that said, look well into thyself. There is a source of strength which will always spring up if thou wilt always look. That idea that I had a reserve at all times became a lifeline for me. I started to view pain, exhaustion, and struggle not as punishment, but training grounds for my mind, realizing that it was ever expanding and I was training for the next hard thing in life. Life was truly more like wrestling than dancing. I had to stay grounded for the next unexpected event. When I walked into the gym with bruised shins and sore shoulders, I told myself, you're not being tested, you're being trained for the next hard thing. When I had to stay up late after coming home from a shift and I had to study, I reminded myself that the Stoic dichotomy of control, that certain things were in my control and certain things were not. I couldn't control the weight of my day, but I could control my effort and my attitude. Stoicism taught me that the discipline is freedom, and it gave me the clarity to decide what was within my control and what was not. My control was my will, my actions, and reactions, and outside of my control was whether I win or what people thought of me, or if everybody saw how much work I was putting in. The most important virtue that I learned through Stoicism was the virtue of courage. And as a woman of MMA, it's not only about walking up onto the mat or into the cage, it's about working in a male-dominated sport where you could often get dismissed and it can be very discouraging. I had to keep showing up every day. And so that is why I do what I do. There's a quote from Epictetus that I also carry with me that says, no great thing is created suddenly. And it taught me patience. It shaped how I viewed my progress in fighting, in school, and in life. And it taught me patience. It taught me the mastery in any form. Any mastery is slow work. So looking back now on those days, they were the hardest days of my life, but they were also the most transformative. Stoicism didn't make the struggle disappear, but it gave the struggle meaning. It turned what felt like chaos into a kind of order and gave me an opportunity to strengthen my character alongside my actions so that they aligned with my values, to keep moving forward no matter how heavy the day felt. I always had a reserve. Today, I still train, I still study, and I remind myself daily of what my favorite Stoic, Marcus Aurelius, says. He says, waste no more time about arguing about what a good person should be. Be one. And that is the heart of Stoicism to me. It's not just thinking, but living it. Living through virtue, grace under pressure, And now I get to share that story with you and other women and other athletes, because I want them to know that philosophy isn't this lost, ancient, distant teaching. It's something you can live every day, whether that be in the cage or in the classroom or in just the everyday chaos of life. There will always be something else being thrown your way, and we have to stay ready. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sofia Kutlaki. I was born and grew up in Athens, a few kilometers north of the ancient Agora, where Socrates and Zeno of Citium breathed and taught. I was taught Socratic philosophy in high school, and later taught classical Greek to philosophy students and researchers in Tehran. I am a sociolinguist and educator by training, but now I mainly write. In this talk, I will focus on the three main Stoic teachings that have made a difference in my life in recent years: the dichotomy of control, the parable of the Stoic archer, and memento mori. In January 2020, just before the UK pandemic lockdown, a test measuring liver hardness strongly suggested I had liver cirrhosis. This was one step before either liver failure or liver cancer. The condition is technically non-reversible, and there are no medications to treat it. I was told to avoid salt, ultra-processed foods, preserved meats, and undercooked seafood, and any infections, in an effort to arrest the progress of the disease. But I was warned, despite my best efforts, it was still possible for the disease to progress anyway. Here was a classic example of the dichotomy of control. I did not control the manifestation of the condition. I didn't even know how it came about. And I'm no stranger to idiopathic manifestations of conditions. I controlled neither the development nor the outcome of the liver cirrhosis. The only things that lay within my control were following these few health instructions and practicing acceptance of where I was. My situation was also an exemplar of the Stoic archer, also known as detachment from the outcome. I decided to follow the doctor's orders, but was I free from the hope they would work? Did I need that hope in order to practice them? Or could I, like the Stoic archer, do my best and just let go of the outcome? Seneca, in Letter 5, writes that hope and fear are inextricably linked, like a prisoner and the soldier who guards them. The same chain binds them, the focus on the future. The escape from both is to be grounded in the present. 2 months after my diagnosis, lockdown in the UK began. No further tests or appointments were available. I joined an online writers group. This is where I met Catherine Koromilas, the inspiring presence many of us know in the Stoic space. Under Catherine's guidance in her Stoic salon, since 2021 we worked through 28 days of joyful death contemplation practice twice. A memorable quote by Marcus Aurelius that has stayed with me ever since is this: "You got on board, you set sail, travelled, docked in port. Now get ashore." In November 2022, a biopsy, that golden standard of diagnosis, confirmed the cirrhosis. But recently, something anomalous happened. Over the last year, 2 tests show the liver hardness now seems to be well within healthy limits. According to the textbooks, cirrhosis is irreversible. The hepatologist was puzzled. "What did you do?" she asked. But this was a rhetorical question. She didn't really want to know, but I did. It's hard to shake off the social scientist mindset. I had done quite a lot over the years. Underwent therapy, practiced introspection, received the prayers and good energy of family and friends with gratitude. I tried to embrace fate as if I'd chosen it, and I've tried to accept my mortality. By the way, I'm still trying. According to my hepatologist, I'm still a cirrhotic patient. As for me, I am now comfortable with not knowing either way. This is the beginning of wisdom. I carry on every day with bringing the teachings to mind. I remember death often and practice daily gratitude until the time comes to get off the boat. Thank you all for listening. Thanks.
Well, we're here, and I'm looking for Brittany Pollat, who will bring up a screen here in just a second. There we go. I guess I could turn the lights on. I don't need to be doing this in the dark. Brittany, those are so strong. I'm always impressed with the folks that you bring together to do those lightning talks. There is just some powerful stories there.
Yeah, it really is amazing to see Stoicism in action in people's lives. And I love all the people we have in our community, and I love having the chance here at Stoicon every year to share some of their stories. So thank you for all the love the audience is showing, and please do make sure to check out their bios as well.
Yeah, very powerful. And it's just kind of fun to see that, we've got academics, we've got general audience, but the chance is to say, hey, I just want to tell a tale about how Stoicism has impacted my life at a very real level, regardless of my level of understanding of it. How is it impacting me, and what have I made it do for me? I love that tale. Okay, are you going to introduce Greg Lopez? Is that where we are? I know we're a minute or two ahead, but we can vamp if you want, or we can introduce Greg.
Yeah, if Greg is ready, I can introduce him.
Yeah, I'll bring him up here. How about that?
All right, so we are excited to present a second panel of the day about some more ways that people are practicing Stoicism in very practical and tangible ways in their lives, how they're engaging with Stoicism in a civic capacity. And here to moderate that panel is our friend Gregory Lopez, who is the founder of New York City Stoics, co-founder and board member of the Stoic Fellowship, member of the Modern Stoicism team, and a co-host of Stoic Camp New York. He is also co-author of A Handbook for New Stoics, which is known in the UK as Live Like a Stoic, and of Beyond Stoicism, which is known in the UK as Live Like a Philosopher. He is also politically active in New York State. So, Greg, thank you so much for being here today, and we really appreciate all the panelists who are here with you.
And thank you for the great introduction, Brittany, and thank you for putting this all together. And thank you, Phil, as well, for running the usual tight ship of Stoicon. So I appreciate it. So we are here to discuss civic engagement in action. And we have 4 panelists with us today who I'm going to introduce, then ask a few questions. And if we have the time, we will also be taking a couple of questions from the audience that are selected from chat and will be passed along to me. So first, I'd like to introduce the panelists, and then we'll go through each question one by one. The first panelist I'd like to introduce is Meredith Alexander Kunz. She's a writer and communications leader in Silicon Valley. She also speaks and writes on practical philosophy at The Stoic Mom on Substack. Her book Beyond Stoicism was published earlier this year. Next up, I'd like to introduce Ali Nava, who is the author of the survival adventure July and Everything After, which was named the first Horizon Award finalist. She also has been an invited speaker at author events, universities, company and board retreats, and more. Next up, we have Leonidas Konstantakos, who is an international relations theorist, specializing in Stoicism as well as just war theory. He teaches at Florida International University, Miami-Dade College, and at Archimedean Schools. He is the co-author of Being Better and is currently working on a new book on Stoicism and justice in conflict. Finally, I'd like to introduce Ross Payton. Ross is a former counter-extremism practitioner and a national security master's graduate from King's College London. Stoicism has helped Ross in his job, relationship, and in managing the challenges which come with being neurodivergent. So welcome to our 4 panelists. I'd like to start off the conversation by asking each of you one at a time a few questions, and I'm going to start with the basics. So we're here to explore civic engagement. So this term civic has been explored a little bit throughout this conference so far. It comes from a Latin word that means things that pertain to the citizen, the town, or the city. But like Stoicism, as things travel through time, they may transform and mean different things to different people. The point of having 4 different panelists on board today is to try to see how each of us can engage civically through following some examples which are fairly diverse in the application of civic engagement. So to start off, I would like to start with Meredith and ask you the first question, and then we'll rotate through the other 3 panelists as well. And the first question is, what kind of civic work do you do? And what do you think makes it, quote unquote, civic in the first place? So Meredith, would you like to take a stab at that?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Greg, and thank you for being here with us today. So, for me, civic is something that can improve your community and the where you live and the people you live among. And my civic work has focused on volunteering with kids and teens and with adults. But a lot of the work I did was, and still do, was to work with educating and helping kids become leaders and also become people who then also give back and work in their own communities. So I served as a Girl Scout leader for about 10 years total. And in that time, I helped girls in 2 different troops become leaders themselves. A major principle of that organization is it's meant to be girl-led. So I empowered these young students, starting from first graders, to really learn to teach each other and to learn from each other, and to figure out how to explore the root causes of problems in the community and figure out some kind of way to take action and help. And the girls did work on a lot of things where they were able to actually help educate their peers about healthy eating, bike safety, pedestrian safety. And I also volunteered for an anti-bullying program called Project Cornerstone, for which I taught in local elementary and middle schools. And we had some principles that were actually really close to Stoic principles about kind of having the courage to stand up for others. So they called it be an upstander. And not taking the bait is another one. We read books to the kids about this. And it was about, don't get angry at other people. Instead, express the virtues essentially, but just using different words. And another gap that I saw was arts education in public schools. And I know how much that can enrich young people's lives. So I volunteered as an art and music teacher as well. And this was while I was working at jobs, but I felt it was really important. I will say I also continue this past week. I volunteered to help teens at the local high school by doing a volunteer job shadowing at my office for 4 high schoolers who, I just shared my job with them. I introduced them to 7 of my coworkers who talked about their roles in research science and engineering. And it wasn't just tactical, like, here's what we do, but it was really about how to express the virtues at work and how to kind of be the best person you can be in any work environment. How to, as they say, soft skills of communication and expressing your curiosity, working with others, and so on. And I'll just say one other thing, which is I also volunteer with adults. So I am a coach, and I offer coaching for people's work in their careers, in their lives. I do much of that as a volunteer, and I have a Substack, the Stoic Mom Substack. I put that in the chat, which I view largely as a community service for other people who are on this journey of raising kids and helping families. And then most recently, Greg and I published a book, which, of course, a book is also a commodity. But, we did it because we felt that we'd like people to be exposed to ways that they can better their lives. There are practical exercises that Greg wrote that help people think about how to live better. And, I continue to do this. I formed a podcast as well, The Philosopher's Compass. Again, not to monetize Stoicism, but to kind of share the lessons that we use to create our own sense of meaning and purpose. I think this has been important to my kids because they now volunteer. They've been tutoring. They do a lot of work in the community to teach others and to bring some kind of improvement to their world. So hopefully role modeling that is an important part of this too.
Great. Thank you very much, Meredith. So I'd just like to highlight that the word volunteer came up quite a bit in what Meredith said. And so for people kind of thinking about civic engagement, volunteerism is one way to get involved. And Meredith displayed a whole diverse ways in which she volunteered. And so thinking about how you could possibly fit your own life and skills into volunteerism could be one way to go, but we are going to see other ways as well, although everybody will probably bring their own life experience into it. And I suspect that is true of Ali. So I'll turn to you next, Ali, and ask you the same question. What kind of civic work do you do, and what do you think makes it civic in the first place?
Yeah, so thank you for asking. Like Meredith, volunteerism has been a very big and important part of my life, my whole life since K through 12 years. And there's really, two sort of big things I've tried to do on the civic side. A lot of it because the country I was originally born in that country, myself and my family, we had experienced a lot of political violence. And so when we were able to come to the US and actually become US citizens, I personally felt a lot of gratitude for the opportunity to be in a country where we weren't going to be persecuted for who we are or for having opinions or even for volunteering in the community and doing things. So I wanted to give back in some way. And sometime after college, I had an opportunity getting together with several other people to start a nonpartisan civic education and service organization. That was the first thing I did. And we focused for more than a decade, actually. And there's a lot of things happening now that have been sort of offshoots of that. We focused on helping to integrate certain immigrant communities into US civic life. So a lot of our activities focused on everything from voter registration to organizing events where people could meet their local politicians or state level politicians and get educated about legislation and how it affects them. We put together different types of programs where they could learn about how to become more involved in civics and community service and taking leadership roles in the community. And we had put together a youth mentoring program because a lot of the immigrant youths that were coming up in the country wanted to figure out ways to get involved in their communities as well. And so we were hoping to provide some sort of a bridge and provide that education. And I'm happy to elaborate more about that for anyone that's interested. There's a whole host of very detailed programs that we did. And at one point, for many years, we had a number of politicians at the state, local, and federal levels consulting with us as well because of the broad reach we had nationally with these immigrant communities. And they would come and sort of engage with us to get connected to those communities. So that was sort of an interesting after effect of starting that effort. And then really the second thing I've tried to really focus on, especially more recently, is writing to share ideas behind Stoicism as well as Eastern philosophy. I've personally been very affected by both, and I tend to read a lot of Stoic philosophy as well as an Eastern philosophy that's called Vedanta philosophy, which is based on texts from back around 7,000 to 2000 BC. And there's a lot of parallels and commonality between the philosophical principles in those texts as well as what you will find in Stoic texts. So I do a lot of writing in that arena as well on Substack. But so primarily, those have been the two ways, and I try to stay engaged as a citizen and try to help other people get informed as well as an independent.
Thank you, Ali. So it sounds like, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's the famous phrase from Marcus Aurelius that was summarized as the obstacle is the way. And it seems that you have encountered some obstacles over the course of your life, but have kind of turned this into civic engagement. And more generally, when things happen due to fate and chance, it was possible sometimes to kind of transform that into civic engagement, which is another thing people in the audience can possibly take home from Ali's story. So thank you again, Ali. I'm going to turn next to Leonidas and ask you the same question, which is what kind of civic work do you do? And what do you think makes it civic in the first place?
Okay, hello everyone. My own civic work is I'm involved as a professor and at FIU and Miami-Dade, but these last 4 years I've also been involved at Archimedean Schools, which is the only public charter school that teaches philosophy as a mandatory class from 5th grade all the way to 12th grade. So I'm very lucky to be able to work on that curriculum and teaching there. One of the other things that that I focus on is that intersection between Stoicism and international relations, mostly as a theorist, but what I look at is historical examples as well as Stoics who have been able to influence their societies or have traveled to other places in other cities to impose or help with the curriculum, help with institutions, incorporating Stoic cosmopolitan into the institutions of other cultures to have a more just world. And one of the things that I've been looking at in particular is the Stoic conception of justice, which, as you all know, for the Stoics, justice is not something found necessarily in institutions or out there in the world. Justice is a character trait. So even in the anarchic or chaotic world order, we can still try to be just, and hopefully we can try to achieve that measure of justice in our own characters, in our lives, and come this much closer to having a good character and being happy, right?
Thank you. So it sounds like overall you're applying some of your expertise and especially skills in education to a broad audience of various different stripes. And so probably you are quite skilled in that, and bringing your own strengths to the audience and focusing on philosophy is possibly one thing that people in the audience can take away if they're thinking about engaging civically. Finally, I'd like to ask Ross the same question. So what do you do for civic work, and what do you think makes it civic in the first place?
Thanks, Greg. Yeah, so I've worked in preventative counterterrorism for about 7 years or so now, and that's something which I think is civic, partially because of the way in which it's caring about the community in the way that it's preventative, because we're not sort of on the front line as in sort of with the police stopping terrorism on a daily basis in that sense, but we are sort of in the community trying to sort of take away the roots of this. And that's something which is sort of really rewarding and has been over time. But also I sort of founded a company about sort of 4 years or so, which was dedicated to raising awareness of the voices of people with lived experience, survivors of terrorism themselves. And that's been something which has allowed me to go back to the practitioner world of sort of colleagues in the police and other areas and actually show them and maintain the relevance of individuals who have been directly affected by terrorism. Because in my sort of day-to-day job, it was clear that increasingly that was something that unfortunately wasn't at the forefront of everyone's mind, as it can be sort of in the day-to-day when you're in the bureaucracy of government and all these things. But actually connecting those practitioners with people who have the lived experience to practically talk about the issues that have affected them in relation to terrorism was something that was so important, because it brought it back to what it is and sort of why it matters to prevent it. And I think that's had sort of quite a wide scale impact on my colleagues as well. So it's been very rewarding. And yeah, there's been lots of crossover with Stoicism, which I'm sure we'll get into.
Great. Thank you, Ross. So it sounds like prevention and kind of civic engagement can be about preventing harm to others as well as possibly healing trauma when it occurs, which is something that stood out to me from your introduction. So thank you again, Ross. So let's move on to the second question I have prepared concerning how Stoicism feeds into your civic engagement. So some of us are Stoics first and then are driven to get involved civically, and some of us are involved civically and then come upon Stoicism. So I'm curious of each of your journeys of involving the intersection of Stoicism and civic engagement. And I have a specific question, and I'll start with Leonidas first on this, which is, which came first, the chicken or the egg? Did the Stoicism or the civic engagement come first? And how do they interact, and how do they, more importantly, how do they also make you persist through the kind of civic engagement that you do?
Thank you, Greg. I think, like most of us, I found Stoicism as a way to deal with my things in my own personal life. All right. For me, it was coming back from 2 tours in the Iraq War. So I used Stoicism to get me through probably the worst of that. And then I've noticed that there was so much more to Stoicism than just how to get myself through the worst moments of my life. Stoicism is nothing if not a social philosophy. So learning how to retrain yourself to thinking about more than just, okay, now I've gotten through the worst part of my life thanks to Stoicism. Now, how do I follow those other aspects of Stoicism that deal with becoming doing your proper functions or your appropriate actions? How do you do that? Because that is the next level, as it were, of Stoicism, right? We often just stay with, oh, there are things in my control and things not in my control, and we have to draw that line and accept the things that are not in our control. But that was day one of Stoicism in the classroom of the ancient Stoics. You come in, you learn that, and then we go on to performing your kathekonta and becoming and progressing, becoming a prokopton towards sagehood, right? So do it for that. That was level 1 for me. And then I started going back to school, and Stoicism helped me think, okay, if it helped me get through this, what else can it help me with in terms of my experiences in the war and so on? And I went on just getting degree after degree. And finally, I fell in love with this intersection between Stoicism and just war theory, because so often about just war theory relies on institutions, about conventions. And I realized that the Stoics would have said, like, the only thing you really control is your own thoughts and your actions. So you can try to be a just person, even when there's no hope of achieving justice outside as an institution or between nations in an anarchic world, right? So I think that for me, that was I paraphrased Marcus in my studies and in my life for much of that in this quest to if you have to live in a chaotic world, why do you have to be chaotic yourself? We can choose to be orderly even in an anarchic world. So that's what did it for me.
Thank you, Leo. So that is a very great example of the kind of resilience to civic pipeline that Epictetus, in my view, kind of demonstrates. That I view the 3 disciplines as presented, though it's not explicitly stated, as a progressive discipline. And so you start with the discipline of desire, which is resilience and healing, but then ultimately you do that in the service of action and civic engagement. So thank you for that example. Ross, I'd like to turn to you next and ask you the same question. So did Stoicism help you choose the kind of work that you ultimately engaged in, or did Stoicism come later? And also, how does it help you maintain with your civic engagement?
Well, Stoicism came later, as I think is the case for many people. Stoicism came to me through when I was going through quite a challenging period in my life. And it really sort of allowed me to have a framework for navigating that in a way that was extremely helpful and useful, but not just in the practical sense, but I think also in the ethical and moral sense, which I think is sort of too often sort of forgotten online, if I'm being frank as well. But I think more generally, with the way in which sort of Stoicism has sort of fed into civic engagement, I think for me, civic engagement has been something that came first, and then Stoicism really helped to hone that and to sort of really streamline it in a more positive direction. Because as I mentioned with my work, it's sort of, especially at the beginning when I first started the initial role in the area that I work in, counterterrorism, it was so challenging to sort of make decisions very, very quickly that were quite complex and were really consequential. But then having that framework allowed me to really understand what mattered and to sort of fast track decisions. Also, in terms of the practical details around civic engagement came first, and the Stoicism really helped to shape it in a more positive direction.
Great. Thank you very much, Ross. I think the connection may have been a little fuzzy, but things rapidly sped up and we did get to hear most of it. I don't know if there's anything that could be done about that, but just wanted to inform you, and not sure if my experience reflected others. But next, but thank you for kind of showing the route. And the fact that civic engagement can indeed come first is an interesting thing to note, that one could be engaged civilly before getting into Stoicism. So next, I'd like to turn to Ali and ask you the same question, which is, did Stoicism help you choose the kind of work that you are currently engaged with, and how does it help you persist in that work currently?
Yeah, so for me, Stoicism did come first at two very distinct points in my life. The first was as a child, my father had actually studied under Aaron Beck's methods back in the 70s. And so he had really integrated all of those ideas around separating perception and judgment from facts, as well as dichotomy of control, into not only his day-to-day work with his patients, but it was very much the way he even dealt with us as a family. And there was also a big focus on civics and volunteerism in the family. And so that was sort of the underlying foundation in the family. And so it sort of led us into volunteerism that would include everything from healthcare to civics. But then later in life, I more consciously as an adult came back to Stoicism, especially Marcus Aurelius, who for me is a big role model, because I find that his focus on a combination of gratitude and work ethic and duty, and his focus on being charitable along with that duty is sort of those actually for me are guiding principles when I'm engaging in anything, be it sort of at work as a leader or in the volunteer world. And I find that those are great actually guiding principles. And somebody had even asked, like, how do you leverage Stoicism, or how do you focus on these things when you're dealing or facing extreme violence or terrorism? And I would just answer that question by saying, it's sort of part of your question, Greg, is that honestly, the idea of dichotomy of control is a really big component in sort of dealing with that and being able to go about doing one's work. So just really continuing to remember what's in your control, what can you do, and sort of forgetting other people's opinions and judgments, and then also, of course, continuing to try to have that charitable attitude no matter what somebody else is doing, and not abandoning our own values, which, again, goes back to the Stoic virtues of courage and justice.
Thank you, Ali. So this notion of duty as a guiding principle is important, and Leo brought it up in the Greek earlier, or appropriate action is perhaps a less stodgy translation, but that is one of the, if not the guiding principle of Epictetus's second discipline, the discipline of action, which is directly related to civic engagement, which we're talking about now. So thank you for highlighting duty and how it guides you, Ali. Finally, I'd like to turn to Meredith and ask the same question. What kind, did Stoicism help you choose what you did, or were you already engaged civically? And also, how does it help you persist in your civic engagement today?
Yeah, so like others, I started my civic engagement before I adopted Stoicism, but it aligned really well because when I discovered modern Stoicism, I realized it was super well matched to a lot of what I'd already been trying to do or aspired to do. But it kind of gave me a grounding and what I felt was a more solid philosophical structure for what I was doing. And sort of it elevated the importance of what I was doing. And like some of those groups I mentioned going into the schools, I wasn't just a random person or just a random mom going to do this. I did it with sort of a higher purpose and a higher meaning, because I think that makes it so it feels more valuable to you as a person engaging in it. But I think you also bring maybe a little bit more importance to the work itself. And my goal was to collaborate with other people to make our community and our world better for all of us, using the virtues as our guide. So kind of it fit perfectly with when I started to practice Stoicism. One reason I do love Stoicism is our common humanity is at the core of it, and the interrelationships of all human beings are really critical, which means we have a responsibility to help each other and lift each other up. Like you just mentioned, kind of this idea of duty. And for me, kids are really important in this effort, not just because I have two kids and have focused on that a lot with my thinking and writing, but also because they have the potential to become good citizens. They are not born knowing all this in terms of Stoic virtues and wisdom, justice, courage, self-control. They have to really be taught a lot of things, and some of them can't come till sort of the age of reason, but you can start introducing things at a young age to kids. And when you work with young people, you're teaching them how to build their own character. So you're kind of building your character in the virtues, and then you're teaching them how to do it, how to create a culture of respect, fairness, caring, mutual support through their service projects or through just how they act on the playground. And that's inviting kids to really make a difference as well, which I think also elevates their behavior in their own minds. It's not just, oh, I'm standing up for another kid because I feel like it. It's because they have a reason to do it that's really in keeping with their ethics and their values and how they want to live as a person in this world. So I just think it's very important to kind of start that young with people, because I think in those formative years it can really take root. But even if not, we're all patients in the same hospital with no doctor around helping to find each other some cures and remedies. That's to paraphrase Seneca, and I think about it a lot because we really are all in this together. And I want to say one other note on that is, as if you go with that approach, you may find you're forming your own community of volunteers, that people you meet along the way, people you can become friends with, maybe even long-term friends with, because you're making common cause together, and you are bringing the kind of spirit that you want to see in others, and then they're bringing it back. So it can be really, those circles of concern can become more expressed as you make more friends and connections in this world of civic engagement. And, you can then see the impact of your work, which can keep you motivated along with this community of people.
Thank you, Meredith. So bringing up that aspect of intentionality and teaching kids to kind of have reasons for doing things as opposed to simply being good or being bad is a key aspect of Stoic ethics. And that's one of the things that Epictetus highlights in the second discipline, the discipline of action, is having a good reason. And what makes something appropriate in the first place is that one can explain why you're doing it. And hopefully that explanation is for the good of society overall. So thank you for that. I'd like to go to the third question, and then we're going to open it up to some questions from the audience and perhaps open it up to the panelists as well for things that we haven't covered yet. So I'm going to ask the third question first to Ross, and I want to ask you, what is one piece of advice that you would pass along to a Stoic who's not currently civically engaged but would like to be?
Excellent question. I think it's often the case that especially sort of young men of the age I was when I discovered Stoicism, you can sort of lean into it in a way where you think it's more individualistic. Whereas personally, I know from my own experience, I think the more I looked at Stoicism, the more I realized that wasn't the case, and that actually it had a really strong communalist and sort of civically responsible component to it. And so I think what I would say, especially to someone who is in my position, would be to understand sort of what Marcus Aurelius talks about when he says that that which sort of brings no benefit to the hive brings no benefit to the bee, and that we're all intrinsically connected, and there is this interconnectedness. And it's important to view us societally in that way. And that works in reverse too, in that if you take care of yourself as an individual, you're giving yourself the capacity to take care of others. And I think that's a really beautiful and sort of wholesome way to look at sort of personal development, is that you develop so that you can help others. And to me, that's been sort of a huge component of sort of Stoicism for me as it's developed, if that makes sense.
It does. Thank you, Ross. So in short, it sounds like overall trying to really understand our interconnectedness so it could be applied is the main piece of advice that Ross gives. So thank you for that, Ross. Next, I'm going to go to Ali and ask you the same question, which is, what is one piece of advice that you would pass along to a Stoic who's not currently civically engaged but would like to be?
Yeah, I would say two things really quickly. One is that it can be as simple as how we treat our fellow neighbor, our fellow man, which is something that William Stevens brought up earlier. It could be as simple as voting. It doesn't have to be some big or time-consuming act. So our everyday actions can actually be a part of being engaged civically. And then the second thing is, I think, to the extent that any of us are parents, I'm a mother, exposing the children and the next generation to the guiding principles through exposing them to some of the readings of, say, Marcus Aurelius or Seneca or Epictetus. I think that could actually be a powerful way to help bring some of these ideas and inspiration to the next generation as well. That's actually something I did with my own children, and so that's also another piece of advice or an observation I would offer that could actually be impactful for many years to come.
Thank you for that, Ali. So overall, the main pieces of advice are that these civic engagements do not have to be grand acts, and that parenting is a useful way in order to engage civically as well. And parenting can come naturally and is a grand act of sorts, but not of the Cato kind that get written in the history books necessarily. So it's nice to keep that in mind. Thank you again, Ali. Next, I'd like to ask Meredith the same question. So what would be one piece of advice that you would pass along to somebody in the audience who is not civically engaged, but may like to be?
Sure. I'd say start by picking something you care a lot about, and figure out how you could use some of your best skills to help somehow. I think everyone has something, some sort of problem or issue or something that they care about, and something that kind of really bugs you or gets under your skin and that you'd really like to see change. It could be extremely local. I often point to the example of one of my daughter's Girl Scout award projects started with the fact that we can't cross the street here to get out of our road into the neighborhood without almost getting hit by speeding cars. And unfortunately, there have been deadly accidents in our neighborhood involving children. So we wanted a crosswalk, and the city wouldn't do it. They said there weren't enough people crossing there per day to actually put it in. So my daughter and some of her Girl Scout members started an education campaign and really tried to use her own interest actually in filmmaking to create short films about it with other scouts, in which then the local public safety officers agreed to share out to the community. I mean, it's a small act, but we couldn't actually do the act we wanted to do, which we thought could help more people. But because of that barrier there, we kind of worked around it, and she was able to bring skills that she also really enjoyed using and that brought together her group to start to educate people a little bit more so that they could be more safe. And so I think, that is a way to tackle a problem. I would also say, like, don't stop if you encounter a barrier, like something that you couldn't do. Okay, what else could we do? And I think we could all do that. I mean, I go back to like what I mentioned about kids weren't learning art and music in school, and I want to do something about it. I was lucky that there was an existing curriculum I could draw from and just kind of volunteer to teach in the classrooms, which was great. Same thing with the anti-bullying, like, having been to grade school with some overbearing kids and mean kids myself, I wanted today's kids to be kinder to each other and to care about, being fair to one another and express the virtues, as I would call them today. So doing that, it was an existing program too, and being able to really proactively bring it into classrooms. I didn't have to make it up completely from scratch. But I was able to put my effort and work into something that I think really made a difference. I mean, kids still talk about it, and they're now in high school, or some of them are even college, of the ones I taught. So the other thing I just wanted to say is you don't have to be perfect to go out there and do something. As a volunteer or as someone working in civic engagement, you might make a mistake or get really frustrated. You will have to tolerate stuff that you don't really like. And this goes back to what our earlier speakers shared about tolerating things that are frustrating or difficult. I remember sometimes it was challenging for me to teach kids who got really restless or really distracted or didn't seem that interested. But I kept going, and I kept like trying to get them interested and doing the best that I could. And I think you're still doing a net good, even if you're not perfect.
Great. Thank you, Meredith. And finally, I'm going to turn to Leonidas and ask you the same question. What's one tip that you would give to somebody in the audience who is a Stoic but not civically engaged currently?
Well, as Stoics, I would say You don't have to reinvent the wheel. Look at the principles of the ancients and see how they applied it in their own lives. I mean, you have people like Panaitius who tell you that you have up to 4 roles, right? Among them are your cosmic role as a rational human being. You have your own individual role, right? Not everybody's good at the same things. Find out who you are, right? You have your circumstances. You have your career goals, and all these will give you a direction. You have people like Marcus telling himself, remember who you are. Remember that you are Marcus as a member of this community, and don't allow yourself to become Caesarified, right? You have people like Panaitius who took this immigrant working class philosophy of the early Stoics, right? They were all immigrants. They were all just, Cleanthes was a boxer, Chrysippus was a long distance runner, and some of these guys had to work at night so to be able to attend philosophy lectures during the day. So he took this working class philosophy and made it and it was able to, as his role as chief priest of Rhodes, go into the elite Roman circles and teach them philosophy. That was his job, his civic job, right? You have people like Sphaerus, who was able to take Stoic philosophy that he learned from Zeno and Cleanthes and take it down to Sparta and make a Stoic Spartan king to have institutions that were more fair and cosmopolitan. You had people like Perseus who went to tutor Antigonus. You had Blasius, for example, that helped the Gracchi brothers try to reduce the wealth inequality in Rome. He even went on to go help in Pergamon to help start a new city for escaped slaves that would be more fair and live under Stoic principles. So, and you might not always agree with people. Like, I mean, you have this cosmic role, but you also have your own individual nature. Look at Seneca and Thrasea, who didn't agree with each other. Thrasea got up and walked out of the Senate for the speech that Nero was giving because he had killed his own mother, right? Excusing himself. And Seneca helped him write that speech. So you have two Stoics on the opposite sides saying, one of them can say, look, I'm not listening to this. This is ridiculous. This is unstoic. And the other one saying, Thrasea, what are you doing except getting yourself killed? At least when Nero listens to me, the empire is well run, right? So you don't have to agree with everything, but you have to know who you are. And so I think that for those of you out there that want to be more engaged civically, it's important to understand it is relative. It's not arbitrary. There's an objective truth as to what you should do, but it's relative. Not arbitrary, but relative. And you got to find what that is for you, I think, like the Stoics did for them.
Thank you. So that some of what you said ties into what Meredith said in terms of like looking to see what is suitable for you, and also not reinventing the wheel and seeing what opportunities are before you, which Meredith gave some examples and you also elaborated on. So thank you all for that. So we have about 8 minutes left, and I have a series of 3 questions. And so what I'm going to do is just ask, and then any of the panelists can be free to unmute themselves at any specific time if they feel they have something to say, but don't feel obligated if you don't. And this idea that Leonidas brought up earlier about kind of the working class and different things feeds into one of the questions that I received, which is how would you reach out to marginalized communities in order to bring them closer into the cosmopolis? So how would your civic engagement particularly try to help out people who are traditionally marginalized? Feel free to unmute yourself and speak your mind if you'd like.
I guess I can start on this one. It helps if you speak the language. Find out who you are. What were your challenges? And if you're from some of these marginalized communities and you already speak the language in some certain respect, right? Just like the ancient Stoics did. You had Stoic slaves, you had Stoic emperors, and they understood the best way to reach out to their community. And there's different aspects of Stoicism that I think could help. I mean, at the end of the day, we put forth this view of cosmopolitanism, but certainly you have to see that cosmopolitanism from somewhere. Right. And understand challenges. Look at Cleanthes. He was a boxer. He probably had a brain damage, right? And he was known as very slow, but that once that information was in there, it was there for good, right? So what happened to him? Eventually they wanted to give him money, like an award for all the work he'd done. And Zeno wouldn't let him take it, right? He's like, no, that's not for you right now. You might do horrible things with the money, and that money comes with strings attached. So you want to find a way to do this in a way that still stays true to your principles and still true to that community that works. I can't answer that for each individual community, but especially someone who speaks the language and is from that marginalized community will find ways in Stoicism, looking at some of the things these ancient people have done in their own context, I think.
Thanks, Leo. Anybody else want to answer that? If not, I have a couple more questions to tackle.
I had a couple thoughts, Greg. I mean, one thought I have is that, to me, one of the things that helps level the playing field is education. And I think that if you are, no matter where you're growing up, if you can learn and be encouraged to learn and grow at a young age, you'll have more opportunities. So that's one reason why I think teaching and sharing with younger kids and folks is really important. The other thing I would say is mentoring. Anything I could do to, help kids or young people from any backgrounds. One other thing I've done is like mock interviewing, like people who hadn't gone to higher education, but they wanted to look for jobs and they wanted to be taken seriously. They needed to do some practice interviews and see how that they could speak in a professional setting. So just things that you could do that maybe are already part of your world that you can share with others so they could learn and grow. That could be an opportunity right there.
Thanks, Meredith. Anybody else? If not, I do have one more question that I think a few of our panelists can definitely speak to. And this one's from Andy Armitage. And Andy asks, how do you manage your mindset when dealing with such a significant subject as potential terrorism and potentially extreme views?
I mean, I'm happy to jump in on that since I've lived through that. But it doesn't necessarily take living through it to have an idea about that. I think, honestly, I had some great role models in my father and my grandmother who were, I would say, very principled people who did not give up their principles even in the face of corruption and torture. And that is a very difficult thing to do. And so I think one of the ways to think about, what would one do in that type of situation is there is sort of that Stoic exercise of free thinking through how you would handle an extreme situation and, what would your response be? And then there's the reality of it. And I find that, again, the dichotomy of control, separating out and figuring out what is in your control and what is not, and then acting on those things that are in your control. That's one thing. And then the other thing is to really understand, your relationship with courage and justice. Like, will you be influenced by corruption and sort of the threat of torture, or will you not be influenced by it? And then the reality is, I think, everyone is human, and there's kind of a threshold. At some point, it will be difficult for people to not abandon their values, and so it's sort of figuring out what is that point for you. And one would hope that we wouldn't abandon our values. And I've been in situations where, we were tortured, and there's really nothing you can do. And by some luck, in my particular case, there was the hand of a stranger that sort of intervened and helped. And that stranger, actually, I would say, was he was the embodiment of Stoic courage and justice. And so it's another opportunity to think through, could we be one of those people? And these types of things happened, they happen in many countries. They continue to happen today. And I think asking ourselves, like, what would we do in those situations? Even if we're not the victim, if we have a chance to help somebody, would we help somebody? Would we stick our neck out? Or what risks would we be willing to take? And it's an honest question to sort of ponder, and there's no right or wrong answer, but it is something worth thinking through.
Thank you for your powerful words and sharing your experience, Ali. If you don't mind, Ross, I would like to call on you and see what you have to say about this question.
Yeah, I'd just like to reinforce what Ali said partially there. I think courage is the virtue to emphasize in this way, because until you're confronted in these situations, it's really difficult to know what any one person would do. So, for example, in my job, I spent a lot of time with people who had far right views, for example, and it was my job to try and bring them away from that. And as part of that, it's very easy to be confronted with someone with views like that and to be just dismissive and to be frankly repulsed in some way. But actually, that's not helpful nor productive in any way. And so it's often about a decision between what's easy and what's actually right in those situations. And the right thing is often more difficult, but it's nonetheless right. And I think equally as well, what is helpful is to lead an individual towards virtue, because I think it's so easy in sort of de-radicalization and the kind of work that I've done previously to let the best be the enemy of the good and say, well, actually, even if I haven't managed to pull this individual totally away from their views, they're now non-violent, and that's virtuous in itself. That's going in the right direction. And so I think having a sense for that too, and understanding that what progress is, and then it isn't necessarily a binary all the time. There's sort of small steps in the right direction are always positive.
Thank you, Ross. So with that, I believe that is the final word because we are at time, but I'd like to thank our 4 panelists for sharing their wonderful insights, and hopefully people in the audience have found them actionable and found some ways to be more civically engaged and see how diverse civic engagement can look like. So thank you again to the panelists, and thank you for Brittany for pulling them together, and thank you for Phil for running a great show.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Greg and panelists. And it is almost time for our break. And I think what we're going to do before the break is we had some technical difficulties with the final lightning talk earlier. So I think we're going to run the final lightning talk, which is by Alexander Zock. And after this, we will have a quick break and we will be back with the much anticipated Bridget Delaney. So please enjoy this final lightning talk, and then we will be back in about 14 minutes. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, let me make my mea culpa on this. Phil messed this up and accidentally cut off the last one. So I want Alexander to know we love you. Here is going to be your last talk. And as Brittany says, we will be done. I will show a clock right when we're done and we'll go right into it. So here we go.
It's to get off the boat. Thank you all.
First book about Stoicism in Germany.
Thanks.
There you go.
Hello, everybody. My name is Alexander Zock. I am speaking to you right now from Frankfurt am Main in Germany. And who am I? I'm a trained physicist who became a manager and later on in life, who became then a self-employed executive coach and organizational consultant. And what's my story with Stoicism? Well, Stoicism stumbled into my life about 12 years ago, and I first picked up my first book about Stoicism, but then intensified for the last 3 or 4 years because I started to run a meetup platform. I also started to host a podcast together with my friend Anne German, which is called The Way of the Stoa. And last but not least, last year I published my first book about the relationship between Stoicism and leadership. Yeah, but why is Stoicism important for me? Well, I would say there are 3 things why Stoicism is important in my life. The first would be that Stoicism is like something like a navigational system for my everyday life, and I use it really every day for me. The second thing is that Stoicism is something like a mental framework for myself, which I use to understand and reflect the things that are happening to me, with me, or in the world. And last but not least, Stoicism is also a source of inspiration for me that I use when I'm reading texts by Marcus Aurelius, Epictetus, Seneca, and so on. But why do I talk to you today? Well, in the course of my relationship with Stoicism, I also developed for myself certain, let's say, practical exercises. And one of these exercises I would like to share with you. It's a Stoic morning meditation that is built somehow like the golden verses of Pythagoras. And I hope you enjoy it, and I hope you like it, and let's hear it. Stoic morning reflection for a Stoic awakening into the day. I am who I am, the result of what I have become. I have a body, a mind, and reason, a gift from the cosmos. I am part of this greater whole, in which all things are connected, made for one another, united through the principle of sympatheia. Nothing in this cosmos remains without effect. Every effect brings change. May I be today the change the cosmos called me into life to be. Today I will act as a mother or father, as a daughter or son, as a partner, a friend, a fellow human, in 1,000 roles. May inner wisdom guide me in the form of practical wisdom, temperance, courage, and justice. May the truth of the cosmos and the clarity of my mind guide my actions, in connectedness, in reason. May I always remember that I'm free, that nothing prevents me from choosing what is right within. May I be mindful and not judge hastily. May I examine my thoughts, for thoughts become actions. May I listen to my inner daimon, to its discerning, quiet voice. Will I err? Certainly. Can I improve? Without a doubt. May I have the strength to accept what I cannot change and the courage to act where my contribution is possible, with the understanding that failure too is part of the path. May I meet envy, resentment, selfishness, impatience, and ignorance with generosity and goodwill. We are all still learning, and all of us are led astray again and again by unreason. May I give things their true value, neither inflating nor diminishing them. May I recognize excess and deficiency for what they are and learn to let them go. May I be grateful for this day and live it in harmony with myself, with those around me, and with the cosmos. May the cosmic reason guide me and give my life direction and purpose until homologia enters my life.
And we're back. Brittany, I'm doing this on my own, right? Yeah. All right. So far, how are we doing? I mean, it's been a full day, lots of great talks, I think, already, lots of speakers. Hopefully, everybody's walked away with something that made sense to them, something they can use. Excellent. Um, I tell you, one of the things, by the way, if you just can't get enough of this, I mean, you've got all of this. You're going to get all the recordings. We'll give you slides and stuff that we get, so you'll get all those links and things later. But if you'd like to get deeper, don't forget that we've got Stoic Week coming up, and we've got other events that we do on monthly conversations. Maybe I can get Larry to jump inside the chat and stick some of that in there. Look at that, looks just like that. But you can join us and do all sorts of things with us. But next up, let me just bring up Bridget Delaney. And the reason we want to do this is I'm about to introduce her. And of course, we want to see her smile and, all of that when we just make her co-host at the same time so she can mute and unmute herself. And you see, she's got a fancy cameraman with her because whenever she moves, it moves with her. So she's got cool stuff going on like that. She's high tech. Bridget, let me pull this. I'm going to introduce you, and then you and I are going to engage in a conversation. You ready for that? I hope. You don't know. Don't forget to unmute yourself, by the way. You could do that while I'm talking and telling people lovely things about you. Here it is. Bridget Delaney is a former speechwriter for Labour Ministry Katie Gallagher in the Australian Parliament. She was a journalist for The Guardian, where she wrote the very popular weekly column, Bridget Delaney's Diary, which was widely read in Australia, the US, and the UK. She's the author of Reasons Not to Worry, How to Be a Stoic in Chaotic Times. By the way, I have a copy of that right here. I'd get you to sign it if you were closer. That's all I'm going to say about that. And let's see, a practical guide to Stoicism for self-improvement and personal growth. Oh, sorry. Reasons Not to Worry, How to Be Stoic in Chaotic Times, a practical guide to Stoicism for self-improvement and personal growth. Her other books include This Restless Life, Wild Things, and Wellmania. She was also co-founder of the Mercy Campaign and anti-death penalty movement, and co-creator and associate producer of the Netflix comedy Wellmania. And if you're lucky enough to live in Australia, she's got a brand new book out as well. And maybe we'll even talk about the Sage when we get to the end of this thing. Bridget Delaney, welcome to Stoicon 2025.
Thanks, Phil. First time at Stoicon. Very exciting.
There are tales I want to ask you about. By the way, I think you might have been the first of our panelists or first of our presenters or people to talk to us who got name checked earlier in the day, right? One of our lightning talk presenters told us that they came to Stoicism because of Bridget Delaney's book. This very one right here, Reasons Not to Worry. So I'm glad that you're having good ripple effects.
Yeah. I'm the elevator that gets people in at the ground floor, and then they can go up and explore, all the other texts. So yeah, it's very cool.
Yeah, I think that has got to feel good to be able to walk down the street or have someone come at one of these events. And I know I did the Melbourne Stoicon. Of course, everybody was talking about you there because they're all Australians. They all know who you are really, really well. And they're like, yeah, I came to Stoicism because of Bridget Delaney. I was like, all right, that's awesome.
Yeah, I did a book event yesterday in a little town called Queenscliff on the coast of Victoria. And there was a woman who came up to the signing table and she had a copy of Reasons Not to Worry that it looked like had been dropped in the bath. And she had 3 young children with her. And she said, I'm a single parent of 3 young kids, and your book has helped me with parenting. And that's not the intention. But, people have found that Stoicism has helped them in these kind of really diverse areas. And the book is easy to read. So people come in at that level, they're underlining the lessons, it's helping them at certain aspects of their life. And then I think, when time permits, they'll read more, they'll see it applies further. But I'm really thrilled to get feedback from people like her who are using it in a variety of really interesting circumstances.
Yeah, the thing is, so I call these kinds of books, your book and that one, it's an on-ramp for people who need some
yeah.
stoicism, and they don't really get it quite yet. Because, I know a lot of people say, oh, you should just go to the sources, read Epictetus, read Musonius Rufus, read Seneca, perhaps even. And I think for a lot of people, you're just not prepped for that, because
this woman with 3 young kids under the age
Yeah.
of 8 is not going to go and read Seneca in the 15 minutes she's got before she falls asleep. She's going to probably go to the self-help section, grab a book that looks friendly, and then you go to Seneca. So I love the egalitarian nature of Stoicism. I think it's the whole sort of notion of the Stoa being an open place, an open porch, where everyone can come in. I just want to carry that forward, I think, and that's why your conferences are amazing, because everyone's welcome. And so thank you, Phil, for organizing this.
Well, thank you for coming here and hanging out with us. I want to ask you some questions. Some of this is to kind of expose a little bit of Bridget Delaney's thinking so people can appreciate you a little more and dig into some of these other things. Because I think there are probably lots of people who know you through this yellow book. There's probably a lot of people who know you through Wellmania and some of the big things that you've worked on and people know about. And, I thought I could dig into some of the other pieces and we could ask a few questions and you could tell us about you and Stoicism, right?
Yeah.
And I'm going to come back. If I don't pull this out quite right, I'm going to come back to your story again. But let's just get started on this. Your career, I've written down some answers or questions. Your career has spanned journalism for outlets like The Guardian, the Sydney Morning Herald, The Telegraph, CNN, politics, serving as speechwriters we mentioned earlier. Both of those are high stakes, fast paced environments, often characterized by conflicts and someone else's urgency. My question is, how does a Stoic navigate through that? How did Stoicism, how did you tell people how you came to it and then how you used it? Maybe that's the way we
Okay,
should
so
start
I've
there.
been well established as a journalist before I came to Stoicism, and I had a column in Australia, and each week you've got to write something new, and some weeks there'd be nothing to write about. And a friend of mine who was the foreign editor at The Guardian got a press release for Stoic Week and said, will you do this kind of as a joke column? Because I used to do things like one column, I just listened to only Joe Rogan for an entire week, like for 8 hours a day, wrote about that. Another week, I tried to sleep each night with my mouth taped shut. So this was this week's experiment. And look, I didn't spend a huge amount of time doing my reading for Stoic Week, kind of took it not very seriously, wrote a piece. And then people, the people who had done Stoic Week seriously wrote to me and said, we don't think you gave it justice in your column. It helps a lot of people, and it's a real shame that you didn't use your voice to really properly explain Stoic Week. So I took that on board, and the following year I went back and did it privately with a group of friends. We set up a WhatsApp. And this was 2018. And I just became really engaged in it, because in our private group, we would check in each day and we would say, what's happened to you today? Might be something with parenting or work or the commute. Okay, what have we learned today in Stoic Week? How can that apply? And in my group in Sydney, there weren't a lot of places where you could kind of meet and talk at that level that was quite personal, but applying the Stoicism sort of weirdly depersonalized it. So people felt like they could share their problems, but within a framework and within a kind of prescribed space. So my second go at Stoic Week was fantastic. And then a friend and I decided to go on and learn Stoicism together just by reading all the books, all the big texts. And we would meet weekly, and we would kind of similar to letters to Lucilius, we would I would come to him with a problem and he would apply the Stoicism on these walks that we were doing once COVID happened and we had lockdowns. So, and that became the basis of Reasons Not to Worry. And of course, everyone in the world has had a very different experience of COVID. In Australia, there were very severe lockdowns. You couldn't go more than 5K outside your house. The borders were shut. I'd been working as a travel journalist and lost all my work. And, you know, I really needed Stoicism then, and was very glad I had it. And friends would contact me saying, put that Stoicism into my veins, you know, like people were searching for something that gave them some sort of framework to cope with the pandemic. So yeah, that's how that started.
Yeah, I like the idea that what happened was, yeah, I did this on a goof, and then I got closer, and you know what, it actually worked. And then you pulled so many threads there that I feel that are important, and are congruent with what we're talking about, civic engagement, right? I got with friends, we supported each other, we kind of pulled these ideas, and it worked better when we did this together. And then that last one that you hit right there, the pandemic changed our lives and Stoicism kind of helped me get through a tough time. I've long felt that philosophical Stoicism is ideally suited to getting us through difficult times. And let me tell you, if you feel like you're living in a dumpster fire right now, this might be the philosophy for you, right? It's a spot, something that you can do. It's like, okay, I might be able to put out the fire in the dumpster. I might not. I might be able to do something bigger. I might not. But what I can certainly do is understand how to solve me and the people that I care about most and get started there, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. I had a piece in The Guardian in Australia yesterday about Stoicism and AI and conflict, because I've got a new book out. So I was writing about, well, you probably know my book from written in 2020. That deals with the pandemic. What we're dealing with now is also like quite full on and different. So how do we apply it to these things? And I listed about 4 things: leadership, AI, like the use of critical thinking and how important that is, and interpersonal conflict when it comes to the Middle East. So how do you navigate really like a polarized discourse? So
right.
Stoicism helps with all of that. It's never let me down. It's very it's just, it makes me cross how right it is. It's like, damn, you're always right.
Like it.
I wish you were wrong sometimes because you're a hard ass.
It feels like a superpower, right? I mean, if you get the hold of this, it just feels like a superpower. And I love the fact that in the day, just today, we have covered how Stoicism helps from global conflict to the kids dumping their trash out in front of you in the car in front of you, right? So it's like, it's the whole thing. It can handle all of that for us, I think.
Look, birth to death, it's and everything in between. So, so it's amazing. Like, I think there's obviously, there's nuance it just doesn't get because they didn't know back then what they didn't know, I write about things like, my big issue with it was around desire. It's like, can you just stop it in its tracks? Like, what about the unconscious, the way our brains work, hormones? I did a workshop in Thailand a couple of weeks ago and at a gym, and they were asking about ataraxia in relation to neurodivergence. So, that's another thing. But apart from those nuances, it's never wrong for long.
Wow. I think I'm going to use that line. I don't think I've ever heard that one before. It's never wrong for long, huh?
So that's what we say with online journalism. If you make a big mistake on an article or in a headline, you just go on the CMS and go, okay, we said that there were, someone had died, but they're actually still alive. So we'll just quickly change that. We're not wrong for long.
Excellent.
Yeah.
I like it. Okay, let me change this just a little bit. As a longtime journalist, you were exposed to perhaps the worst aspects of the modern world, including online abuse and the miasma of stress that we see in online media. You've noted that the internet often makes people less accountable for their anger. Certainly, I think we can all give an amen to that, if we know what that word means. How essential to you is the Stoic idea of focusing solely on one's own character and avoiding emotional reactions, like feeling distressed, tormenting yourself, catastrophizing, as some might call it?
It's really important. So there's a lot of hate directed at female journalists. There's been huge studies that have shown this. Also, Black journalists, queer journalists. So it's very unpleasant out there. And if I had my way, I wouldn't have comments at the end of articles. I just, because you don't know where that person's coming from. Often their name's not on it. They might have a beef with you. So it often, the term in Australia is play the ball, not the man. They often play the man, not the ball. So they don't attack your argument, they attack you personally. So how I've used Stoicism in that respect is I don't read the comments. It means I don't see the good stuff, and it means I don't see the bad stuff. So I'm guided by my editors, and I'm guided by my own instincts. I've got a new book out. I'm not reading the reviews. I don't read Goodreads. I figure, I can't control the outcome of books. I can't control, I can't control if they do well. Like my latest book has come out on a day that 1/3 of all books come out in Australia. So there's a tsunami of books, and, it's nerve-wracking to see if it'll go well or if it'll sink. But I just have to say to myself, I can only control writing the best book I can write, and the rest is up to fate. And with the comments,
here's the thing. I heard what you just said. That's really hard, isn't it? I mean, and I say this because we also live in this sort of Substack world. Like, I just published 300 words. Did people like it? Are they clicking on it? Are they sharing it? I mean, and you're saying, no, just look away, do good work, go to the next thing. That seems like a hard thing to do.
No, not anymore. Once you've read some really bad comments about yourself, you don't want to go back in there. And the worst is friends that say to you, I saw the worst thing about you on the internet the other day. Are you okay? And it's like, don't tell me. And they'll send you a screenshot, and it's like someone putting a piece of dog shit on your front porch and saying, here, look what I found. It's terrible.
Yeah.
Have a look at it. And I'm like, no.
Yeah.
So
I'm with you on that. I don't need to see that.
So you have to, I mean, a lot of the kind of top novelists that I've gone and sent over the years in writers' festivals, also, they're not Stoics, but they also have this advice of one bad line in a review can knock you off your perch as a writer, as a thinker for like 10 years. People get so wounded by reviews that it then prevents you from being ambitious or excited about your next project, because you've got that one line, cruising
I'm
your
with
head.
you.
So,
I just want to say both bless you, and Marcus would be proud of you, right? Because you've clearly not taken your thinking about yourself and stuck it in someone else's hands, right? I mean, that is not what you're doing.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's worse when you have a book out and then people say, I bought your book, I read it, and then they don't say anything. And it's like, oh, you've read it. But
I really needed you to be nice to me, right? I really needed you to say, yeah. I have a technique for that. We'll come back to that sometime. But let's go on to some of the other things that you've done, because I want to get back to this book, right? All right. You are the co-founder of the Mercy Campaign, an anti-death penalty movement. I got that right? Yeah.
Yeah.
The virtues of Stoicism emphasize personal character development, courage, justice, moderation, wisdom. How do you reconcile the Stoic emphasis on intense individual self-improvement and emotional control with the necessity of collective civic action? So when I'm in there, right, so many Stoics are spending all their time working on themselves, and some of them, but you're saying, no, I have to go out and reach out into the world. tell me about the tension for you
Yeah,
on that.
there is a lot of tension in that. So the Mercy campaign, previously I was volunteering for a group called Reprieve that did a lot of, so there is an Australian group that does a lot of work in the kind of deep South states, the death penalty states in the US. So Australian lawyers and law students go over to New Orleans, Alabama, those sort of places, and they assist attorneys there on death row cases without being paid. So it's a really great program. And then me and a friend started a program for Australians on death row in Southeast Asia. So these are people who'd been usually convicted of drug trafficking. And in Southeast Asia, in particularly the countries that we were working in, like Indonesia, Singapore, drug trafficking is seen as mass murder. Like culturally, it's seen as, if you're a drug trafficker, it's like you've killed 3,000 people. So the death penalty is very, accepted there. And we were two guys that we were working with, got their kind of sentences like fast tracked. And so we were trying to persuade people in Indonesia and in Australia to show mercy on these guys. And the campaign was very intense. It was high stakes. So if it didn't work, these guys would die. And I hadn't discovered Stoicism at that point, but I saw the ripple effects of, if you start humanizing the people on death row, if you let people get to know them and their stories and their families, people feel a connection, and then they feel more inclined to help you act, to persuade governments, because that's what you've got to do, persuade governments not to execute these guys. And it didn't work, they got executed on the, on the 15th of April in 2015. And it was devastating. And, I then became a Stoic later on. And, would I do that now? I probably would still do the campaign. It didn't work, but I think it's worth trying.
Sure. And I see, you deeply affected by this. We do the right thing, you do the right thing, and we understand that it might not work. Right? I mean, and we've heard lots of people today talk about the Stoic archer as we think about all the time, but this is one of those things where we know if we get attached to the result, we've kind of left Stoicism at that point. We kind of went beyond what Stoicism would have had us do, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But it doesn't mean you can't try. And I think that
doesn't mean you shouldn't try. You should try, right?
Yeah. So that's the dilemma I cover in my next book, which is social justice. How can you act in a way that is according to your conscience, but also not get so destroyed by, the process when you don't get what you want. And I think that's a real conundrum for activists, because
we used all that juice to get started. We used that energy, and then we basically got emotionally involved rather than rationally involved, as we might as a philosopher. And of course, this is easy for me to say at a distance, right? But I've got my own things, right? And it's like when my friend tells me, "You'll never believe my neighbor cut down all the trees in his yard, and now I can see my neighbor," and they're super distressed about that bit. And you realize when you see that stress in them, right, that's because they had a load-bearing belief that those trees ought to be there. And so they got very attached to the results and all the rest. And the thing that Stoicism kind of helps us understand is we are here to do good. We are here to act with virtue, wisdom, courage, temperance, and justice. And the world may not respond.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what I take from it is the world may not respond, but the action creates a momentum where people really think about an issue. They think about, well, do we want to have a death penalty? It seems like it causes a lot of pain and suffering, and for not much reward. So yeah, I think there's persuasive aspects.
Well, sometimes I think in those cases, right? And I want to get your thinking on this, right? So I think that sometimes these cases, like I realize that I can't walk up to somebody and change their mind. In fact, I might really want to. They may believe something that I find completely repugnant. But by doing the right thing, by asking the right questions, I might just get them a little closer to aporia, right? I might just get them to a little bit of uncertainty on their way to this. And that's where we get started. I see someone in the chat said something about planting seeds. You talked about maybe in the future it'll be different. Right. I may have just clear cut a little bit of a path, but I did it because I did the right thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And it also influence, the influence of others to maybe do the right thing. But I think now I would be more like, I would do it again, but I would probably talk to the guys who were killed, Myron and Andrew. I would probably talk to them about Stoicism and give them Stoic texts if they wanted it, because I think for them, knowing when they were going to die, I think that's a really quite unusual thing, and not being prepared for it. So they're prepared but not prepared. So it's so I think there's also pastoral work that can be done in prisons or with people on death row around mortality, which could maybe make things a bit easier for people in those situations.
We've done prison panels. We've talked to so many people who've worked in prisons. I've never thought about it from the point of view of death row. And if ever there were a philosophy to help people understand where they might be and what comes and how they might approach death. I mean, Stoicism, philosophical Stoicism is built for that, right?
I think so. Yeah, definitely.
All right, let me take you into The Seeker and the Sage a bit. Let me ask you some questions about there. I mean, in The Seeker and the Sage, your newest book, the mayor of Silver Springs suggests that rational calm is necessary to approach complex modern problems, including climate change and social consensus. Given your experience as a speechwriter for ministers, how might the Stoic framework influence the drafting of public policy or political communication? How does that work in contemporary civic life?
So it was interesting. I worked as a speechwriter for 2 cabinet ministers. One was the Minister for Finance, Women and Public Service. The other one was Minister for Environment and Water. And I gave the Stoicism book to both ministers when I started, and I said, "Oh, you guys might get some, wisdom from these guys." And they read Reasons Not to Worry, but they said to me, "Look, politics is Stoicism. Like if you're entering political life, you have personally you have a lot. You're going for re-election every few years, so outcomes are outside your control. You could be rolled by your own party. You could, be moved out of your portfolio. You can be attacked by stakeholders. So in order to survive in politics, you need a degree of Stoicism. In terms of governance, it's I think justice is the big, one at the moment for a lot of them, which is, there are competing notions of justice. So they have to work out, well, which group am I going to serve? It's very hard to serve everyone. I learned.
I can't.
You can't.
You can't. So, but wait a second. Here's the thing. I think that there's a tension for those people that you're working for, and you can tell me I'm wrong, but I think there's a tension between what does justice demand of me and what is it going to take to get reelected? And
exactly.
And there's always this utilitarian argument around what is it going to take to get reelected, and then there's a virtue ethics about who is the, what does justice look like in this moment? What do you do with that?
So often well, what do you do with it? You kind of have to be very careful about what party you join. So the party you join will influence which way you're going to bend. So I worked for the Labor Party, and their big thing was, they came from the trade union movement. So it was workers' rights. But that can sometimes really clash with the climate movement, which is all about environment. So do you protect jobs or do you protect trees? And, if you work for the Green Party, then you protect the trees. You work for the Labor Party, you're going to protect the jobs. So you are steered by the choices that you make earlier on as to what party, what faction, what your so I was a speechwriter, what you say publicly really matters, you're held to it. So how you like I guess work with competing interests is based on so many different historic factors.
Yeah. But I'm looking for answers here. I'm looking for a framework. I'm not looking for you to tell me it's complicated. I need a framework to make that decision, right?
Yeah, well, your framework is the party, that's the framework. It's and the party is bigger than any one politician. And so you may have a politician that's very, very that comes into Parliament as a young politician and is very obsessed with disability care. And that you can see over the years, that person becomes like, they might be able to keep that passion going as they rise up the ranks, but often it's knocked out of a lot of people earlier on because, they lose a debate in the cabinet room or in caucus about something, or there's a budget cut. So it's snakes and ladders, and you've just got to have a lot of stamina and a lot of grit and pick one issue. Like you can't really go into Parliament with 3 or 4 things you want to do, because 20 years later, there'll probably be only one thing that you're remembered for. And it's about picking that issue and kind of compromising on the rest.
Picking it well, isn't it? It's yeah, I think you're right. Focus is a singular word. It's not a plural, right? So we're going to focus. We're going to pick a thing and go do that thing.
Yeah.
And I've got one more. And then if Brittany's got questions from the audience that she wants to whisper in my ear or bring up, then we'll do that. But there was something, a theme that you hit inside of The Seeker and the Sage that I also find equally important. So I wanted to ask you about it. And you said, and here's how I wrote this. One of the core themes is the lack of community in this epoch, the modern craving for connection. You've suggested that if one cannot find a community, one must start one. Now, from your lips to God's ear, in my opinion, what practical steps drawn from Stoic principles do you advocate for individuals to build durable, non-virtual communities that resist the pull of modern atomization and loneliness? There's an epidemic of loneliness. I think we need to figure out something to fight it. You seem to think the same thing. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, I think God, it's so hard out there because I grew up Catholic, but a lot of people have grown up without religion, and when terrible things happen, they don't have an ethical framework. They've got a kind of sense of the right thing, but they don't have anything they can, grip on. People are in very fast-paced, casual work, the gig economy. So the workplace has disappeared as a place where, you would have previously generations ago found your community. With cost of living crisis, there's less opportunities to go out and maybe go out for dinner with friends. So people are retreating into the home. Loneliness is increasing, and they're finding their best friend is their chatbot, like that's crazy. So you've got to make a commitment to leave the house. I think that's the main thing. And then you've also, groups like this are amazing, but, I'm interested in kind of things that slow people down. So it might be, once a week or once a month, you might meet and just read together, you might just, you might be all reading, De Era or whatever, or some Stoic text, and you might have a reading group, or you might have, I think online is an important component because so many people are online. So you might meet once a month and then have a WhatsApp group where you check in weekly. I really should be organizing this, but I kind of move around a lot, so I'm a terrible example. But yeah, it's
I believe in it. It's just a little bit harder work. And the thing is, I get this all the time from people. But let me just say, let's just go back into your spot a little bit. So you already said that the second time you did Stoic Week, you had a WhatsApp group. Now, I'm assuming in this case, it happened to be people that you actually probably knew in real life. Maybe you even got to see their face.
Yeah, they were all in Sydney. So we all met up in Sydney, and then we all communicated on WhatsApp. But Stoicism allowed this intimacy that just general socializing didn't allow. And the intimacy is, I give you permission to tell me your problem, and you give me permission to apply some Stoicism to it. And then we go around, and it's that permission structure, which I think is really important. People I know don't want to burden you with their problems. They feel self-conscious, people carry things alone. So I think the first thing is to give permission of it's okay to talk to me about what you're going through. I've got capacity. Let's have capacity for each other. There was this whole kind of meme going around a few years ago about self-care, which is my self-care is that I don't want to know about your problem. And I think, no, that's bad.
What a friend. What a friend.
We have to start. I think the commitment to community is we have to first commit to caring about each other, to caring about people we may not even really know that well. And, getting out of this, I guess, reliance on professional therapy. There's a shortage in Australia of professional therapists. So people are going to chatbots. And I think there's a lot of low level problems that people have where, they're unhappy at work, or they've had an argument with their spouse, where previously they would have gone to a friend and said to their friend or their friends, oh my God, how can I do this job a day longer? It's so boring. So it's reestablishing those communities, but doing it, having a Stoic framework. So I think we have to commit to caring first, and then we work out the infrastructure.
This is so funny to me because I've created groups my whole life before I was even a Stoic, right? But I'm not even sure why I was doing it. People always said about my personality type, I was the kind of person that you'd stand someplace and a crowd would gather. And
you're
clearly,
NFJ or something? ENFJ?
Oh, you see, now it's ENTJ, something like that. But the point is, but I would stand and people would show up, and I've started users groups of various types of, but my thinking about this is you just have to commit to a group, and it can all be different sizes even. So I have multiple things going at any given time. There's all the stuff you see us do here that's virtual, but there's a guy I have coffee with every Wednesday, and I just have coffee just so we can share ideas. But the agenda is, how are you doing? How am I doing? How is the world impacting you? And then there's a group that, and I started this thing where I'd say I would have a beer on Friday nights. And so then it was 6, and then it was 8, and then it was 12. And,
beers,
the group
12 beers.
12 people. I'm a 2-beer guy. At this point in my life, my friend, I've got temperance down pat.
I started drinking 2, then it went to 4, then I was
I hear you. It's so funny. I just had this conversation. I even drink less than I do, but I still like to show up and have the conversation with these people. And it's nuts because I have people come from out of town saying, you get together on Fridays at 4, right? Can I join you guys? They're asking for permission to jump in. And I was like, and when they get there, they go, this is really important, Phil. And I'm like, I'm just a dude having beers with my friends and trying to make sure they're okay. That's really what I think we're up to.
I want to come to beers with you, Phil. Where are these Friday night beers?
They are wherever you and I are, if that's the way you want
Yeah.
it to be. I would be happy to do that. I think that would be awesome. But I just feel like we are missing this thing at community. This is an act of civic engagement in and of itself, right? Is the fact that I can start with a small group. It might be that it's just two of you. I prefer there to be three because I think that more ideas come out of groups of three people or more. But you know, as many as the muses, as they say, maybe 9 is the right number for you. But you know, something that you can manage and that everybody can help each other. I think
it's great, but it's also I mean, there's also all these studies that say if you do what you've done, you'll probably live till you're 200. You know, it is the key to like longevity, you know, having a healthy social life. All these studies on the blue zones about why these people in various areas live a long time. You know, they're like, oh, is it alcohol? They're always going out. You know, and
I was intrigued by the blue zones, and then I'm like, I'm not convinced I want to live longer, to tell you the truth. So,
well, it's apparently a fraud because it's the areas with high pension fraud. So,
nice.
Yeah. So, yeah.
We didn't need to get there. Okay, so this is my last question for you. You know, you talk in the Sage about the spiritual exercises. I'm curious if you have spiritual exercises of your own. I mean, I get it. You write for a living. People pay you for your words, but do you write to yourself as well, or do you do something else?
I keep a journal, have done since I was in my early 20s. And I meditate twice a day. So I do Vedic meditation twice a day for 20 minutes each time. So 40 minutes a day meditation. And I find that a meditation practice and Stoicism is actually the golden ticket. You know, it's amazing because, you know, they talk about ataraxia and they talk about equilibrium, and meditation brings you there on a physiological level. So intellectually, reading the Stoics, you know, reading how important it is. I do Vedic meditation. So it is a form of transcendental meditation. And there's very similar, I find Vedic philosophy very similar to Stoicism. So there must have been some sort of meeting on the trade routes back in the day and an exchange of ideas. And yeah, it's really similar. So a physical practice and an intellectual practice is the way that I keep Stoicism on the road. And journaling is just like getting out my like frustrations or whatever. Like, I can't believe that this person, I know I shouldn't journal like that. I should be like, I can't believe I got mad today. But instead I'm like, that person's terrible. So it's and journaling's funny because you go back and you read your journals and you realize you just have the same problem over and over and over again. Like your whole life, it's just like one or two problems that keep, you know, recycling. Yeah.
I know. I mean, we're sitting here talking about virtue and being rational, excellent human beings. And then when I look at my journal, I think we're all simple monkeys, you know, running the same loops again and again. And that's the thing I'm trying to fix. And it's kind of the reason that I want to journal and I, you know, try to fix my own thinking in that regard. Okay, I'll tell you what I'm going to do is I just want to say thanks, but I want to bring Brittany up here with me just because I think Brittany, I see her smiling and talking or she seems to be enjoying this just as much as the audience is. Brittany, was this not fun?
This was awesome. Yes, thank you so much, Bridget. We had a commenter say, you're definitely the funniest presenter of the day. So you get that award.
There were tears also, though. There was tears and laughter, which I think it's about 6 a.m. here in Sydney. So it's a lot of emotion early in the morning.
Well, that's life too, right? Tears and laughter.
Okay, someone's asking, what's the meditation again? Vedic, Vedic, Vedic.
Yeah, we got you. All right. Thank you for, I know this is getting up early for you because, you know, it's early. I mean,
I've seen you get up really super early in the middle of the night to go on Australian Stoic calls. So
I did that. I've got one quick story for you. You'll appreciate this. This event started at 10 a.m. my time. I went to bed with my phone laying next to my head. Somehow, somebody on this very call panicked at 5 o'clock my time this morning and started texting me saying, I can't get on the call. I can't get on the call. I bought a ticket. Can you please let me in? And I was like, it's 5 a.m. I'm not even thinking about you yet, but I was. But here we are. Bridget, thank you. You are awesome. And I look forward to doing this again with you.
Oh, yeah. Thanks for having me, everyone.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bridget.
Thank you, Brittany.
All right. And you're going to introduce James and I'm going to bring him up.
That's right. Yes. So following up from Bridget, we have our final keynote presentation, and we are so pleased to have James Rom with us here today. So James is an author, reviewer, and the James H. Ottaway Jr. Professor of Classics at Bard College in Annandale, New York. His reviews and essays have appeared in The New Yorker, The Wall Street Journal, The London Review of Books, The Daily Beast, and other venues. He's held the Guggenheim Fellowship, among others, and is the author of many excellent books, including Dying Every Day, Seneca at the Court of Nero, and Plato and the Tyrant, The Fall of Greece's Greatest Dynasty and the Making of a Philosophic Masterpiece. Both of these are excellent books, and I highly recommend them if you haven't read them yet. So, James, thank you so much for being here with us today. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Brittany, and thank you to Phil and the conference organizers. As a historian and a classicist, I'm going to bring a slightly different perspective to the themes that we've been discussing. So let me launch right in. If you're a committed Stoic and a phone call comes asking you to serve at the highest level of an autocratic government, what would you do? What should you do? Say you agree to serve and become chief minister to the ruler, but discover he's immoral, corrupt, vain, and only loosely tethered to reality. What should you do? Should you remain in service in hopes of keeping the state from imploding? Or should you preserve your own soul by getting as far from the palace as possible? Then, imagine you have a huge social media following with millions reading your every online post. Should you use your platform to agitate against the regime or to support it? Or would you ignore it altogether and pretend you weren't involved? How would your Stoic philosophy guide you in navigating the ultimate test of the question of civic engagement, a situation in which, in order to stay engaged, you either have to collude in horrendous abuses or else put your own life at risk by refusing to collude? The scenario I've sketched is the one that confronted the Roman Stoic Seneca the Younger in the 1st century AD, except that instead of a telephone call, he received a summons delivered by messenger to the island of Corsica, where he'd been sent into exile. And instead of a social media feed, he had a large readership for the moral essays that he'd begun to publish while on Corsica, and kept on publishing throughout the remaining 33 years of his life. He was summoned to Rome to assume the post of tutor to teenage Nero, the heir apparent to the emperorship. After Nero's accession, at age 17, Seneca served in a role that we might compare to White House Chief of Staff, a trusted insider with access to all the right people, responsible for making sure things ran smoothly, consulted by Nero on most key questions of state. Seneca's first English language biographer, a woman named Miriam Griffin, dubbed him in the title of her study, a philosopher in politics, though some, myself included, have wondered whether that phrase shouldn't be reversed to characterize Seneca as a politician in philosophy. That question aside, let me focus on the ethical issues that Seneca's story raises and how they relate to the theme of Stoicon 2025. As noted in many of today's discussions, Stoicism advocates service to humankind, which often involves political participation and activism, in contrast to Epicureanism, known in antiquity as the garden, because it sanctioned withdrawal into a private realm where the soul would be protected from discord. In one of his essays, On the Tranquility of Mind, Seneca uses an extended military metaphor to contrast the two schools of thought, Epicureanism and Stoicism, extolling the latter and rejecting the former. To withdraw into private life, he writes, is equivalent to military desertion. As soldiers in the army of moral effort, we must keep to our place in the phalanx, that is, in public life. Quote, even if others will occupy the front line and fate has set you back in the third row, Seneca tells his addressee, fight from there with your voice, encouragement, example, and spirit, even with hands cut off. The person who stands firm and gives support with his shouts finds something to contribute to his side. Then, drawing the lesson from the analogy, Seneca continues, if fortune has displaced you from the first level in government, stand and give support with your shouting. If someone chokes you by the throat, stand and give support with your silence. The effort of a good citizen is never useless. As often in his essays, Seneca cites the example of Socrates, the Greek philosopher to whom he looked for models of moral virtue, in examining the question of civic engagement. Seneca claims in On the Tranquility of Mind that Socrates had remained engaged during the reign of the 30 tyrants at Athens, a harsh authoritarian regime that put to death hundreds of its political enemies. Quote, Socrates was openly out in public life. He bore himself as a mighty example, walking as a free man among 30 slave masters. Again, Seneca spells out the lesson to be drawn. Quote, however the government presents itself, we shall either expand ourselves or shrink ourselves in such a way that we shall be taking action, not paralyzed or strangled with fear, for burying oneself is not a form of salvation. That last quote seems like a clear-cut call for political activism, but Seneca's views are rarely clear-cut. The example of Socrates, for example, in fact goes two ways, as Seneca was undoubtedly aware. Yes, Socrates had refused to go into retreat under the regime of the 30, but neither did he challenge that regime. When ordered by the 30 to arrest one of its enemies and bring him in for execution, Socrates had simply gone home and done nothing. An act of resistance, perhaps, but a passive and silent one, hardly a case of give support with your shouting. Then, too, Seneca concludes the whole discussion with a huge qualification of his preceding exhortations. If you happen upon a less flexible period of politics, he tells his addressee, you will have to see to it that you claim more time for leisure and study, just as you would make quickly for the harbor on a dangerous voyage. You should not wait for public affairs to send you away, but extricate yourself from them. Less flexible sounds like a euphemism for authoritarianism or autocracy, the system under which Socrates had briefly operated during the reign of the 30, and in which Seneca spent his entire life. Which metaphor, army or navy, are we to take as Seneca's definitive view? Are we to stand in the phalanx and shout, even with our hands cut off? Or are we to leave open waters for safe anchorage when the seas get choppy? Seneca's own career, as we shall see, shows that he was unsure how to resolve this dilemma. But first, let me look at another of Seneca's essays, On Leisure. In this treatise, probably addressed to the very same person as On Tranquility of Mind, Seneca shares very different thoughts about politics, much more sympathetic to the possibility of disengagement. In the beginning of the surviving portion of this essay, Its opening has unfortunately been lost. An opponent to Seneca's views is heard arguing about staying active in politics no matter what. The opponent says to Seneca, "Surely your Stoics say, we shall remain in active service right up to the very end of life, without ceasing to apply ourselves to the common good," accusing Seneca of verging closer to Epicurean thought than to Stoic. Seneca then defends his views using multiple arguments. First, he claims that leading Stoics, Zeno and Chrysippus, had kept aloof from politics, so others have a right to follow their lead. Note how this conflicts with his evocation of Socrates in On Tranquility of Mind. Second, Seneca recurs to a view that he attributes to Zeno that, quote, "the wise man will participate in public life unless something prevents him." Well, says Seneca, that let-out clause might be invoked for numerous reasons. Perhaps the sage has insufficient power to be of help. Perhaps the state is so vicious and corrupt that it cannot accept his help. Or perhaps the sage is physically debilitated. Thus, Seneca argues, it's possible for someone who has all options before him, before experiencing any of life's storms, to settle in a safe retreat and devote himself from then on to liberal studies, and to spend time in uninterrupted leisure, more or less as one would do in the garden of Epicurus. Seneca resolves this apparent abandonment of Stoic principles by positing that there are two republics that one might benefit by one's actions, a smaller one, the state or the nation of which one is a citizen, and a larger one, the entire human race. This greater commonwealth, says Seneca, we can serve with devotion even in leisure. Or rather, I think even better in leisure, by inquiring what virtue is, whether it is one or many, whether this planet, which includes within it seas and land masses, exists alone, or whether God has scattered many such bodies, whether the world is immortal, or to be counted among things that are perishable. Seneca then asks, what service to God does the contemplator of such matters provide? That God's great works are not without witness. Seneca elaborates on this last thought with reference to the central Stoic principle, live in harmony with nature. Personifying this nature as an entity with will and intention, Seneca asserts that nature wants to be contemplated. Quote, aware of its own skill and its beauty, it gave us life to be spectators of its great spectacle, since it would lose all pleasure in itself if it displayed its works, so vast, so bright and beautiful, to an empty solitude. He goes on to extol pursuits like cosmology and astronomy in rapturous tones as fulfillments of this divine imperative that nature's spectacle must be witnessed. Then he comes back to the original problem, whether withdrawal from public life is permissible under Stoic principles. But nature wished me to do both, he writes, to be active and to be free for contemplation. He resolves the problem with an intriguing and potentially problematic formulation. And I am doing both, he says, since even contemplation entails action. At this point, the opponent steps into the discourse again, and he's clearly not happy. Contemplation, the opponent points out, can be undertaken in a spirit of pleasurable withdrawal, taking the sage entirely away from action. Seneca concedes the point, but turns the tables by pointing out that action without contemplation, the life of the career politician, for example, is just as much a violation of nature. Then he again appears to give the Stoic sage a let-out clause that allows for rejection of politics. Quote, if what is lacking is not the doer, but the tasks to be done, surely then you will allow the sage to consort with himself? It's a cryptic sentence, but one that I think can be understood in the context of the Roman autocracy. For many people, indeed almost all, political action is simply not an available option, and so need not be pursued. Seneca has once again drifted far from the irrepressible soldier of tranquility of mind, who shouts when he has no hands and bears mute witness when his voice is choked off. And just as Seneca retreats here from his earlier infantry metaphor, so he also modifies his nautical one. All the philosophic schools endorse contemplation, he writes, but some, that is, the Epicureans, make contemplation the goal, whereas for the Stoics, quote, it's a place to ride at anchor, not a harbor. That's a bit difficult to unpack, but I think we should interpret ride at anchor to mean pause from action but still stay in the public sphere, just as a moored ship remains on open water, even though its oars are shipped and its sails are reefed. Whereas to seek harbor means total withdrawal. Just what he's advocating in terms of political action is hard to say. In the last segment of On Leisure, Seneca deals with let-out clause number 2 of the 3 he first proposed, namely, the idea that the state may be so corrupt that the sage cannot influence it or be heard by it. Here, Seneca's grant of license to withdraw becomes nearly a blanket amnesty. I ask you, to what commonwealth is the sage going to attach himself? Seneca asks. To that of the Athenians, where Socrates was condemned to death? You can't tell me that the sage will attach himself to this commonwealth. If I wanted to make a survey of commonwealths, I wouldn't find a single one that could tolerate or be tolerated by the sage. And if no commonwealth can be found of the sort that we visualize for ourselves, leisure turns out to be the inescapable option for all. In a final sentence of this discussion, Seneca reverts to seafaring as a metaphor for political life. If one were told not to set sail on waters where ships are wrecked and sudden storms can arise, one would never set sail at all. And there, apparently, the matter rests, though it's possible that this essay on leisure is truncated at its end and that we don't have the full ending. We can easily imagine what the opponent would have said if he had been allowed to step back in. Seneca, he would say, isn't this a recipe for total political non-participation by virtuous men, meaning that the government will be run by the vicious? Aren't you laying down arms, to evoke your own analogies, and letting the other side have the run of the field? And is it really adequate to say contemplation entails action, as though merely gazing at the stars somehow fulfills Zeno's dictum that the wise men will take part in public life? This seems to be an abdication of duty, thinly justified by your famously sinuous rhetorical and verbal skills. How Seneca might answer those arguments is unclear to me. In fact, Seneca's thinking on the question of engagement is so varied and so all over the map as to elicit one of my favorite takedowns in all of classical scholarship. In discussing Seneca's magnum opus, the Letters to Lucilius, sometimes also called the Moral Epistles, biographer Miriam Griffin says as follows: there is such a wealth of advice on the subject of engagement that it is difficult, if not impossible, to give an account of Seneca's view which would produce a consistent and coherent system. In Seneca's defense, that variousness of opinion may not be merely the sign of sloppy thinking, but rather of the inner conflict Seneca himself experienced in his attempt to be a philosopher in politics or a politician in philosophy, that is, to combine the highest level of political action with a commitment to contemplation of nature and study of philosophy. In advising others how to negotiate this tension, he may have been talking about himself. His life, after all, posed the ultimate test of whether a corrupt state or a delusional ruler could listen to a wise man. For a while at least, that ruler did listen. The first 5 years of Nero's reign were widely judged a success, in large part because of Seneca's influence, and that of Seneca's close ally in the palace, a man named Burrus. Nero was in his late teens and early 20s in these years, and willing to be governed by wiser heads, including by his mother. But tensions grew as the emperor matured and rebelled against his mother's influence, finally deciding in 62, after 7 years in power, that his mother had to be killed. The ensuing assassination, to which Seneca was a co-conspirator, according to the historian Tacitus, is generally marked out by historians as the start of Nero's downward spiral into mania and delusions, a spiral that took him increasingly far from Seneca's influence. The death of Burrus at about the same time also diminished Seneca's clout and pushed him toward the sidelines of the imperial palace. Probably at about this time, Seneca composed the darkest, most harrowing among his 10 surviving tragic plays, the play Thyestes, and I'd like to bring that play into this discussion of Stoic civic engagement. I should say that it's not the usual thing to discuss Seneca's plays as opposed to his prose works in the context of Stoic philosophy. The plays sometimes seem so far from the essays as to be the work of a different author. Indeed, Renaissance humanists thought that they were from a different hand, and one can find a few scholars who still believe that today. But most classicists acknowledge these plays as authentic Senecan works, perhaps composed as a way for their author to look at the world through a different and a mythic lens. None of the plays can be dated with certainty, but as I've argued elsewhere, Thyestes seems to reflect in a deeply personal way the circumstances of Seneca's place at the court of Nero in the 60s AD. For the play casts its title character, Thyestes, as a philosopher drawn into politics and utterly destroyed as a result. The myth on which the play is based concerns two royal brothers, Atreus and Thyestes, the sons of Tantalus, and rivals for the throne of Argos. In most versions of the myth, these two brothers are equally determined to rule, but Seneca has diverged from that plot. He's cast Thyestes as an ascetic sage who, when the play begins, is in a meditative retreat, far removed from the seat of power. That is, he's practicing the sort of withdrawal that Seneca recommends to wise people who inhabit corrupt commonwealths. He comes on stage speaking the following words. "Go back," he tells himself, "back to your forest den, the close-packed groves, the life you shared with beasts, beastly itself. The sheen of power should not mislead you with its meretricious gleam." Like some St. John the Baptist crying in the wilderness, this unaccommodated man seeks the peace of the wilderness and a life of shaggy primitivism. He regards politics as a source of vice and peril. Yet here he is, in Argos, at the doors of the palace, scarcely knowing what forces have brought him there or why he does not turn and flee. Ultimately, he will enter the palace and there suffer the grimmest fate of any figure from mythology. he will unknowingly consume his own children, whom his brother has butchered and simmered into a stew. It's risky to assume that Thyestes is a stand-in for Seneca himself. Nonetheless, I think this play contains one of Seneca's more personal and authentic statements about the danger to the philosopher of political engagement, as well as of the forces that impelled him into Nero's palace. When Thyestes thinks his brother is going to share the throne of Argos with him, make him co-ruler, he drinks and celebrates riotously, bidding himself in a haunting line to banish the old Thyestes from your mind. The rapid flip-flop from renunciation of power to joyful embrace of it calls into question just who this old Thyestes was, the hermit who claimed to prefer a primitive life. Seneca, too, had readily grasped at a scepter when it was offered. In his letters to Lucilius, he admits that one flaw in particular had stood in the way of his progress towards Stoic perfection, namely ambition. Turning back for a moment to Seneca's biographical record, we read in Tacitus's Annals that Seneca finally did try to extricate himself from political life, at a point where his influence had waned and Burrus, his principal ally, was dead. Tacitus relates a private conversation between Seneca and Nero, in which the philosopher offered to give up his entire estate, an enormous aggregate of land and wealth, if he could be allowed to leave the palace for good. Nero refused, but the offer nevertheless does Seneca huge credit, aligning him with his own advice in On Leisure. If, that is, we believe that the episode really took place. In my book, Dying Every Day, I took Tacitus at his word and presented this episode as part of the factual record. But in the intervening years, I've become more skeptical about this. One has to wonder what source Tacitus could have had for a private conversation of this kind. And one has to take account of the effort following Seneca's death, extending into the years when Tacitus wrote, to rehabilitate Seneca's reputation and whitewash his collusion with Nero. A remarkable play survives from this post-Seneca era, in which Seneca and Nero are central characters, dramatized by some anonymous author who wanted his audience to understand their relationship. This unknown playwright gave Seneca a moving speech in which the sage laments his return to Rome, when he could have remained in a peaceful exile on Corsica, observing the stars and planets. The idea that Seneca had gone unwillingly into the palace jibes with the idea reported by Tacitus that he had stayed there unwillingly. Both texts providing a valuable moral salve to those who might feel pained by Seneca's political activities. So I don't know at this point how far I can trust Tacitus in this matter, or in a later passage where he reports that after requesting to be excused from the palace and refused, Seneca tried his best to stay out of the public eye, to the point of feigning illness in order to stay in his room. A skeptic might ask, could this not be a way to put a positive spin on what was observed by the public, that Seneca no longer walked at the emperor's side, when the explanation might easily be that Nero had simply grown tired of his former tutor and didn't include him in the inner circle? These are insoluble questions, even though they lie at the heart of the larger mystery. How much or how little did Seneca want to be or try to be at the heart of Roman government? But Tacitus supplies an even more pressing question, also insoluble, but fascinating to contemplate. Whether Seneca wanted or tried to become emperor. I'll close by recounting this remarkable episode, to my mind, the most bewildering one in Seneca's bewildering story. In 65 AD, a conspiracy formed to assassinate Nero and place a senator named Piso on the throne in his place. A large number of senators and high officials took part, including Seneca's nephew, the poet Lucan. It's not known whether Seneca himself was involved, although after the plot came to light, Nero assumed that he was and ordered him to commit suicide, resulting in the death scene recorded by Tacitus and depicted by prominent Renaissance and Enlightenment artists. The only evidence against Seneca was a letter that he had sent to Piso, declining to meet him personally, but wishing Piso well. In Nero's eyes, a signal that Seneca knew and approved of the plot. Whether Seneca intended any such meaning is anyone's guess, but given Lucan's central role in the conspiracy, it seems unlikely that Seneca did not know of its existence. Tacitus then reports a rumor that circulated in his own day and admits he cannot vouch for its veracity. He has heard that the soldiers involved in the plot intended to kill Piso after killing Nero and make Seneca emperor instead. He then adds, again with the caveat that this is rumor he cannot vouch for it, that Seneca knew of this plot within a plot that would have resulted in his own elevation to supreme power. In examining this remarkable rumor in my book, Dying Every Day, I wrote, "Here is the measure of how little in the end we understand Seneca. We cannot know that had Rome acclaimed him, he would have declined to rule." Well, I hate to end this marvelous Stoicon meeting with huge unanswerable questions, but Seneca cannot help but leave us with those. In contrast to Epictetus, the former slave who had no political role and didn't want one, or to Marcus Aurelius, who pursued and then wielded absolute power, Seneca occupies a messy middle ground in both his life and his writings. He feels the pull both of civic engagement and of withdrawal from the public sphere into a realm of quiet contemplation. He urges us at different times to fight in the front lines of politics and to seek a safe harbor away from the riptides and storms. Perhaps his ultimate lesson is that there is no dogma that will guide us through troubled civic waters. Our choices must be guided by circumstance, what kind of state we inhabit, what capacity we have to exert influence, and to what degree we endanger our safety by activism. Stoicism is complex and contingent enough to justify many pathways through troubled times. Perhaps under that principle, we can say that Seneca passed the ultimate test of participation at the court of Nero. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, James Rom. And I know our audience is showing their appreciation right now. So please continue to ask your questions in the chat. We do have several questions coming in from the audience. Phil, did you want to add anything before we jump into the questions?
I love, I feel like everybody else in the chat has already said, I love Dying Every Day. I think it's fantastic. James has so much other work that's out there as well. His version of On Anger is one of my favorites to come back and contemplate. But I think but James is this tension, right? James, you are a historian rather than a Stoic primarily. Is that how you describe yourself? So the thing is, you're going to tell us the unvarnished truth about Seneca from time to time, and it's not the Seneca we thought we knew.
I'm afraid that's right. When one reads his moral essays, one can idealize him as a Stoic sage or someone on the path to being a sage. And when one looks closely at his life in politics at the court of Nero, one sees a different picture. And that my book was an effort to hold the two together or to maybe shuttle back and forth between them, but to raise the whole problem of just what kind of person he was.
Yeah, I think it's, when we start, of course, many of us come through Stoicism, through the letters, right? There just seems like so much great practical advice. If we all had an Uncle Seneca telling us how we might act in tough situations, that would be fantastic. But some people don't get past that point and they don't understand the whole story, or they hear some piece of it. And by the way, I just tell them, go find James's book, Dying Every Day, read this book. And then, you've got an image of the whole person. It doesn't change the great teaching that might be inside those letters and some of the essays on leisure, you've mentioned as well. I'm a big fan of the Constancy of the Wise Man, right? I think there's a lot of material in there that's pretty useful. He contemplated the idea of the sage. But if we want to get the whole person, you have to kind of lean back even further. And I don't think the plays don't quite do that, because that does, in fact, feel like it's somebody else that wrote those.
Yes, and it's remarkable that Miriam Griffin, his scholarly biographer, didn't consider the plays at all. She wrote a book of, 300 or 400 pages and didn't once raise the problem of the plays because she just didn't consider it relevant to her account. So that's really a stretch when you have to encompass the essays, the political life, and the tragedies.
Yeah, and you went right for Thyestes. So, I mean, you went right to the heart of some really difficult and tragic story. So thank you for that. Brittany, I think you probably grabbed a few questions from either yourself or the audience. Let me pass it to you. Otherwise, I'll just hold James here until he makes us go home.
Yeah, well, first I have a question on my own behalf. I'm just curious, James, we rarely talk about literature or drama in the context of moral instruction for Stoicism. And I'm wondering, in today's context, do you see any, I don't know, any value, or are there any particular works that you think could play a similar role to what this played for Seneca for his dramatic works? Are there any plays? Is there any literature we can read today? And I'm talking more about contemporary or modern works of art that could explore this tension in a way that Seneca did in the past. Do we have anything we can turn to today to see how this plays out on a personal or emotional level?
Speaking of modern entertainment or modern literature and art, well, I think that most of the best modern art and literature continues to ask these kinds of questions or force us to consider these kinds of questions. Um, you know, um, Plays of Tom Stoppard and Pinter and Sam Shepard and those people, they're still asking the same questions as Senecan drama or Greek tragedy asks, um, often using myth in order to do it. I just came from a performance in the Berkshires of Mary Zimmerman's Metamorphoses, a beautiful rendition of Ovid's tales from Ovid's Metamorphoses, and she brought those myths right into the modern world beautifully.
Yeah, thank you. I think this is such a powerful tool that we don't talk about very much today, and we probably should.
Mm-hmm.
But moving back to ancient history, we had a question. To my understanding, neither Epictetus nor Marcus Aurelius mention Seneca in any of their attributed writings. If this is true, do you think it's an indictment or an oversight?
That's a great question. we we don't have much evidence that Seneca was read as a philosopher. He was read as a stylist, and Quintilian, who lived in between Seneca and Marcus Aurelius, mentions that all the young men of his day were still quoting lines from Seneca, that they loved his style. And we have in the city of Pompeii, which was again, destroyed in between those 2 points, we have the lines of Senecan drama that someone scrolled on the wall, like you'd write lyrics from a song on a bathroom wall today, it's going through your head and you just want to write it out. So I think he was renowned more for his style than his content. And the philosophers, Marcus Aurelius, they went back to the Greeks primarily. And then, as you say, to Epictetus, Marcus went back to Epictetus.
Okay, thank you. Another interesting question. So what sort of emperor do you think Seneca might have made had he become emperor?
Yes, that's a fascinating question. Well, Claudius had been emperor before Nero and was widely mocked and derided as a kind of old fart. And I think, Seneca would have taken power in his mid-60s. To judge by his portrait, he was bald and pudgy and not a very inspiring figure. And of course, the Romans loved to have an emperor who was young, strong, physically vigorous, handsome. And Seneca was none of those things. So I think he might have had a tough time. It's fascinating to think that the Praetorians wanted him, if Tacitus's rumor is true, that the Praetorians saw him as a valid choice. But I think probably they saw him as an interim choice, that he wouldn't live long. He was congenitally sick from a respiratory illness, and they thought, well, he'd be a good transitional figure and, keep things together until we get the next guy.
Yeah, it's always interesting to think about. So we have a comment from John Kuna, who he phrases it just as a comment, but I'd like to put it to you as a question. So he says, I know of far too many civil servants who have had to decide between those two painful options. One, stay in to mitigate the worst of it for as long as they can and risk compromising their character in the process, or two, leave with their character intact, but also leave behind a mission they care deeply about. Both can be reasonable responses. It depends on your roles and your own capacities. Most of those who leave tend to continue to serve in some form or to speak out against what is happening. So this was his statement, and I just wanted to put that to you as a question. Do you, based on your study of Seneca, do you have any suggestions for someone who finds themselves in this position today? I mean, it's easy for us to look back at Seneca's life and say, well, he obviously should have done that. But obviously, when you're in the middle of it, you don't know maybe what the best path is. So based on your history, your reading of history, what would you offer to these people in this situation?
It's so much a question of conscience, and I really don't presume to advise, to suggest any advice. There is virtue in both paths, I think. But and Seneca really followed both paths if we believe that he tried to extricate himself when things had gone too far, and he realized he could no longer rein Nero in. I guess, Seneca's question is a good one, is can you exert any influence? If you can, maybe there's good justification for staying in power or staying near power. But once you lose that influence, it's time to go if you can get out.
Okay, thank you. So it remains a question mark, remains based on context, based on your the factors specific to your individual situation?
I think so. I think, as I said in my closing, all these things are highly contingent. And Seneca himself found that he couldn't find a clear path. There was no dogma to his actions, either entering or trying to leave the palace. It's all very contingent.
All right. Well, thank you so much, James. Phil, did you want to close things out now?
I don't think I have a better question. I think James gave us a lot to think about in this space. And I just want to say I want to appreciate all that you've done for us and with us and bringing these ideas to bear. And I think even now, as we look at this and we say, I don't know, even Seneca didn't seem to know exactly what the right thing to do was. He wrestled with this. And I'm going to bring this up just as a Stoic, not a historian. I don't have that piece of this, but as a Stoic, we're explaining to people all the time. This is a philosophy of virtue ethics. And this means that it is mostly not prescriptive. It is not going to tell you exactly what to do. It's going to tell you you're going to consider these virtues and weigh them against that thing at the moment. And two wise people might come to different ideas. And in this case, those two wise people might have lived inside of Seneca with different ideas, right? Very well. James, thank you so much for being here. It's just a treat to have you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, James.
Yeah.
And I know everyone in the audience is showing their appreciation. Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah. Brittany, do you know where we are?
Time to close the conference. We're at the end.
This is the end, my friend. Just to use James's idea of writing song lyrics on walls somewhere. We had it feels like a great day. Lots of fantastic speakers. We had a lovely audience, lovely and well-behaved audience, in this Godward. And so to answer all those questions, right? We had all this. It's already available on YouTube. You can go back and scrub through the whole day on that bit, but there will be bits and pieces, and we'll, have additional videos. They'll get posted. You'll get links. So not to worry about any of that. But we will take care of you in that regard. And maybe there'll be even more. I know Lisa's given us her slides and some other things. So we'll have some other assets for you to kind of come back and consider some notes for this thing in the future.
Yeah, thanks again to our audience for being here, to all of our speakers. If anybody is hungry for more Stoicism, of course, we do have Stoic Week coming up in a couple of weeks, and I think the link has been posted. Yes, it was just posted again in the chat, but that's easy to find. If you are not able to find it today, you can always go to the Modern Stoicism website and find that. I also wanted to mention the Stoic Fellowship has a month of gratitude coming up in November. This is the first year they're doing that, which is a really great initiative, asking people to think through every week something that you're thankful for, that you're grateful for. If you'd like more information about that, you can go to the Stoic Fellowship webpage and sign up for their notifications. But we are just so pleased that we had so many people together today talking about engaged citizenship. And I think we're all inspired. We have a lot of fresh ideas, a lot of things circulating in our heads now, but I know that we're going to leave here different, better, and more engaged than before.
Yeah. So, we came into this today and you enter into a liminal space, right? So you come into this spot and you are thinking about philosophy and Stoicism. So I just, for this moment, think about how this felt, how this might change your thinking. And I want you to grab a hold of a piece of that before life gets a hold of you again and say, what am I going to take with me, right? What opportunities for oikeiosis or living with virtue or, whatever it might be in terms of civic engagement. This was part of the inspiration. Maybe we gave you some tools today for thinking about difficult situations or difficult conversations and how you might have those or how you might be able to do that without your head exploding, as we always say, right? So thank you for all of that. Listen, behind the two of us, I mean, we've had my pal Larry Monuto has been helping us out as well. Larry, come up on video for just a second with us so we can say thank you properly. And
Larry.
round of applause for Larry to making sure that everything happens inside the chat with us. This is the first time I've ever had anything that looked or felt like real help behind me. So thank you to Larry for making that work for us.
Thanks, everyone.
What'd you think? What'd you think, Larry? Did we do okay today?
We did a good job.
Yeah. I think it turned out pretty great. Okay. With that, come hang out with us. By the way, you know, Brittany's taken over the role for our Modern Stoicism, the journal that we're calling it now, which was previously the blog. And the easiest way for you to get into that, by the way, is just to go to the Modern Stoicism website and sign up for those emails, and we'll take care of you from there on out. But you can hear all of that as well. Okay, that's it. Thank you all. And I don't know, maybe we do this again next year.
Let's do
All right.
it.
Okay.